The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series brings real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello everyone and welcome to ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the TireRack.com National Championship at the Ozarks International Raceway. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Bill Strong and Tiffany Alexander, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. And we're excited to bring you the 2022 TireRack.com National Championship race at the Ozarks. That's right, folks, the long-awaited race at the Ozarks. We are here, and the teams are getting their cars ready to roll out onto the racetrack for the first time today. Welcome, everyone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Bill Strong and Tiffany Alexander. We're going to be calling the race for you this weekend. And, wow, an incredibly exciting racetrack. And but it's going to start off a little bit wet, isn't it?
Yeah, it's we had a pretty massive rainstorm here overnight. Tiffany stayed at the track.
Our RV was shaking. The wind was blowing so hard.
Yeah.
Thunder, lightning, just
everything. Yeah.
I mean, the raindrops felt like they were like almost hail size. I mean, it was really loud.
We're in a hotel about 40 minutes from here. And the folks, I didn't hear anything last night, but everybody else seemed to like, oh my God, the storm came through. I thought the roof was going to cave in. But it was, it's pretty wet out there. We do, the hilly parts at the top don't have a lot of water in them. It's the parts at the bottom that do have some runoff. So
actually, this track drains
quick.
amazingly.
Yeah.
There's a puddle in turn 10 right on the apex or right close to it. But otherwise, the track drains really quick, and we really noticed that yesterday it rained most of the day during practice, but then there towards the afternoon it stopped raining and the track cleared up, and a dry line formed pretty quickly.
Now, if you can see from that picture there, we have a lot of mud.
Oh,
the red clay, something that's really sticky.
If you go off, you're going to be stuck. I don't care where you go off, you'll probably just sink to, the tires at least halfway.
Yeah,
it's not going anywhere else.
it's you can see the trenches being dug already from the rain runoff. But the question is, has that runoff gone onto the track? And we're told that it washes off pretty quick, but you still have the residual stuff, and we still have rain all around us, so it could rain again. And supposedly at noon it's supposed to rain really, really hard. So who knows? I'm not a weatherman. Paulie is.
I'm not a meteorologist.
I went on TV.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's where are we here? There's Rolla.
You're right in the middle there, and so there's a little bit trailing behind.
I think we're just south of Jefferson. Oh yeah, there we are. The big lake thing.
Yeah, the lake. So
Lake of the Ozarks.
You might get some. You might get a little bit more, but
you realize how far Oklahoma was from here. That's where I'm headed.
No, that's
Monday.
It's a little bit of a haul.
And you know what Doc always used to say? Everybody talks about the weather, but nobody does anything about it.
No. We're not far from American Indian reservations. Maybe we could have had them do some sort of anti-rain dance.
Another guy starting this race would like the anti-rain dance to commence immediately.
Well, there's not so necessarily, there's a lot of these front-wheel drive teams. Like, I think Arbank Racing is
I think
chomping at the bit.
I think that's really going to help them. They were really fast yesterday. It was a practice, so we weren't allowed to time per our insurance. So this practice actually started out pretty cool. It was raining pretty hard. The track was really slick, and Dana called the insurance company up and said, hey, can we allow the teams to go out in their personal vehicles and pre-ride the track? They said, yes, keep the speed at 30 miles an hour. And our folks did awesome out there. We had van loads of people. I mean, it was pretty awesome. Bus loads of people. And it was funny watching them come down the front straightaway, smiles or down the pit lane, smiles, and they're all anticipating. Oh, this
and they're all stuffed in the same rental car.
Stuffed in the rental cars. And then the second lap, you can see them up on the dashboard, serious looks on their faces, like, "Oh crap, what did I get myself into?" So it was pretty funny. It's there was some seriousness in those cars, and then we had the practice, and the first practice out there, one yellow flag, and it was for a team that stalled on the track. The next practice, we had a couple of spinners, but it's one of those things, you're just trying to find the limit, or you're kind of lost. I mean, we had folks that were lost, and one team told Ray Frank, our head of tech, told him that there's 4 corners on here that concern me. I'm still trying to learn them. 3 of them turn to the right. One of them doesn't, and I still haven't figured that one out yet.
Well, there's a lot of places you just can't see the track in front of you. So if you don't know what's coming up next, because this is 3.97 miles.
This is roller coaster.
19 turns.
This turn right here, as you go down it, you don't see the bottom of that turn.
Oh no,
you don't see it until you get 3/4 of the way down, and then when you see it, it's like a wall in front of you. It's the most. It's to me intense. That's the scariest thing. But I think once you do it a few times, it doesn't bother you after that.
When the whole track, I think it has 1,200 feet of elevation change.
Yeah, it's more than Sebring, as we say.
Yeah. the whole track is like a roller coaster.
Yeah. Yep. And then the the worries in the paddock in the garages were that am I making a right turn at that corner? I'm pretty certain it's a right turn. And some guys get up there and they realize, no, it's a left.
Yeah. There's so many corners out at this track. So it's, but over time, it's got a lot of character too, and shouldn't take too long to figure out where you're at.
We have around 60 cars starting. Once we get the green flag dropped, we'll be able to see how many we have. So this is our Flagtronics Follow Me setup. So we'll be able to watch all of the cars go around. And once I get some things sorted out, I'm going to be able to highlight the lead car, so we'll be able to see where the lead car is on track.
And let me know, guys, if you think this is worth having, because I have a feeling that most of you can't see this, but for those of you that are watching from your living room, just let me know in the chat here if this is something you want to see, or if it's not, that's fine. But if it is something you want to see in the future, let me know in the chat.
Running computers, you can also go to the e-racing or our Champ Car e-racing website, or ChampCar.Live 1 on YouTube, and actually have that next to the race itself, so you can follow the car.
Yeah, you can subscribe to the channel so that you get notified whenever we send this out, if you have any interest in it. The numbers are kind of hard to see.
ChampCar.Live 1.
Yeah, ChampCar.Live 1.
Yep, that's the one we used to use to transmit the e-racing stuff with.
Yeah, back when we had that COVID thing, we were doing this really cool.
It just went away. I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah, we got bored with it. Yeah. Cars coming up, turn 16 there, led by the pace car.
Now the new trend is auto racing, endurance auto racing.
There's Visceral going by. There's the 111 of RVA Graphics and Wraps, followed by their sister car.
We sent off the cars in the order of their settings within the championship. So the championship cars went out first, followed by everybody else.
Yeah, I think we started with pit stall 10, and then went after that, the non-championship contenders.
And I'm afraid I'm not going to have much audio for you guys today, but we'll do what we can. There's a lot of choppiness going on. There's a lot of cloud cover, and so that's going to make for the audio to be kind of yucky. Some of our cameras aren't really in the best of mood this morning. So you get to listen to us.
Yeah, it's a new facility. They've got new stuff going on. I have to get outside because I need to catch the start of the race on film. So hand it over to you guys.
Okay.
Not that I had any control over it.
Thank God. Oh my gosh.
Hi, Polly.
Hi. This is kind of a nice shot. I think this camera might have some sound.
This track is so different than any track I've ever been to. This is the front straightaway, but as you can tell, it's not straight at all. Neither is the pit lane. The actual pit lane curves around just with the track. And the elevation change even within, so the paddock is from this vantage, up kind of where the tops of those trees are there to your right, between the silo and the trees. So, there's a ton of elevation change even in the paddock and the pits area. Really quite unique in that way.
You know what? It does kind of remind me of that tunnel section, the final, the back area of Barber, where you have those huge, steep drops and climbs, and it's just that up, down, up, down. That's probably, there's a little bit of NCM in this place too, I can see.
It's a lot. It's a much bigger NCM in a lot of ways with more elevation change. So you take the elevation change of like NCM. Think about the downhill coming into turn 11 at Road Atlanta. So you're just coming down that thing and you're just committed. Okay, we do that like 6 or 7 times at this racetrack.
Right. It's pretty cool. So
Yeah,
welcome everyone.
The owner the other day, and he said, if you don't pucker at least 6 or 7 times around this racetrack, you're not going fast enough.
Right. If you say it's not bothering you, then you're not going fast enough.
Right.
That's the answer there. Welcome everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the 2022 TireRack.com National Championship for the Champ Car Endurance Series. We're at the Ozarks International Raceway for the inaugural race for Champ Car out here in Missouri. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Give us a like on the YouTube. Let us know how you're doing and what projects you're working on. If you're not at the race with us this weekend, what races are you looking forward to this year? We got a lot on the schedule. We'll be at Hallett in May. We'll be at WGI. I'm sorry, that's Watkins Glen International. Sorry about that. We'll be at Autobahn in June and CMP. We got Sebring, Thunder Hill in July, along with the 24 of Nelson Ledges, VIR, Gingerman in August. So lots of racing on the docket. And I'm with Tiffany Alexander here, and we're calling the race for you today. Had some weather coming in yesterday, Tiff, but go ahead. What were you going to say?
Well, the weather is going to be a big part of today. But I was going to run through and the teams that are here that are for the national championship. So we qualified what I think maybe 70 cars for the national championship. Of course, all of those cars didn't make it here. We have quite a few that did.
Yeah, if you would, that'd be great.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to go ABC wise. So we have 901 Motorsports, 90racing.com. That's the R-Bank car. Birmingham is here. Buzzworks is here. Cone Crushers are here. The Dead Pedal Racing Group. That's a Maserati. Dirt E30. I always love that name. They're here today. Flat Out Nemesis is here for the championship. GMS Racing and Gorilla Sticker. There's 2 Gorilla Sticker cars. I think it's the 516 that's actually qualified for the championship. Hastings Tire Plus, the 550 is here, along with Haywood Racing. Leviathan Motorsports, Looney Tunes, Maximum Effort. Both the Milan cars are qualified for the championship. Both the RVA Graphics and Wraps cars are qualified for the championship. Touchstone Racing, Valerian Steel, both the Visceral Racing Group cars, and one of those cars is a replacement car after one of them got totaled. So this is gonna, I don't know that it's maiden voyage, but I don't recall seeing that one before, but I could be wrong. But both those cars are here for the championship, and Williams Racing Group. So all of those are championship contenders.
Yeah, cool. Thanks for that. And we got this Kabashi Racing.
Just let me know. Highlighted them.
Yeah, I think I'm actually missing one from our. Let me get this in here. There we go.
I really think the key to this track is going to be, okay, so it's so technical. It's so difficult. The practice was kind of limited yesterday. I think the key to this track is going to be what team as a whole can pick up this track the fastest. I think that is going to really determine a lot because nobody knows this place very well. It's a hard track to learn, very rewarding for a good driver, but it's going to be, a lot to do with who can pick it up the fastest.
Right. Some drivers adapt very well, and others are going to struggle a little bit with just, trying to get through the day. And the way that this race is structured points-wise, Tiffany, is we're although the cars started relative to their standings in the championship, that's all out the window now. And we're having the results of the race today will be combined with the results of the race tomorrow, and of course the lowest score wins, and on down the line. So that's how they're going to structure. It's a 2-day race, and they're combined. So even if you finish really well today, you need to start tomorrow and do decent to be up
We've
in
got
the
a
standings.
green flag. Sorry to interrupt you, Polly.
So
yeah, and I think think the way we've done it before is if there's a tie, maybe you got a first today and a second tomorrow, and so you're both at 3 points. The winner of Sunday should be the tiebreaker. So your finish tomorrow is just as important as your finish today.
yeah. So sorry, folks. Looks like we got some. We haven't raced out here before, so we're not sure what to expect from the cameras. But what we're having is a lot of choppiness from inside the cars. Outside the cars doesn't look too bad. And I'm sorry I don't have anything in the way of audio. Most of these cameras don't have it. So, yeah, we did have one lone soldier bit the dust last night. I guess it got left out in the rain, and it ended up getting
Fair to call
drowned.
it rain.
Yeah.
It sounded like a hurricane. I kid you not.
Yeah, I actually recorded a little piece of it just for fun as we were kind of setting up this morning. I'm up like 2.5 hours early and getting ready, and I could see the rain coming by the track cameras, and I went ahead and recorded a piece of it. It just looked awful, just awful, and how it calmed down.
Yeah, it started around 2 a.m. though, so it's been doing that since about 1 or 2 in the morning. Everything is saturated.
But
I'm surprised there are as many easy ups as there are on pit lane, because I thought, there was a couple left out last night. So I was like, they're not going to survive that wind last night. But it looks like they had tied them down and lowered them well. Or they worked on their backup.
So it looks like we've got Dead Pedal leading the way here. I'll get you a pylon here. Of course, we're just starting that first lap, so this is all going to change around, but just a second here. There you go. There's the standings. Dead Pedal, touchdown. That's probably just the way they rolled out of the pit, so just give them a minute here to come around and trip the timing loop, and we should get an idea of where everybody has shaken out here at the beginning of the race. Welcome, everyone. I'm Paul Veltum, calling the race with you with Tiffany Alexander. We're at the Ozarks this weekend. The first race at the Ozarks for Champ Car. And Biff says, hey, at least it's not snow. Scott's going to donate some audio. So cool. Thanks, man. Appreciate you, bro. I knew I could count on you. We could definitely play some, audio from past races just for some ambient noise. And Tiffany offered to leave the door open in the tower.
Pick up a little sound that way.
Get a little bit of, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Getting a little humid in here earlier, so we did shut the door.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I've got a little info in the R-Bank car, the number 1 car, which is our national championship car from this previous year. Andrew Johnson is starting out in that car this morning.
Cool. Yeah, Andrew's a solid driver and should have a lot of fun out here on this racetrack. That car should be a riot out here, that front-wheel drive in the wet with all this elevation change.
In the visceral cars, in the 959, Troy starting out, Troy Trulio, and in the 918, it's Steve starting out. The Birmingham car, that's Casey, the Hubs, is starting it out this morning.
Well, good.
Got a couple more of those. I'm going to roll through my updates.
This is probably my favorite camera. It's just got all this crazy cars going everywhere. And they're supposed to be going there like that. You can see the track. It's got multiple lines. Looks like as they come up off that steep hill, it looks like you can. There's not. I don't see any standing water, but earlier this morning there was a river running down that hill. Tiffany.
It drains really well. I've never seen a track that drains as well. We were out in a pickup truck on Friday, and it was just pouring rain, right? And it still had grip in the rain. Obviously not ideal grip like you would in the dry, but it drained really well. So if it'll stop raining, I think this track will dry out, and that'll be really fun. Also, interesting about this one, the rumble strips are not painted because they're intended to be used in a lot of places. So they're not painted so that they don't get stuck when it's raining like this. So a lot of times you hear, if it's raining, stay off all the painted surfaces, stay off the rumble strips, but these have no paint on them. So you'll see the guys be using those today.
Look at roller coaster as the cars come down the hill here. You can see they're moving pretty good, and you can already see that kind of like a black line kind of carved out. And there's a lot of people supposedly watching the show, just wondering what the track's going to be like. And this is a great test, folks. What you're seeing is a track that was heavily rained upon, just unbelievable storm activity. And I was watching the lightning strikes were all over the place, and all of that's kind of moved off to the east now. So you can get an idea of kind of a worse condition, of what would happen if we went there and it rained really hard the night before. What's it going to be like? And so you're getting an idea here. These cars are getting along pretty good for the amount of rain that we had. So.
And it was still raining at the drivers' meeting. Like a heavy sprinkle. So like it's not stopped yet.
Touchdown.
And Haywood Racing car. Right. Haywood Racing, the 663, that's Justin, and I hope I don't butcher your last name, Brigandi? Something like that. Brigandi. I'm going to go with that.
All right, so we got Touchstone leading over RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 111 car. Cone Crushers is third, Dead Pedal Racing in fourth, Maximum Effort is fifth, 901 Motorsport is sixth, RVA Graphics and Wraps number 411 is seventh, followed by GMS Racing, Leviathan Motorsports, then it's Dirty 30, Hastings Tires Plus, Blue Shells, your top 12. After that, we've got, looks like Face Down Racing, Valerian Steel, number 516 of Gorilla Sticker, Flat Out Nemesis, number 959 of Visceral Racing, followed by their sister car. Then it's Touchstone in the 801. British American Racing is behind them. Then it's Haywood Racing, Buzzworks, Auto Spec, Off the Chain, Sarburns, the 515 of Gorilla Sticker, Joe Overwhelmed. Joe Everwhelmed, okay. Party Girl, Milan 2, Hot Rod Lincoln, Black Knight Racing, Williams Racing, Plum Crazy, a lot of cars. Wow. I think we had, about close to 60 cars that started the race today. Looks like we got a caution being waved there in turn 14. And I think we're trying to abscond a corner radio, so we might get a little more corner information here later in the morning. Here's Visceral. Troy at the wheel of the 959. He's deep in the pack right now. Yeah, I wonder why Arbeck is shown there not having turned any laps in the 194, and Birmingham too. It doesn't make any sense at all. Looney Tunes as well. We know they're all out there turning laps, so apparently what we're getting isn't quite right.
Yeah, I don't think a couple of the cars are pinging on the loop. Actually, they had to lay a pit loop last night because not working correctly.
Gotcha.
So, you were talking about the Racing is Expensive, Fun group. And so I got that link from the Dirt E30 guys. So I think that might be their car, possibly.
Yeah,
So-
I had gotten them, so somewhere.
I think that's Dirt E30.
Good view from inside the Visceral Porsche.
And in the Dirt E30 car, that's Shane Gerwing that's starting off the race today.
And it seemed like, just from watching practice yesterday, which was similar to the day with all this wet, that the cars are carrying quite a bit of speed around the track, so the grip level must be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the track owner told me that, he really designed it to be able to be driven in the, whatever the weather conditions were. He kind of took that into consideration. There's a little bit of camber almost everywhere. So it helps the water just kind of run off and not puddle up. Like I said, I think that there's a puddle that kind of hangs out in, I think it's turn 5. But other than that, the track drain's really, really great.
So I'm looking over. Looks like we are full course caution here, folks. Got some kind of a condition on the racetrack, and I haven't really identified it. There's an EV heading down the racetrack. They might have somebody in tow already, so they may have already hooked up somebody.
See how long
Yep.
how long you miss seeing the vehicles as they go down that hill. That is how intensely, the decline down that hill is. The camera doesn't even do it justice. It's, like those roller coasters where kind of their claim to fame is it drops you off the face of the earth and you get to feel gravity.
Right.
Kind of resembles that.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the in-car video. You guys probably saw I posted it up on my Facebook page in the garage of that guy driving that LMP1 car around the track, and you get the feel of it. You can tell a lot of the rule of thumb is when you see these steep drops, like you saw over there in turn 5, I'll go back to that. When you get all that compression is where you pick up a lot of grip. And so usually you'll get that at the base of a hill going into a corner. And that's when you can really toss the car hard into a corner and not brake too much and carry a unrealistic amount of speed into a corner and make it. And that's, you're gonna have shorter braking distances. You're gonna have higher cornering speeds. The benefits of those big dips that you go down into. Then there's a corner that looks like it might be coming out of 5 there, where you turn back to the left, and it's cambered for the previous corner in favor of you, but then the very next corner that camber remains and you turn the other way, so then you have a disadvantage of camber. So pretty wild. All right, got that out of my system. So track time, we just started about 7 minutes ago. Looks like we're under caution with Touchstone leading over RVA Graphics and Wraps, and the 111 Cone Crushers is in 3rd.
And I think, hopefully the guys are able to keep it on the course and keep it together. But we are going to see probably more full course yellows here than we might like, because the way the track is with so much elevation change, there's so many blind spots. And so those are not safe places to retrieve a car while the race continues. So there's only a couple of places they're probably going to even feel comfortable going to get cars without full course yellowing the whole, and get the pace car, etc. We may see a few more of these full course than we'd like.
Good morning, Erwin, excuse me. I gotta shut the door to my studio. I got my wife's out there cackling about something's funny going on.
Well, it's always, if you ever have a chance to, to laugh over crying, I always think that laughing is better.
That's right.
If you have the choice.
Yeah. Welcome, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com National Championship race for 2021 for the Champ Car Endurance Series at the Ozarks International Raceway, the inaugural race at the Ozarks. Welcome, everyone. What car got towed? I don't know. I don't know if it was the Milan car or not. I couldn't. Something tells me it was not, because I would recognize that car, and I didn't recognize it. Let's see here. I think there's the other Milan car there, the 5, right? I think that's what it is, car 5, and that's their the 2 car. The Milan 2 plus 2. Excuse me.
It's 150 and then number 5.
There you go. There's Plum Crazy going by. So I don't know what that car was that got towed in. We're hoping to get a corner worker radio at some point here soon. Hoping that these cars will get caught up to the pack.
And they went over that in the drivers meeting this morning, that they said if you see double yellows and you do not see the pace car in front of you, you do not see a competitor in front of you, you need to pick it up unless you were in the incident. So we want them at 70% of race pace until they catch up to the field, unless they are coming through the incident or around a emergency.
Right, and Dana and Chelsea do a great job of going over that in the drivers meeting, which nobody watches, the virtual drivers meeting. And the reason I know nobody watches it is because I can see how much time you guys watch those videos on average. And you guys only watch about a quarter of it to a third of it, so you're totally busted. We know you aren't watching all of it. You watch the load-in part and then you click out, but he gives all that information in the last section, and the videos are only about 15 to 20 minutes long. But it'd be good for you guys to watch that stuff. Anyway, there's the RVA car going by. I've got a front straightaway camera that's pretty good spot. So if the Milan car is out, and that might have been it going by there, we'll know. And let me see if I can get anything on. Yeah, it could have been the Milan car because I'm seeing it in Salmon on Race Hero down in 45th. It's the only car in Salmon. And I got 2 cars. The track car rental and Party Girl both hit the pit loop. So you might be spot on with that, Scott. Good call, man. Old Eagle Eye over here. Good call, my brother.
Flying Ghost, the 505, that's Alec Philsinger that took the green this morning for them. Starting off in that car.
Should be getting things underway here. There we go. Going back to green. So back to green here at the Ozarks. That's a great shot. That was the position of the camera that got toasted, got flooded from sitting there overnight. Because Bill couldn't bring himself to take the camera down.
I think you got some video of like amazing amount of water moving through little tunnels here on the side.
Yeah, it looks really good. And of course, since there hasn't really been any significant amount of racing here yet, there's no wet line. It's just, you can just drive anywhere you want. You can drive right on the racing line.
Yeah, no benefit or detriment, either or probably.
I love their flag stands, Tiffany. These the corner worker
stands. Silo, yeah.
It's like a little silo thing they put together, and that's kind of cool. And it makes a lot of sense to have a little bit more protection than what we see at some of the tracks. Although that looks like the starter stand to me. I think this is the front straight. So there's something you won't see. So what's the history of this location, Tiffany? It wasn't always a racetrack.
No. So the owner was looking. He actually was trying to buy a couple of tracks, and he a couple that we've all heard that several of them have sold recently in the last couple of years. So he tried to buy a couple of them that didn't work out. He had a couple of their locations he was looking at. And then this location came up, and it was a turkey and cattle farm. And so he got that and left as much of the original stuff in place. Just, like he saw the rebar, the garage. When you go in it's a massive garage, and you look up, you see all these old patina trussels. Well, those are the ones that were in the turkey coop. That was an enormous turkey coop. The garages were before he purchased this place. There's a little house at the beginning of when you first come into the course, and it's the house has a 1957 little thing on it. So he's left a some really interesting character kind of improving things from the original property here.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's really cool actually.
Yeah, Mark, I don't know what you're talking about, man. The cars to position, I see what you mean. It's kind of shifted a little bit. We're showing the gaps, but it's easier to see all of that on Race Hero. So if you do want to follow along more closely with what's going on, just check out racehero.io, and there you can see better what's going on. R-Bank's in third. So we got Touchstone leading over RVA. Then it's R-Bank, 90racing.com. Fourth, it's Chrome Crushers. Dead Pedal Racing is in fifth. Touchstone just sets the FTD of the race with a 316.3. As I mapped out this track, and I'm embarrassed to say it, it's one of the many things I typically do, but I missed it this time around, was getting that track length, but I had it at over 3 miles.
3.97.
Okay, almost 4 miles. So, awesome.
19 turns.
19 turns is cool.
There's actually probably a few more than that. There's some that you do multiple turns, and that's considered like turn 6. You have a right and then a left and then a right, and then you go into turn 7. So turn 6 is several turns. So very busy track. You just really get no rest here whatsoever. There's no straightaways to speak of. Even the ones that are mildly straight are huge elevation changes.
So it's sort of a AMP style where you're just always busy.
Yes.
You've got some pretty good elevation change at AMP.
Oh yeah. And this one has even more. It's like a really large AMP. Very technical course. But I mean, I think this is the kind of track you could spend a lot of time on and still be learning new things you could do and still be dialing it in,
Right.
Not the one you come out and drop for, a couple of hours and you're like, oh, I've got it, where some of them are, kind of lend themselves to learning it quickly, a little more easily. But this one is probably not going to be one of those. Of course, we've got some talented racers, so we'll see what they do with it.
Let's see if we can get another car camera here.
It's still showing Birmingham not turning any laps, which I know the car is out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking around at some of this stuff too, trying to figure out. We got Milan still in the pits, not turning laps, off the chain. Also not turning laps right now. Cars shown not turning. Birmingham, as Tiffany just said, boys love toys. Girded loins. The follow on mission car 553. I think that car is actually not. They canceled that one. Milan, Dallas Market Space, Maker Space, something like that. Off the chain racing. So those cars show not turning laps. So they must have a problem with their transponder, Tiffany.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Either that or just the information we're getting is not accurate, which is possible too.
Yeah, that happens too.
It does. And then you guys got to deal with us, which is another layer. Another layer of inaccuracy.
They should be used to that by now.
Yeah. 90 Racing tumbling down the standings. 901's just passed them. 90 Racing's dropped to 5th. Cone Crushers also has passed 90 Racing as they go by the start-finish line in 5th place. So a little bit of a shake-up here. Birmingham now showing up in 7th place.
Okay, then they fixed their laps. Okay.
GMS is in 8th. Dead Pedal in 9th. Leviathan in 10th.
So in the 501, the team 5 point slow. Funny, that's cute. 5.0,
Yeah.
5 point slow.
Yeah.
Their first driver out this morning is Terry Murphy.
God be with him.
Right.
Oh, man.
And the number 48, Face Down Racing, your first driver out this morning is Hunter Miller. They're all from Elk River, Minnesota.
And here's a view that you don't typically see of Andrew looking far to the right out that passenger side window. So not sure what he's looking at, maybe the mirror. But they just dropped a couple spots there on that last lap. And be keeping an eye on them as RVA's moved into 2nd place. Touchstone leading over Cone Crushers. And we've got 901 Motorsports and 90racing.com in 5th. That's 6 laps into the race so far as we're coming up on the first half hour of racing here at the Ozarks International Raceway. Welcome, everybody. I'm Paul Veltum, and we've got Tiffany Alexander here, and the two of us calling the race for you this morning.
And do our best, at least.
And we'll give you all the information we get.
I've got a lot of the teams sending me information, so I will be passing that along.
Cool.
If you're home watching your friends and family out here racing, I will try to give you as much info as I've got coming to me.
Nice.
So in the RVA cars, the 411, Justin Andrus is started out in that car, and then in the 111, Austin Dodge started out in that car. So that's who's out in the car currently for them, for RVA.
Yeah, we've got the camera with Austin in the car right now.
There we go.
Yeah. Love Racing couldn't make it. Okay. Let's see if they're... I know there were a lot of teams that couldn't make it this year for a number of reasons, so hopefully we'll be back out here next year and more of you guys can come out.
Yeah, if you couldn't make it this year, like, I understand. I was a last minute making it myself, but this is a cool place. Like, it is a really cool facility. It's a cool track. There's a lot of good restaurants around here because the Lake of the Ozarks is nearby. So there's like lots of interesting places to eat and stuff. But the track is so cool. You're going to want to add this to your bucket list, no doubt.
Yeah, there's a look at the, there's a look at the weather. And, of course, the lightning strikes have moved on. Let me tell you, that place was getting hammered with lightning this morning before. This was around 6 a.m. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. It was still dark out, and huge lightning activity in the area. All that's moved on, and you can see they still have some of the wet stuff coming through, but...
We had the same issue yesterday for practice. We lost several hours of practice time yesterday because of the lightning. So, I mean, most teams were lucky just to get everybody in the car and get, 20 minutes or so on the course.
Yeah, RVA has moved into the lead, followed by Touchstone Racing. So they've made the pass. They're about 3 seconds out on Touchstone. Cone Crushers is in 3rd place, back about 15 seconds. Right on their tail is 901 Motorsports. 90 Racing back another 5 seconds.
In the number 82, the Boys Love Toys car. What are they actually? Oh, I have them as 81. It's a Mazda Miata. So that is a St. Louis-based team, and the driver starting off this morning is Jeff Ray.
It's pretty exciting. Coming out here on a brand new racetrack in the rain. And going pretty fast,
This is a really fast track. And I know, Polly, I know you like fast, sweeping turns. You are going, this place is going to blow your mind when you get out here. You're going to love it.
Oh, it looks like so much fun. And I'd like to race here in the rain, too. This looks like a lot of fun. This looks like a blast.
The good thing is they did get some practice. Most of their practice yesterday was in the rain, so.
Yeah, that's good.
Maybe an hour where we got a dry line forming, and then it was done. So I'd say the vast majority of the drivers are still very much figuring this course out, and will be throughout the day. And then we're going to see some obvious speed discrepancies within that, as you're taking a driver that's been out there for 2 hours and is finally starting to remember where in the heck they are on the course, and they're coming out of the car and you're putting that new driver in, and we're going back to like, which way does the track go? Because you can't see it.
Yeah, and our drivers have a tremendous amount of experience, and so this is, they know what to do. They just got to go out there, take their time, work up to their own pace, and so that's why we're underway here, and things seem to be going pretty smooth. So we're going to take our first commercial break here at the Ozarks. From the Ozarks race, it's the 2022 TireRack.com National Championship at the Ozarks. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Back at it here at the Ozarks. Welcome, everybody. Paul Veltum with Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong calling the race for you. Still under green out here at the Ozarks. Welcome, everyone. So far, so good. Things to be themed. Well, must have picked up the wrong set of lips this morning. Things seem to be going rather well.
And the sky is lightning. Like not lightning like lightning thunder, but like lightning, like not as dark.
Lightening. Okay. Starting to thin up there. Kind of like Bill's hair. It's beginning to thin.
I think you hurt his feelings. I didn't know you had feelings.
I don't know what just happened to my weather map, but it just went to global. Oh, no, this is the Flagtronics thing that Bill's playing around with.
So, if we can keep it like this, and especially if we get a little sun out, you're going to see a dry line form really quick, I think, out here.
So RVA now leads the race, 6 seconds over Touchstone. Then it's followed by Cone Crushers. Then it's 901 Motorsports back 0.7 of a second. 90racing.com is in fifth, 23 seconds behind them. So 90 Racing still falling back. Not sure what the story is there, but
so we have the radar gun on pit lane, and Dave Kisak was measuring the speeds coming down the front straight. He said they're going between 50 and 65 miles an hour as they come down the front straight.
Okay.
That's from the top of the hill down to the start finish.
Gotcha.
I think that is going to increase significantly as the track starts drying out.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like they're coming down there pretty good. All right. So far, the fastest lap time of the day is a 3:09. And
that's kind of what we were seeing yesterday during practice. They said they were getting into the 350 or 250s when it dried out. So, it's a HPDE, not a timed event. So, but some guys had their telemetry going, and
yeah. Well, I mean, that's another thing. Nobody's been here before and done these longer stints, and nobody's going to know what their fuel mileage is going to look like here. Can they make 2 hours here or not? Who knows?
I don't know.
Looks like 901 trying to get by Cone Crushers there. Two of our veteran teams out here this weekend. Lots of veteran teams because this is our championship race. So it's going to be a lot of the cream of the crop drivers out here.
Like the Champ Car reunion in the garage. It's like, hey, over there and hey, over there.
Yeah.
Everybody I hadn't seen in a little while.
Yeah, I know we had some teams that were kind of holding out for this race. You know, they didn't want to change the spec on the car because of the rules for the new season, so they wanted to keep everything the same for this event. Right on the tail of Cone Crushers here as they're working their way through. Oh, nice move down the inside by the BMW. Still some standing water out there. Yeah, he's carrying good speed through the track. I mean, it's obviously good grip out there. Welcome, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com National Championship at the Ozarks International Raceway. 2021 Champ Car National Championship race. It's a two-day race, so we're going to be combining points between the two events today, the two races today, to determine the championship standings for 2022. So everything, all of the points that were awarded throughout last year, all of that's been set aside, and now it's winner take all between these two races. Points gathered for these races, though, will also count towards this year. So it's sort of a race within a race is how Dana describes it. It's probably the best way to put it. Synopsis, it's a race within a race. Welcome, everyone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined with Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong as we're calling the race for you. Feel free to let us know in the chat what you're working on, what race you're looking forward to going to this year if you couldn't make it out to this one. We've got the Flagtronics up and running this weekend out here at the Ozarks.
Yeah, that's not showing up right. There's something on my...
They're kind of stuck together.
Yeah, they're stuck together. Those yellow numbers are the speed that they're traveling at.
Okay. Well, we don't have to really... Yeah, once
no, I was just showing you what there was, because that one car's sitting there and he's doing 103 miles an hour.
Yeah, they're all kind of clumped together in one spot.
And the numbers aren't correct. Those are their Flagtronics registration numbers. So I didn't get a file that showed all the numbers. So James is going to see this and go, "Oh my God!" So there's some more things
Sorry,
I'm
James.
seeing. Yeah, I know.
We're learning, Bill.
Oh yeah, I actually. So during break, I thought, well, let me pull the top 10 up. Well, I hadn't what they call started the race in the track director, so it's going to be off. So tomorrow morning, I know what to do now. Start the race when it starts, and then we'll have them in the proper order.
Oh,
cool.
Okay.
So we're learning, just like,
learning.
yeah. I think it's going to be a kind of a cool tool that teams can use. You can isolate your own car, or maybe isolate the top 10 cars and see where you're at, or even just isolate your car if he's in the back and you want to see how you compare to the leader. So it's kind of a cool setup. When will you get the software? I don't know, but I think I'm kind of the test to see if I can break it. It's like, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
Well, I like it because I can see when the corners go yellow, and then I can see the cars that are stranded when we get these car numbers working, and then I can tell folks, okay, this is what's going on and where, and so that's pretty handy once we get it working.
I can actually do it to where I take the cars off, and all you see is the corners. So
right.
Is that kind of what you'd like to see?
No, this is good. I mean, if you don't have the car numbers, you can take them off of there. I guess
I think what's happened is my receiver here is in our building, my what they call track director, or as everybody's associating it, Bill's my first track director by Play School, because it doesn't do anything except receive.
We had an impact to the barrier in T15. That looks
Turn
like
15.
Looks like the car has continued though.
It's an orange and red car, they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that
now
might be RVA.
He said he was kind of on his own, so just maybe lost a little control.
If you're hearing colors, no, because is that the RVA car? No. If you're hearing the like corner workers saying colors, which they don't normally do, like saying red, these are a mixture of brand new corner workers, and they're learning. So, and it's a learning process, and they've only this is the third race weekend here. So They may be a little more talkative than we've heard at other tracks. No, there went the orange.
Yeah, just went by the camera there.
The 340 they're watching, that's Joe Overwhelmed Racing. They think he possibly could be losing some fuel.
Oh, wow. It'd be hard to tell out here, but Black Knight Racing not turning laps down in 49th in their BMW, and the Flying Ghost Hawk Performance 505 car is in the pits, or at least they've crossed the pit
There
loop.
goes the 411. He just went by, and it looked okay to me. So there are a bunch of other orange BMWs out here.
Yeah, it's kind of I think it's a cool color on a BMW.
Number 8 Mopar. Looks like an old circle track car converted to road racing.
Oh, the Got Gears car?
Yeah, Got Gears.
The
Chrysler the Baron.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's awesome. There you go, man. Racing with style. Down the roller coaster they come. You can see the beginning to darken up just a little bit as the we've got all that cloud cover coming over. On board with 90racing.com. It's a little choppy, so we might come back to them later. RVA Graphics and Wraps. Shown leading the race is their sister car, the number 111. Touchstone in second. Cone Crushers is third. 901 Motorsport in fourth in the number 903. Then it's Leviathan Motorsports in fifth. The EC car, a Flying Ghost, shown behind them, followed by GMS Racing. Flat Out Nemesis, Buzzworks, Face Down Racing, Maximum Effort are the top 10. Some really fast race cars up at the front there. Those Miatas are wicked quick and probably loving this racetrack, especially as it begins to dry. I don't know, though. Tiffany said it was really humid. That's going to slow down the drying of the racetrack. We see a pretty decent gray line that's built up there from the cars coming through. Green flags since about 46, 47 minutes ago. 8 hours is the race today. 8 hours tomorrow as well. So checker at 5 o'clock local time, Central.
So in the Killer Bossa Racing, that's a 350Z. Their number is 850. That's Mike Killer Bossa starting out this morning for the first stint.
Yeah, I think we got them. Found their camera out there.
Well, the car that they thought was dropping fluid came in on their own, so they just came into the pits.
Oh, okay. Haven't seen them trip the loop yet. 13 laps completed with RVA leading 1.5 seconds over Touchstone. Touchstone reeling them in. They might be looking to retake the lead of the race with 901 Motorsport back 40 seconds from the Miata. Then we've got Cone Crushers in fourth, Leviathan in fifth. All of those cars are championship contenders. We've got some of the cars in the event are not in the championship race, while others are in contention for championship. I think we had, I counted, it's been a few weeks, but when I counted, I think we had something like 26 cars or something like that signed up that were championship contenders, Tiffany. I don't know if you've done a count, but does that sound about right? Maybe half the field?
About right, yeah. 1, 2.
Cool.
Got 24.
There you can see the Flagtronics on the dashboard, giving them the okie doke. We are green. Which I always thought it went dark after a while, but it's flashing green to him. Flat Out Nemesis up there in 8th place right now. Gap's pretty tight. There's a lot of cars in the top 10 that are right next to each other. 0.3 seconds, 0.2 seconds, 1.8 seconds, 1.6 seconds. 90racing.com continuing to fall in the standings, now down to 15th, but they just set their fastest lap time at 3.17. So they're about 10 seconds off the pace from the leaders in that championship defending CRX. But still out there turning laps, and that's the important thing. You know, if the car isn't really up to speed where you want it to be, but the car's working okay, just keep it out there, keep turning laps, because the race can definitely come to you later on. And I think I'm suspecting that sometime after lunchtime, around noon, we're going to see this rain dropping off, the track drying out, and that's going to change the race quite a bit. Morning, Timothy.
Since this is a even hour race, the strategy would lend itself to making 2-hour driver stints. However, nobody's been here before and they don't know if they can make 2 hours. So we're going to see them figure out what they can and can't make. Obviously, in the rain, they're going to get a little better fuel mileage than when it gets dry a little later on. I think we'll see a dry line starting to form very soon.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk and a lot of suspicion about, as the cars are getting faster and faster out there, I'm watching those lap times come down, about how, there was going to be a lot of cautions and all this kind of stuff. We've only had one caution. We're almost an hour into the race. Typically, you see some cautions early on. You'll see quite a bit. But part of that might be because, the cars aren't being pushed very hard with all this rain that fell. So that makes everything a little bit easier on the cars and the drivers.
Maybe.
You're going slower, so you got some time to think about what you're doing.
So for the Whip Racing number 545 car, their first driver in this morning is Bonehead. They go by their nicknames. He'll be until 11. Good luck, Mr. Bonehead.
So that car that was dumping fuel, the Tiburon, the Hyundai Tiburon, they said that was dumping quite a lot of fuel. So that's why they black flagged him, and especially combined with all this water, it's probably not conducive to a straight line, momentum of a car. They tend to hit that in like grease and oil.
Yeah.
So on the Flagtronics bit, Alaric is still assigning the teams. A lot of teams didn't do their Flagtronics registration stuff, so he has to manually go through there and put it in, the info in. Once he gets that, he's going to bring it over to us, so we'll be able to see the actual car numbers going around the track.
Okay, well, thanks. Coming up on about 5 till. The first hour nearly completed out here at the Ozarks International Raceway. Go ahead and hit that like button for us, guys.
Funny story about the garage this morning. Everybody you spoke to, yeah, we're just going to hang back. We're going to let the carnage happen up front, and then the speed racers go up there. But everybody that told me that, guess where they're at right now?
At the front of the
up
field.
Front.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There is no carnage. Yeah. It's been great. It's been clean racing out there.
So, is that Troy? No, that's not. Oh, that's who has the orange helmet?
It's supposed to be Troy.
Troy is in the other car.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, Troy's in the 918 or 919, 918.
Troy is in the 959. Heather.
Oh,
so that is Troy. I thought he had an orange helmet. So that is Troy.
No, Troy's got a silver helmet, I thought.
Oh. Well, that's information they sent Tiffany.
Okay. Yeah.
Another friend.
Troy's been Troy had a small little fire in his log cabin house, and it kind of messed up the roof and stuff. So family's been they got a motorhome, or not motorhome, those travel trailers, and they've been staying in one of those for a while. So I'm glad they're back home. at least they have some access to that, because having kids in a hotel for a couple of months would suck.
Right. RVA doing really well here. Leading the race is their sister car. They've gapped the field by 0.8 seconds. Touchdown right on their heels, 15 laps in.
That's the Miata, right?
Yeah.
Touchdown. Yeah, they started out fast, man. They had a clean track in front of them, and they were at the limit. You could hear the brake when they were hitting the brakes going into turn one. It was like
901 Motorsports in third. Go ahead, Tiff.
The visceral car, the 918, that's Steve Sawicki in that one, but
okay.
I think it's Troy in the other one, the 959.
All right.
Maybe I have the cameras wrong.
You might.
Yeah, I know Steve's got an orange suit, so maybe you do have him in the wrong. Maybe it is in the wrong
I think
car.
because of that big wreck he got into at where did he wreck at? Was that it was a pretty bad wreck.
Wasn't it Daytona or no, Road Atlanta?
Yes.
On the backstretch there.
Yeah, and I think he got new gear. Sometimes if you're a good wreck, you need to replace your helmets and Hans and.
So 959 spun in the hairpin and continued.
Okay.
That's visceral.
Well, that's who we're on board with here, but this might be the spin. Now, I got a little sideways there, but we're thinking this is not the car.
Hey, we're going full course yellow.
All right. So I'll change the car number here, folks. I'm not real sure which car we're on board with. We're not sure. We're thinking it might be the 9.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain that Troy has a silver helmet because I watched him get in the car this morning.
918 that were instead of the 959.
Yeah, 918. Sorry about that.
All right,
Yeah.
so let me get this changed.
You can tell. I sense that he's very angry with me right now.
Oh,
I screwed up three of the car numbers this morning.
So angry. I don't think it's the RSR then. I don't think that's right either.
We could make stuff up, you know. We could call it a 911 or something.
We could.
Nobody would know.
The 918 is listed as the RS, and the 959 is listed as the RSR.
All right, so there we go.
Try that.
Well, that's a brand new car. It has an aluminum roof on it. It's got Lexan windows in all the back. You know, it looks
Elvira.
She looks like a real Porsche 944.
Oh.
Not like those hacked up tape jobs that his other cars are. So,
Shake that.
no wing on it. I didn't see. I don't remember seeing a wing. So
I do see a little bit of a yellow flag being waved there in 14.
I think we're full course yellow now. Yeah.
Full course, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Excuse me. Full course caution at the Ozarks. So full course caution. So because we're near the top of the hour, I think this would be as good a time as any to take a quick break. And we'll be right back in just a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at the Ozarks. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back to the Ozarks. Touchtone Racing has retaken the lead of this race as we are under caution. RVA following in second place. 901 Motorsports is in third. Cone Crushers is fourth. GMS Racing is in fifth. Welcome, everybody. Paul Veltum with Bill Strong and Tiffany Alexander calling the race for you this weekend. It's the TireRack.com National Championship race for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series at the Ozarks International Raceway. I think I got it all out.
Take a breath.
Somewhere in there. We got a car that got off soft touch of the wall and kind of got themselves stuck, I guess.
Yeah, they got stuck in the mud and that clay, sticky, slippery stuff. I guess it's not, if it's sticky, you'd think it'd be able to get out easier, but it just make it.
No, I think it's like,
Also,
like the sand trap things.
Visceral Racing is in with the 918 car, or the chopped up one.
The sun is starting to come out.
Yeah. So yeah, that's Troy. Troy just got out of that car. Ron's over there putting the new driver in. They're double stinting the car, so he's in and out.
So what's the car number on that car?
Yeah, we'll get it as he comes by.
Okay.
He's way up the hill. I'm having to
When
use.
Troy's in?
Yeah, Troy just got out of the car.
Troy's in the 959.
Okay, so maybe this is we might have this right, folks. Who knows?
So it's an 8-hour race. He pits at an hour. Where are we?
Yeah, we're an hour and 5 in.
So they just put the driver in. Troy's out. Driver just got in. Ron sent him as the 758. That car comes down pit lane. And it's a really long pit lane at 20 miles an hour. But I believe the safety car's out. So now is the time to pit if you're going to do it. You don't lose any laps. So it's the 959 that just came in.
Yeah, there's a safety truck going by turn 14 where they are waving a yellow flag.
Yellow. And looks like the yellow is in the hands of the start-finish dude.
Oh, okay.
He was waving that green flag frantically at the start of the race and accidentally let go of it as it flipped down onto the ground. Luckily, most of the cars had gone by. About 5 or 6 went by without seeing the green flag, but we do have the flagtronics, flashing green at that moment. And he had to run down, grab it, and he did the start from the side of the guardrail.
Oh, I see.
That's kind of embarrassing, I guess, if you do that. But, this is all new. He was doing his job, man. He was doing it good, too. And it is wet out there, so who knows? It might have had a little bit of, wetness onto the stick. 109. Looks like he's got some muddy tires coming down pit lane.
It looks like he went on a bit of an adventure.
An excursion, yes.
Mm-hmm.
109, that is the Track Car Central team. Everybody's by. Still have some cars circulating now through 16.
Somebody was coming down pit lane at 27 miles an hour. Don't know who it was, but the 255. Oh, it was the 255 team. They said was doing 27.
255. That's Leviathan Motorsports.
Oh, not 255. I'm sorry. 855. It's hard to see.
Birmingham.
Yeah, Birmingham.
Oh, it's Birmingham. Okay.
Yep, there goes Ray walking up to him. They'll get a warning.
What'd they do?
They were speeding on pit lane.
Oh, that was the hubs.
So is the Flagtronics not clocking their pit lane speed?
They're still, yes, but they're still, we still run a backup to it. We kind of compare the two.
But
well, I'm wondering if the teams
flashes
are
that
they
on
seeing
I
it?
guess so. I guess so. They're still, remember,
Maybe
they're
not.
still coordinating the names. So they're still working on it.
Okay.
Wait.
I know it flashed at me when we were doing the purple 35 thing. I was over 30.
Rude.
No, right?
Yeah, once they get done fueling the car, they're gonna Ray's gonna have a talk with the driver. That's your one warning.
Blame it on Flagtronics. That's what I'd do. Yeah, I was looking at it. I don't know. I'm waiting for it to work, and it's not working, so I don't know.
Figured I was good.
You guys told me this would be awesome. Every excuse in the book. Yeah, well, that's not going to work.
Racers get creative with their excuses, Real.
I got a
real-
list.
Huggins is looking at the left side tires on that car. We were told by the track manager that you're going to have a lot more wear on the left side tires than you're going to on the right.
And see, that's the nice thing about racing at Nelson's, because you can always find extra tires along the way on the track.
Now, some of them may say 1944 on them, but hey, they look good.
Yeah, we were doing a race out there a few years ago, and one of the track cameras that Bill had set up was shooting by a tire. It's like, hey, that tire actually looks pretty cool. It's kind of like a Z-rated maybe Corvette tire.
Yeah, they were like the old Goodyear Gatorbacks. Remember those? 80s.
Sport TA, Comp TA.
Yeah, the Comp TA. You can still buy those, can't you? Because I see
think
guys
so.
with, I see guys with like Camaros and stuff. But
Yeah,
to get their
maybe.
racing tires.
Yeah, you got to have your Kragers and get the
Yep.
Comp TAs with the
SSs.
raised white lettering.
I had
Yeah.
a set of bigger SSs, man. Those and the Borbet. Get the name of the Borbet. These two wheels I've always wanted, and I finally got the Kragers, and I put that on a Firebird I had. And
Oh,
then
the other visceral car is coming in the pits.
he's
918.
doing his weird pit stop thing. They're going to double stint and do all kinds of crazy stuff on the fuel. They're probably not using a lot of fuel either.
It
with the
looks like we're
speeds.
going to get a dry line, right? I mean, the sun is out now.
That happened yesterday. That inside line dries really quick, but you'll go into the corner and you'll still have a little stream of water coming off of it.
Hmm.
Yeah, some of the track looks like it's just sopping wet. You can still see the
855 leaving
sheen.
pit lane. Now he's going real slow, 20 miles.
855. What car? What's the name of that team, Bill?
What was that? Sorry?
What's the name of that team, Bill?
Birmingham.
There we go.
Yeah, folks, Paul had a little talk with me this morning, says I have to start using proper names.
Yeah. I mean, even you don't know what the car team name numbers are, so we can't expect anybody else to know what that is. So
Gives me something to do.
yeah, it does.
My sidekick here, she's supposed to do that stuff.
So in the 901 Motorsports car, that's Brett in the car, and they think they bent a rim yesterday from an earlier off. So,
ouch.
Bent a rim.
Those get expensive, especially some of these guys are using some pretty pricey wheels, and that gets expensive. That's why I like my heavy, cheap wheels, because
right.
It was much
The
cheaper.
more
We are
expensive they
green
are.
flag racing. Green flag is out as the 800 crosses the start finish line. The 111 passes the 340 under full throttle in the corner. And there is a dry line developing, and it's happening pretty quick at the apex of turn. I don't know. Does that have a turn number?
It doesn't. That's what I said. There's more
Yeah.
turns here than there are numbers. We say we have 19 turns, but there is a few
There's
extra.
a lot more. Yeah.
Yeah. See, like
Yeah. Turn 19
keeps
is
going and
is
going
kind of
and
multiple
going.
turns. Yeah.
6 is the same way. You've got several turns
Yep.
within it.
6A and B, C, D, E, F, G, and H.
Set between 7 and 8, it looks like it's straight. It's not straight. There's a little bit more turning in there. You're supposed to straighten it out, but yeah.
So some guys are adding turns.
Oh
what you're
well,
saying.
our racers, they're just. There's this little ridge we see between 7 and 8. You kind of try to straighten it out, but it's a little bit more pronounced than it looks
the
on
picture
the
shows, yes.
picture.
And then as they come down the hill, the track owner, JR, was telling me that the fastest way around this track at the top that you can gain a lot of speed, and it's seconds faster, is to hang at the top or to the top right as you come up over the hill, and then you cut down. I'm
On
seeing
which
guys
turn?
on where are we here? At 19.
Oh,
so
there you
as you come up 19, stay to the right against the wall, and then once you get to the top of the hill, as you're looking down and you kind of come down, then you gradually come over and aim for the apex cone on the right. Of course, that apex cone may not be in the same spot the next lap, but
So 90racing.com has dropped to 14th. So continuing to fall in the field is the defending champion. 90racing.com, rbankracing.com, and their Honda Civic. Been keeping an eye on them.
Right.
So they're still out there, but just falling back a little bit.
I'm wondering if Arbank or Robin's down there controlling the race. Got a great picture of him this morning with all the donuts in front of him. He wasn't happy about that, but the whole team was like, dude, I want an 8x10 glossy of that. But he's down there with his phone in hand. That's all he uses nothing else but a race monitor or race hero. And he just sits there just looking at his phone, figuring out the numbers from there, what he needs to do to win this race.
I mean, that's really what you need.
Yeah. And they did say they weren't going to hang out up front, that they were just going to let the carnage happen.
There is no carnage. Why do you keep saying that?
No, this is what people were saying. They were just going to wait for people to go off and do their thing, and then as the day progresses, they'll adjust their strategy. And just like Arbank's one of those teams that all of a sudden, boom, there they are. And the 111 and the 800 are having a race.
And
they are nose to tail as they come down here.
Bernie's pointing out, looks like weather's clear for the rest of the weekend. That'll be good news for some of the teams. Maybe not what some of the others would like to hear. but it's certainly easier in the pits for the crew that has to work the weekend.
I'm wondering if, a lot of the teams are using the RS4s and the other, the Continental.
Mm-hmm.
And our bank started out using the Maxxis VR1s, and they knew they weren't going to be as fast as some of the other stickier tires in the rain. But as it dries up now, I'm wondering if some of these guys that chose the Continental to start, they're going to have to come in and do something, because they,
Those will just burn
the Continental Rain tires they were using, they're not that they're, some of them were using the Continental Rain, not the Continental super fast tire that's supposed to be out.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if that will be the.
Well, I have been reading that because there's so many unknowns about this track, about tire wear.
Yeah.
And so that might play, as you said, Bill, that might come back for 90racing.com. That might come back into playing into their advantage.
Right.
If that tire is going to wear better under these heavy load conditions here at the Ozarks.
So in the 855 Birmingham car, that is Sam Collier that just went in. And I have one more in the 5-point slow. That's Todd Puckett that's now driving in the 5-0.
Yeah.
Roller coaster. That's such a cool little. It's fun. Even in my pickup truck, I don't know if it would be as fun going really fast. Seriously, I was thinking about that last night.
Yeah, I mean,
I talked to this is a great track and stuff, but if I actually had to go fast,
and
what would I think?
Very fast with see how the elevation. I mean, the camera doesn't even do it justice. There's a ton.
Yeah.
The cars get light coming up these when they crest these hills, and like the owner said, if you don't get the pucker factor at least 7 times on this course.
And he said there's no place to rest. He said after, he goes, I can't believe you guys do 2 hours, because it's going to be really hard for your drivers to do 2 hours, because you have no time for a rest. You're constantly having to think and make the car do what you want it to do. There's no resting at this track. So will that affect our drivers? Maybe Visceral's bringing his drivers in early because it's like they need a rest. And,
right.
And Troy, Troy's a pretty decent fit driver to where he can do that stuff, but he hasn't had a lot of seat time this past year. So maybe that, that could be why.
So driver changes to the Visceral cars. Jay went into the 918 and Justin went into the 959.
And Jay's really fast.
Yeah.
Jay's a good driver.
So RVA coming across, leading this race still. They've dropped into second place. Touchstone has just put the pass on them. So 901 in third. Cone Crushers is fourth. GMS is fifth.
All right. Hey, we just got 918 had contact with the wall. They're leaking fuel pretty profusely from the contact.
And that's one of the Visceral cars, right?
Yeah.
The cars we were just talking about,
Yeah.
The 918 is the new car. This is the maiden voyage of that car, I do believe. Or maiden race, maybe? They haven't raced that car before, right?
No,
I'm sure
this is it. Yeah, this is a brand new car. Is that choppy like that due to us or you? Is that choppy? I can't tell.
It's coming in that way. Yeah.
Yeah, we knew this.
They're all like that. They're all like that.
Yeah, the track manager was surprised that we could even get anything with the cell cameras, but it's kind of working.
Yeah, this one's working real good.
Yeah, that one's not moving.
Look how blue the sky is. I mean, it is cleared up unbelievably quickly.
Yeah.
Working now. Want me to tell you a story? So I set a camera out there last night, and we had a massive rainstorm, and the can that everything sits in. Thunderstorms. Yeah, it was pretty bad. It got knocked off the wall and fell into the stream that was on the pit wall there, coming down. And you could see, they have video of it, and there's this wave of water going over it. And Dana went out to pick it up this morning, and he said it was filled with water. So we lost 2 batteries. We lost a hot spot The camera looks to be okay. Hotspot's toast, but I do have
Aren't you
Verizon.
supposed to put it in rice or something?
Yeah, I might do that at home just to see what happens, but I think it's pretty toast. But I do have a warranty on them. We're not warranty. What's that? The Verizon Care or something like that.
Yeah.
So 21 laps in, we got Touchstone leading over RVA, but just by 1.4 seconds. 6 seconds behind them is third placed 901 Motorsports. All three teams have just set their fastest lap times of the day, so the track's getting quicker. Cone Crushers in fourth, GMS is fifth.
Oh, they're really leaking a lot of fuel. They're trying to get him in.
They said the 918 has significant damage to the rear, and they think it's impacted the
fuel cell. Or the fuel tank. So you know, if Ron, if you're listening, man, get your guy in.
But it's 4 miles though.
Yeah, true.
Now, if he knew, it'd be nice if they could just have him pull off the track.
Yeah.
It looks like he's passing start to finish though. Is that? I mean, we're in the car right now.
He has a Flagtronics there, right in front of him.
I mean, there's a delay on the camera though, so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's showing black on the black flag on that, so he's not seeing it.
Maybe he just thinks it's off. I don't know don't they give you like something else besides just black? It's like a BF or something.
Yeah, BF. So he did pass start finish and he's still out there. So, okay, Visceral team, you want to call him in, please. The 117 is leaving the pit lane and headed back out. That is your off the chain racing Mazda Miata.
Man, I imagine with the cell coverage, there's probably not too many watching the show from the pits.
They've been sending me info. They were correcting our cameras, so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
You were going back and forth earlier. They were telling me what was correct and what was incorrect. So.
Oh well, maybe you can message them, tell them to pull their driver in. Your dude's been black flagged and he's not obeying the black flag. Have him come in. Bring your man in. Welcome, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com National Championship race at the Ozarks International Raceway. I'm Paul Veltum with Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong. We're calling the race for you this weekend. Look at all these teams setting their fastest laps on that last lap. This track is definitely getting quicker. Touchstone still leading now, half a second over RVA. 901 Motorsports 8 seconds back from RVA. Cone Crushers is behind them, followed by GMS, Flat Out Nemesis, Leviathan Motorsports, Buzzworks, Dirty 30, Face Down Racing, your top 10. You got Touchstone leading A class, RVA leading C, B class led by Flat Out Nemesis, D class by Face Down Racing, and that's Supra. EC being led by Flying Ghost in 6th place. They're shown in 6th, but they're leading EC. EC cars will be pulled out of the standings at the end of the race. We have at least 5 EC cars in the field, so that EC will be trophied. Off the chain showing in the pits, so is the Alpine Auto Racing program car in the pits. Over-engineered blue shells and the follow-on mission cars shown not turning laps right now. Everybody else is out.
Okay, 918 just passed 16, so.
All right, so Visceral, we let Visceral know, the guys, or she let him know with the texting, and we just saw them all running up the top of the hill. So
I told them to have a fire extinguisher
fire
ready.
extinguisher ready, and we got the.
918 is in the pits.
They said that it was significant damage to the rear of the car, and we cannot see it from here because there's a forest in the way. So.
A forest and a mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are like way away from. It's a weirdly away from the pits.
It's like so if you think about like a C, between 19 and 1 is like a big C, and like not C like water, like C like the letter C. There you go, like a big C, and then up there
from 19 to 1, you could see it, and we're actually where that little black line is. We're about right there.
Right, and then the paddock is up there more towards the 19 area, and that's significant elevation change from us and around the corner.
Yeah.
And I do see a dry line forming here on the front straightaway.
Yeah, you can definitely see it
Oh,
over here in the roller coaster.
They've got a big hole poked in the tank, and Ray says they've got some pans there. They're trying to catch the fuel, but they need to get some rescue people up there to help.
Yeah, unfortunately, drain pans. What's that got? Like a 600-gallon fuel tank? I think he just changes out a drum, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what Ray said. He goes, we've got three drain pans here, but it looks like we're going to run out really quick.
Yeah. Just take it to the local Sunoco and drain it back. Yeah. That's crazy. There you can see that dry line that they were talking about that's developing here on the racetrack, and that's corresponding with all these fast lap times that are starting to come in. Touchstone, the leader, getting close to that 3 flat lap time, 23 laps turned here. We've been green for quite a while here. We've had a couple cautions. That's it. Touchstone leading over RVA, 901 in third, Flat Out in fourth, GMS in fifth. Talking about 90 Racing, they're still holding on to 12th place there. Go ahead, Tiff.
So we're getting reports that there is some debris in the hairpin, and I'm trying to remember which one's the hairpin. Is that 18 or 11?
Well, there's a couple of hairpins. There's
Okay.
this. Well, that's the carousel. The 3-4 is the carousel. And he jokes saying that's a real carousel, unlike Road America, which only goes about 3/4 of the way of their carousel. So it could be 14, could be 18.
I'll go ask them which one they call the hairpin.
And the hairpin could be, yeah.
They said there is some debris there, so FYI.
Yep. I'll go find out.
Okay.
Well, it looks like we already got to move a camera. Oh, Bill left already. Okay. That's not why you're out there. Why don't you move that camera? There's no place to put it yet. All the cars are on the racetrack.
Right, I just did him over to race control to do my bidding. He's gotten better and better in following instructions.
How about that?
Yeah. And teaching old dog new tricks.
And he is old. Jeez. So looking at cars that aren't turning laps right now, we've got Visceral Racing Group, of course, the number 918 car. Alpine Auto, over-engineered, the Milan number 150 car. Blue Shells, number 916. And the follow-on mission car number 758.
Okay, so it is turn 18, the hairpin. I was thinking that is the tightest turn on the track. So
it's really slow through there.
Yeah,
yep.
I bet.
And they mainly run that. You can see that on the map there was 2 different configurations there. They run that 18 to really, really slow the cars down coming into this 19-1 combination.
I think they weren't going to use it at one point, or they didn't have that.
Okay.
You would just come in, but they when they set up the virtual track, some company in Indiana did this virtual track, and they were able to see how cars would react to it, like where they would get air. Yeah, bad stuff, find out where the bad stuff is. So they added that 18 into it because of, they really needed to slow it down.
And that's where your pit in is at as well. So it really helps that flow for cars to get in the pits and the ones that are not coming in the pits to,
I think they had another one to it until they got to, they did it in real life, and then they ended up having to repave it again to make it a little sharper because it wasn't slowing them down enough to what they wanted.
Gotcha. They took some tops off of a couple of hills too to flatten them out a little bit.
The roller coaster.
He said they moved 3 million yards of dirt.
They said the way they configured it the first time, their testing showed that cars were getting air like all the way off the ground, all 4 wheels. So they took the tops off. They would take a little bit off. Okay, test the cars again in the virtual stuff. Take it down again, do it, test it, and they got it to where any of the cars that were running weren't getting air. So yeah, that was really interesting. They were really proud about that.
And they
how much
added
dirt.
camber in some places to slow people down so they couldn't get air and
decrease
fly off.
They made them off camber turns to help slow the cars down. Because you camber the turns, it makes it faster.
Yeah, but if they changed the camber to slow the turn. That's probably the better way to say it. Yes. Okay. Oh goodness. Okay, so I got the picture of the 918. I'll send it over to you, Polly.
All righty.
Oh, yeah. How did he not know that?
He knew it. He just thought
Just
he
send
could
it to
still
Paul.
drive. Yep. Send it now. Two, 1, 4. The liquid arse racing is smoking.
All right.
I guess that's the best way to say that, right?
Where'd you put it, Slack?
I'm in the process of.
Go show our race director so she knows what's going on.
Okay, be right back.
Got an in-car for the Birmingham team.
So those orange helmets, isn't that what you wear when you drive a speedboat or something? They use orange so that makes
Yeah, that's a marine style. That's what they call it. That's the marine for bobbing in the water. Same with golf balls, right? They use that for the rain.
Right. Yeah.
It's a little easier to see.
Starting to see a little bit of a dry track in spots, not in all of it. Now those you can see that curbing there off to the right. It's bumpy. You know, it has those little, like when you're driving along the side of the road, you have those little bumps there to let you know you're getting close to the edge.
Right.
It's kind of like that, but as you get deeper and deeper into it, it gets deeper and deeper. So it makes a lot more noise the closer you get to that white line. And there's a lot of that type of curbing on this track. Yeah, you can see the line developing there, and that's really going to start increasing the speed. They're going to start getting comfortable and kind of finding the limits of their suspension and tires and everything.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Race Hero. Everybody's turning faster laps, lap after lap after lap.
What's our fast time? 2:57 touchdown.
They finally got under the 3-minute mark, as well as RVA. And I'm just looking through here, trying to find 90 Racing. There they are. They have moved up a spot. They're up to 12th now, technically 11th because there's an EC car up there in the front.
But look at Flat Out. He's moved up too considerably. He started out kind of in the middle of this setup.
Yeah. This was one of the wetter areas of the racetrack, and you see it's still a little bit wet as Hastings Tires Plus goes by. Using some green cones out here this weekend. Love this shot, turn 5. I think that's cool. I also like the roller coaster shot right here. You can really get to see some of the cars.
So 594 fluid on the windshield, coming out from his hood. So 594. How does she have this number? Oh, okay, I see it. Oh, one of those touchy screens. So 594 is Red Hot Lincoln, but it's not a Lincoln. It's a Mazda Miata.
Get this.
594. Yeah, he said he's got fluid flying out from the hood onto the window, and he's having to use his wipers to get it off. That'll only last for so long, Paul.
Right, and then it goes away, and so.
Those self-fixing issues.
Yeah, you just got to wait it out.
Yeah, did she send you the picture up on Slack as a picture of the visceral car?
Oh, okay. Let me check and see if I got it here.
Yeah, that's pretty nasty.
I don't see it yet.
Sorry for Ron, because he just got that car built.
That's the way it goes. If you paint a car, it's probably going to get mashed up. Oh, yeah. Gosh, what a mess.
I mean, it might buff out. I'm not going to tell him that, though.
There's a look at the carnage there. That car's bent up bad. I'm surprised he kept driving it around. Man, I mean, that's a huge hit.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you think, okay, let's check out the driver because maybe there might be something wrong. You know, he maybe he's, got knocked around a bit and it's just going by instinct. Just go fast, go fast.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of a fine line. I mean, I definitely agree with the idea of you go off, just get back on and see how the car is and try to keep going. But when you take a big hit, I'm not sure that
it's a
hard.
lot of
You're
times
sitting in there, you don't know how bad it is either.
Exactly.
You can't see
And
anything.
if you're hitting it from the back,
You don't
he
know.
lost his Lexan and all that stuff too, so that would have been a good sign.
Yeah, that it obviously tweaked the car.
Yeah. They're having to
They pulled the camera out of your car, or your camera out of their car.
at least we're getting a good scene though. They're having to dump all the fuel out. There's Troy.
Yeah, they're trying to cut down the amount of spillage there. I'm a little surprised safety isn't out there helping them out with some more floor dry.
Troy has yellow hair. The color's not right there, but Troy doesn't have any hair, so
What a mess.
The
it's
bright
just
sun,
the bright sun
reflecting.
reflecting off his head. Yeah, getting a
Car
little
under
chip
there.
there. What's up with that? I'm only doing that. Look at Troy. A little turn
Camera
6.
adds
I know.
10 pounds.
That's what it is, Bill. The camera adds 10 pounds.
A car turn 6 is reporting that a car went off at turn 5. He can't get a good visual of the car.
Oh, because that's the one that goes straight down.
301.
301 is Dallas Maker Space, the Nissan 240 SX.
Turn 5. Okay, he continued, so he was able to get back on.
Yeah, I'm seeing a waving yellow though over in that area in our champ
Oh yeah, I
car.
see it. Yeah,
Yep.
I do
Champ
see
car
it.
20 seconds ago camera.
Yep, there it
Just a
goes
little
back
bit of
in.
a
He got it.
delay.
He got it moving. Champ car 20 seconds ago.
Oh, Dave is helping the other guy clean up those. Okay. Thanks, Mark. Hey, AJ. Yeah, fuel surge before. It took 7 gallons. No surge tank installed. Yeah, we're green out here, folks. I think I totally blew the commercial break, so we better break for a couple seconds and throw that at you, and then we'll be back in just a couple minutes. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com National Championship race at the Ozarks. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
That's not great. I could get him today.
Get the parts fast and the job done faster.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company.
While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Ozarks here. We're still under green. Man.
So we just had 15 and 16 go yellow, where they could, I think there was some debris on the course. They were able to do that. All the racers slowed down, and they were able to clean that up without having to go full course that time.
Yeah,
so
cool.
Kudos to everybody.
Nice. Welcome, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Tiffany Alexander here, and we're calling the race for you, and Bill as well. Yeah, a little bit of description there of what's going on. You can see he matched it up pretty decent. I'm sure Ron's not happy.
It's been an expensive year for him.
Yeah.
This was the maiden voyage of this car, so it was a replacement for one that was destroyed last year. Now it's in pretty bad shape with that contact, that destruction in the rear, and then it pierced the fuel tank or fuel cell. I don't remember which one it is in that car.
Yeah, I think Bill was under the impression it was a fuel cell, which, I mean, you'd have to hit I mean, that'd be a pretty intense hit if you're going to bust a fuel cell. But, and I guess anything, I guess if it was sharp enough, pointed, enough velocity, I guess it could get through the bladder also and puncture it. It was full, so I guess that's
Yeah, they had just come out of the pits.
another.
Did you get the picture I sent you?
Yeah, in fact, we showed it to everybody, and we can go back to that.
Get busted the back Lexan.
Now they've tipped it up, I think, to try and get some more fuel out of it, so it's not going to be, dripping. Just go ahead and finish draining it, yeah. So
594 is headed back out. That is our hot rod Lincoln Mazda Miata. It just cracks me up.
Touchstone Racing leading by 12 seconds over Flat Out Nemesis. RVA Graphics has slipped to third. 901 Motorsports is in fourth, with GMS Racing in fifth. Just trying to find a decent car camera to ride around in, but they're all real choppy like this. Here's Looney Tunes and their Ford Mustang. Leviathan is shown in 11th place. Visceral in the 959 car in 15th. Milan Plus 2 is in 17th. Gorilla Sticker in the 515 is in 19th place. The RVA Graphics and Wraps number 411 is in 20th. Hastings Tires Plus is 23rd. Birmingham 24th. Plum Crazy is 27th. Touchstone is in 28th. So Cone Crushers is in 9th. 90racing.com is Our Bank Racing is in 12th still. They just turned a 308. A 303 is their fastest lap time so far. So here they are working their way around the racetrack. You can almost even see through Andrew's windshield there that the track is beginning to dry.
Yeah, and that's the confirmation I'm getting from the corner station is that the track is drying out, and we have dropped 22 seconds off our times we started out this morning when it was wet.
So you can see the cars coming around there. Welcome everyone to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We got a call coming in about turn 6, is it?
Mm-hmm. We had a something into something, I think.
It's very technical, very, very specific. But what I am seeing is a lot of cars going faster and faster, lap after lap. A 250 now, the fastest lap time of the day by the leader. And they've dropped over 10 seconds off their lap times from this morning, as Tiffany just mentioned.
Yeah, a 250 is quick. Whereas a lot of the teams are still in the, just trying to break that 3-minute mark. Some are achieving that, some have not quite got there yet.
Yeah, that's getting it done on such a twisty track that's this big, It's nearly 4 miles in length. That's really cooking.
It is a very fast course, especially now that it's drying out.
This doesn't look like the right track. Nope. It's got a Honda Tower. That's Mid-Ohio. Anybody want to watch a little video from Mid-Ohio? Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Moving on. That was the Flagtronics thing that Bill had set up. So if you guys were trying to watch along with that, yeah, that's offline. Killer Base is also offline. So just a lot of these cameras having a lot of trouble with the cellular service, which we had no idea what we were coming into when we came out here. So unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit difficult to follow along inside the car, but we've got some track cameras that seem to be working well.
It looks like we have a car off around somewhere between 5 and 6. They may have. I think they're orchestrating to have to go retrieve that car.
Looks like we're going full course caution. I don't know if you just mentioned that.
I was suggesting working into it.
Yeah, we're there. Full course caution at Ozarks. I think this is the third one today, as we're getting close to 11 o'clock track time. Touchstone Racing in the pits, or not turning laps right now, down in 17th, getting past. So don't know if that's the car affected or if they're not turning, they've come into the pits, but they are not turning laps. They are a Champ Car Championship contender.
And our first place car should be coming onto the front straightaway any second now. Pace car will be ready to grab them. Wait. 352 pitted. So who's our second place car?
901.
901. Don't know where they are. I know race control loves it when they're watching a car to grab them and then they pit.
So Tiffany, you talked to the owner a little bit
Yeah,
about the track.
Friday night.
Did they say anything to you about who designed the racetrack? Did they bring any? A lot of these new tracks, they'll bring in a couple of professionals with a lot of history, and they'll develop the track, like NCM, Gingerman. Did they mention anything to you about that?
He did not. He talked a lot about like some different corners and how he had made them certain ways. And what he did was he had the track, still dirt, made and then 3D printed in or graphed or whatever you call that, and then sent off to this place that does virtual racing. And so they were running simulator models on the track with all the details, and then they would make some changes to it and then run the simulator again until they got some things fixed. And then after, they had to lower some hills and add some off-camber places to slow some cars down and different things like that until they kind of worked all that out, and then they paved it. So I guess it might be, primarily his design.
Yeah.
He's a racer, grew up racing. I think he did the Formula 4 cars or something like that. So he talked about some of the other tracks that he's been to. He's raced a lot of races, and kind of what he liked at some courses and what he didn't. And he was trying to incorporate those components here. Like there's one place that's really got a lot of dip in it, and it's kind of very similar to Eau Rouge. I think that's Spa.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also at AMP. They have the same kind of thing going on. So he just tried to pull some things in, working with the local landscape that's already here. And then, so I would say, somewhat primarily designed by the owner, JR. And then, a lot of R&D on that. And had the FIA had to come out, and you had to go through all the things.
Gotcha.
And T's and crossing of them.
We do have a car up against the barrier there in turn 5, and looks like there's safety on scene there. Looks like they're trying to actually extend a rope over to the car rather than pull into the grass. I'm seeing several cars not turning laps, so we may have several cars coming into the pits as we're coming up to the top of that second hour. This is Champ Car. They have a 2-hour maximum stint time allowed for the drivers. And so we're seeing a lot of those teams now that were able to make it on fuel are coming into the pits to make those driver changes and add fuel to the car as they get ready to send their cars back out for that next stint. But this car is in a situation where they're in the process of retrieval. Not a very fast part of the track, but they did caution the whole track.
Mm-hmm. And our first place car came into the pits. So then they went to the second place car and they came into the pits, the 901 Motorsports. So now they're trying to gather up the 111 RVA graphics car, get the pace car out there. So a bit of delay because of the timing of this.
Right. That's kind of in the pit window for a lot of these teams, so they'll take advantage of this by coming into the pits anyway.
And they did.
So there we can see that full course caution being displayed out here at the Ozarks as they're trying to hook up a car that's up against the barrier coming through turn number 5.
They're showing 6th place through 16th all in the pits, or not turning laps, which is everybody is pouring in the pits right now. So, I mean, everybody. Very, very busy down there. And they're just car, I mean, from when they come into my vantage point, it's just car after car after car coming in. There may be no one left out there to pick up for the pace car. They may all be here on the pit lane.
All right. So they're yanking this car out.
You can see the RVA cars are in. I can see the cone crushers are in. Who else do I see? Maybe put them on my glasses. I can better.
Yeah, there's the 411 car. As you said, Tiffany, this is the time to take a break. So maybe we should go ahead and take ourselves a commercial break while this is all getting sorted out, and we'll be back here at the top of the hour. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back to the TireRack.com National Championship race at the Ozarks. We are back to green here at the Ozarks International Raceway. I'm Paul Veltum with Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong calling the race for you here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. So far this morning, we've seen the top cars up at the front, Flat Out Nemesis, RVA Graphics and Wraps leading this race. We had the number 918 Porsche of Visceral Racing Group apparently backing into the wall and damaging the fuel cell, taking that car out of competition, likely for the weekend. They do have a sister car, though, that's still in the race as we're just getting through the first 2 hours of racing here. Teams have come in and made driver changes, taken fuel, and sent their cars back out that were right up at that 2-hour limit. We're showing Visceral Racing Group actually leading this race in the 959 car. Buzzworks in second, Flat Out Nemesis third, Valerian Steel fourth, RBA Graphics and Wraps fifth in the 111 car. Here's Looney Tunes. They've gotten their Mustang back out there. They did pit a little bit earlier because, of course, the Mustang, they're using more fuel than much of the field. So they have a different pit strategy. Started out with wet track conditions, and that's dried up quite a bit. There's still some wetness on the racetrack, but for the most part, there is a dry racing line as the green flag waves for the competitors as they come by. Restarting this race after a caution, we had a car up against the barrier over in turn number 5. And they have since retrieved that car and gotten us back to racing. So, yeah, quite a bit of rain overnight. We can see the ground already beginning to dry out as the sun has come out. And so those the standing water that we were seeing off the track is beginning to dry, which is a great sign. Unfortunately, they had a lot of rain yesterday too, Tiffany.
Yeah, most of the day yesterday we had rain and then a unbelievable thunderstorm that came through last night. It sounded like a hurricane. The wind was blowing so hard. But now it is just gorgeous out there. Definitely got a dry line around the racetrack. So it's just beautiful. This is a very beautiful place with all the rolling hills, and now the trees are all starting to bloom and get leaves and stuff, and it's really greening up around here. So it's quite a cool place. Like most people haven't got a chance to check it out. This should be on your bucket list. This is cool, super cool.
Yeah, and I just found out, I think it was last night, I was scrolling through social media because, I am a social flower. And I found the championship sticker, which you can see here on board with this particular car. Is that picture of Dana that somebody took and turned it into kind of like a meme cartoon thing when he was, when he was barking.
That was Atlanta, his first race he directed after he took the CEO position.
Right.
And he had they were acting a little out of hand, and so he had stopped the race and had a bit of a come to Jesus meeting. And
somebody took a picture. Yeah. Somebody took a picture, and it's just one of those odd moment type pictures where you get somebody that's kind of in an odd pose, and it looks like he's really yelling at him. And so it was really funny.
I love it. When I saw that, I was like, that's what they're using for I love it. Bill had to have something to do with that. I
don't know, but it's good. It's Dana's a good sport.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know that my psyche could handle the the scrutiny of something like that. Welcome. So all the cars, pretty much the majority of the cars, the top 20 have left the pits and headed back out onto the racetrack. Maximum Effort and Killer Bassa Racing are two teams that show still in the pits, still having crossed the pit loop. They may actually be out there. They have to come back around and trip the timing and scoring loop on the front straightaway to clear those pit loop markers. Gorilla Sticker also shown in the pits. Plum Crazy has crossed the start-finish line to clear that pit loop marker. Liquid Ace Racing in 29th also shown in the pits. Touchstone Racing, a team that was up at the front here earlier, they're now not turning laps. That might be the car that was up against the wall. I think they may have been leading. Yeah, okay.
That is the car that was up there. It's fixed against the wall.
Okay, and Overwhelmed also not turning laps in their Hyundai. The Chrysler LeBaron have got gear shown in the pits. And so is RS Racing. So just getting you up to speed there. Get it? Up to speed. 35 laps turned. Visceral leads over Flat Out Nemesis, shown by about a lap. I'm not sure what the actual gap is, but that's your C and B class leaders there. Buzzworks behind them in third, GMS in fourth. Then you got 901 Motorsports in fifth. Let's see who's leading D class. EC still by Flying Ghost. D class by Face Down Racing still, and that Toyota Supra scored in 14th place overall. They actually started in that position. That's where they've remained. Third place Buzzworks has passed 23 cars, but Birmingham Racing has passed 41 cars for position to get up into 11th.
Woohoo!
So good driving, guys. Way to go.
So Rob Brenna, the guy that works for ChampCar, does a lot of our IT kind of stuff, just got into the R-Bank car.
Oh, okay.
Like, I know that last name, but I was like, trying to put it with it, so I asked him. So he's in the R-Bank car.
Cool.
That CRX, and that's our national championship winner car from last year. So.
Yeah. So they've fallen quite a bit in the field when the track was wet, and now that the track's dried up, maybe they can do a little bit, get their laps times down a little bit. Their fastest lap time so far is at 3:03. The top four cars have all gotten under that 3-minute barrier, so we'll see if they can get that Honda a little bit quicker out there. But this is such a challenging track, Tiff. I mean, it's even if it's not the car, it's for the drivers. This is all new.
All new and so complex. So much elevation change, so many technical turns, so many blind entrances. And you think it's going to go left when you crest the hill, and it actually goes right. And, everything kind of looks very similar around here, there's rolling hills and trees and stuff. There's not a lot of indicators that you're on a different section of the course. So at 3.97 miles and 19 turns, which we've said there's a couple of more turns than that actually, it's a lot for a driver to take in and remember, especially with all those kind entrances.
Yeah, it really is. And I did kind of like the overall attitude in the garage was, we're just going to go out there, kind of turn laps, lay back, and get this first day under our belt. Every time you put a new driver in your car, it's their first time out, basically, with the exception of a little bit of practice time yesterday and all the wet. So this is going to be the first time these guys have experienced the dry racetrack. Get this under your belt, and it's amazing. Of all the races where I've gone, where maybe it's been a new track, and I felt that first stint just feels really awkward. You don't feel comfortable at all. It's just really, it's just kind of a messy.
Hard to get into zone because you've got a lot going on in your head.
But then you sleep on it, and it's amazing that next day you just feel so much more comfortable. It kind of sinks in, and I thought that was just me, but then I went racing with another team with the Porsche team a couple years back, and he said, "This is what we're going to do. We're going to put you guys in the car that've never driven it. You're going to go out and do, maybe 7-8 laps or whatever. Bring you in, take a break, and after an hour or so, get back in, go back out, and just go through that routine."
Like let your brain start processing it and having a little time to, just think about what you did and where you were. Like the pros do that. They'll sit there and like close their eyes and drive the track in their head. That's when you can really know where you're going. You know where your car placement needs to be. You know what you're trying to do versus trying to figure it out still.
Yeah, there's something about that break that you'd think staying out there and staying after it would do it, but there's something about taking a rest that allows things to kind of sink in, and then the next time you go out, you're a lot more comfortable.
Right, but your memory works better when your adrenaline is not super high.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Also, your memories lay down when you go to bed at night. You sleep. That's when your brain is going through all the nonsense and filtering it out and deciding what it's going to keep. So that, makes it a lot clearer the next day, or hopefully.
Yeah, like Tiffany, I'm looking at the timing and scoring here coming off of Race Hero.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at our second place car. Their fastest lap time with the car on the last stint was a 2:50. They've just put a new driver in, and he just turned a 3:07.
Right.
So it's like 17 seconds slower, obviously just trying to get a handle on this thing.
Probably on course and today. And, yesterday we got maybe an hour at max where there was a dry line starting to form. So most teams did not get all their drivers out there, obviously, in that last 45 minutes or so. But this track is almost dry in most of the places. So it's going to be completely different today than it was yesterday.
Yeah, Visceral leads on the 37th lap by about 1 minute and 20 seconds over Flat Out Nemesis, who's in second. Then it's GMS Racing, Buzzworks, Cone Crushers, the top 5. Then it's Valyrian Steel, 901 Motorsport, Dirty 30, and RVA Graphics and Wraps, the number 111 in 9th. And then it's 90racing.com in 10th place overall.
Hey, did you get Hastings Tires Plus that I put the camera in? That was in the 918.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I saw that you slipped it in another car. I wasn't sure who it was. You'd think I would know.
I did. So I talked to Troy from Hastings Tires Plus.
Yeah.
And
Isidore.
Yeah, Troy Isidore. I asked him, I said, there's been complaints, not really complaints, but basically there's no room to rest at this track. And that was something that was mentioned in our pre-event meeting with the track ownership, was that there is no place to rest. Your guys they were surprised that our guys could go that long, without, because sprint races, they go 20 minutes and, but yeah, Troy's like, yeah, there is zero place to rest. You're just totally on it the whole time. For Trulio, I asked the same question too, and he said, yeah, dude, it's sketchy. You'll go on a corner, and the last time you went through it, it was dry. The next time you come in, there's water running down it. So, and I said, "Are you talking about the same corner?" And then he thought about that for a second. He goes, "Yeah, maybe." But yeah, he said he needed to wipe the mud off the 918. He had to wipe the mud off the mirror. Some mud got on it.
Yeah, I saw a lot of teams come in for that pit stop cleaning the front windshield.
Yep, and he could not. He says there was just no place for me to wipe it. I'd go to do it, and another turn's coming up. That's how fast you're going. So, and it's pretty dry out there now. Drivers reporting some pretty fast times, as they come around the front straightaway here downhill. I think now is when you're really going to start seeing some tire wear.
Oh, absolutely.
So I didn't realize till a couple of years ago just how hard it is to drive the R-Bank car. And I was talking there was a race, I think it was last year, where we were running at Gingerman and they had a driver get sick, and so Troy Isidore was nearby, and they said, "Troy, you want to take the car for the last stint?" He said, "Sure." So he hopped in and drove it, about killed him. I was talking to Andrew, about it. Well, that was the weekend. It was like 90 out,
Oh, that's right.
And he said it is so heavy, And I was talking to Andrew about it. He said, yeah, the way that car is set up, you're actually lifting the car every time you turn the steering wheel. It actually lifts the corner of the car up. And it's also incredibly loud. Remember, the exhaust goes through the driver's compartment there. So I can't imagine these drivers are probably going to be completely whipped out here trying to muscle this beast around the racetrack.
Because sound is one of those things that makes you tired too.
Yeah, mentally really grinds on you.
Having to remember the corners, look for signs. You know, you're focused on just so much. You know, what's your car doing? Where am I on the track? You know, what's
coming next?
Yeah, what's the car doing on the track? And you're always, as a race car driver, looking ahead.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Not thinking about what you're doing now. You're thinking about what you're going to be doing.
But sound is definitely an issue. Like, you know, listening to me for 8 hours straight, that'll wear anybody down.
So softly spoken, though, Paul.
Oh, shoot. That's getting a little warm here. Crack a window.
I walked. Well, it's warm in here too, but I walked from the top of the hill all the way down to here, and I got down to the bottom right in front of the tower here, and I realized I left my truck way up.
It's like
I had to walk all the way back up there.
I'm not going to make it back, folks.
Send
lunch.
Yeah, send lunch. He's got that wheelbarrow that can push me back up that hill.
Coming down here from the paddock is a long walk, but thank goodness it's downhill. Trying to go back up the hill toward.
Well, what stinks is my Samsung watch, I forgot the charger for it, so I've got my backup Ironman watch, you know, because I'm such a fitness guy, you know. So, but it doesn't count steps like my Samsung did. So I'm losing out all the steps.
But you didn't get credit for all that?
No, because I left my phone in here. Bam.
All right, so Flat Out continuing to fall a little bit. They've tumbled to third. GMS has moved into second, so Visceral still leads the race by 1 minute and 23 seconds. Buzzworks is in fourth with that 305, a 309 for Cone Crushers. So we're definitely seeing that throughout the field, with the exception of the leaders. Everybody well under 3 minutes as they're trying to figure out this incredibly technical and yet enjoyable racetrack at the Ozarks.
Talking to Jay that was driving the 959 Porsche. Watch it. It's on the cable. On the 959, and he's what guy that was driving. As he went into turn one, he kind of lost the rear a little bit, and it swung around on him, and he ended up hitting the right side wall, not the left side. We thought he hit the left side, but he hit the right side wall coming out of one. He said he just lost it, and it didn't feel like a big hit. He said it didn't feel as much as, you know, the damage that caused on it. Mm-hmm. But Ray, who's our head of tech and also a body repair guy for the last 100 years or so, 50 years, I don't know, forever. He said, yeah, they can pull that out. It's not that bad, but it did kind of damage the fuel tank on it. Talked to our veterans, one of our veterans teams here, AJ, and he said they've got an E30 out there that they've got a stock fuel tank in, no surge tank or anything, just the stock setup. They're only getting an hour 20 out of the car before it starts stumbling. And they were only able to put 7 gallons back into the car. So they're only able to race with 7 gallons on a stock tank. So
car number 900, Joe's Hot Mama, is struggling out there. I don't know if they've lost power or something.
What is it? It's a
Hyundai.
Hyundai.
Oh, the Hyundai.
Elantra.
Touchstone still not turning laps, down in 41st right now. And that was the car that was towed off earlier. Birmingham up to 11th place right now. RV8 Graphics and Wraps, number 411, just set their fastest lap time of the day with that 3:03.
So did Party Girl. They're down in 28th. They did a 3:05, followed by Touchstone, who just set their fastest lap of the weekend at a 3:09, pushing up from 30th to 29th.
Yeah, we got a couple Touchstone cars out there.
8:01.
It was the 800 that had to be rescued from turn 6.
And the other Touchstone car, he's down in 41st. He just set his fastest lap at a 2:56.
So in the GMS racing car, Chris Huggins has went in for the second stint, and he is definitely getting it done. As you see, he's just set the fastest time in that car of that car with a 2:56.
Yeah, this fellow that's piloting the Hastings Tires Plus car is an old IMSA driver, and I've had the pleasure of racing with them a couple of times, and he is just a pleasure to talk to. That man looks like we got a waving yellow over here coming down into turn number 1, I believe this is.
Yeah, I think that was car 117 had wall contact down there. He continued, so they're black flagging him, and they're going to just take a look at the car, or actually talk to the driver real quick, make sure he's okay, and then take a look at the car, and he's allowed to continue after that once they see if he's okay and the car's all right to continue.
That's the off-the-chain racing team in their Miata.
So they're black flagging 117. You spin again. So 117, he's going really, really slow. So they're putting a yellow flag out. Something happened to him.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of follow him around, maybe.
Well, they do that with a white flag, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would. If you got a slower vehicle, they'll follow you with that. But
Usually they'll have both on a slow vehicle.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I think with this track too, because there's so many blind corners, it would be kind of good to let, hey, there's something up ahead. Be aware.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want 3 cars going wide through there.
yeah, I would think this would be a track where you'd really want to keep an eye on those corner stations.
So one of the really cool things with this track is they have two high def cameras per corner. So one pointing one way, one pointing the other, and they're all PTZ cameras, so they can turn them around and take a look and zoom in, zoom out, do all kinds of sweet things. And that allows them to also assist with the corner workers as as they see fit in race control.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice system they got.
Yeah.
So it was RVA leading early with the Visceral car, number 918, backing into a wall, damaging their fuel cell. That's taken them out of the race. That's about the big news that we have so far. It's been a relatively green race. We've had a few cautions, but for the most part, it's been green flag racing. Started out with a lot of moisture down on the racetrack. That has almost completely dried up as now the weather's changed. It's now beautiful blue skies, partly cloudy. High today is supposed to be 74. Tomorrow's high 71 and partly cloudy. So far, so good for the teams as things have changed quite a bit. Yesterday's practice was troubled with a lot of rain. So this is the first time that these teams have had, for the bulk of them, have had an opportunity to be on this racetrack in the dry. Right now you've got Visceral Racing Group leading 1 minute and 18 seconds over GMS, who just set their FTD at 2:55. That's 3 seconds faster, 2 seconds faster than Visceral. 40 laps into the race, Flat Out Nemesis is in 3rd place, back 22 seconds. And then you've got Buzzworks in 4th. They're back another 24 seconds. So it's a pretty good spread across the top 5. 2 seconds the gap from Dirty 30 up to Cone Crushers in 5th. So yeah, cars beginning to spread out a little bit here in the top 20.
One of the interesting themes along the pit lane there was I asked them, how is this track? And they at first it scared the heck out of me, but I got it. It's a fun track. Like I said, you don't have a place to rest, but it is a fun track. Once you get it, it's great. And I think because these guys are getting 2-hour stints, they're learning how to drive it, and they're learning how to drive it fairly quick. So I think you're going to see lap times, not this stint rotation, but when the first guy gets back in for his next stint, you're going to see these lap times drop in a big way as these guys go over their head how they could have done a little better, how they could have attacked each corner a little differently.
The 959 had a spin and continue, and they are covering the 117 with a waving white flag.
Okay. And we've got Matt Hollander here on the broadcast feed in the chat saying, just got out of the Flying Ghost number 506. That's one of the EC cars that are out here this weekend, and they're actually leading EC right now. And he said, this track is fun, and then dropped like 4 exclamation points behind that. So he's having a lot of fun out there in this racetrack, guys.
Yeah, that's what a bunch of them said. As the number 5 Miata makes a pass on the 333 as they come down into the front straightaway here. That's not really a straightaway, and you want to call it a dive bomb? Yeah, the front non-straightaway. It wasn't really a dive bomb. That guy left him room, but man, it was close as they came down the apex of the corner here. It's hard to describe because the map doesn't really show
That's a turn.
the turns.
It should be turn 20.
Yeah, it should be. There should be a turn 20 here.
Yeah, it's kind of odd the way they have that laid out.
Halfway between 19 and that line is about there's like a corner, and I would say it is a corner because from here it looks like one.
Yeah, you'd think that they would.
Maybe we'll make our own map.
Why don't you talk to them about that, Bill? Have them do something about that.
Yep, I'm writing it down right now. Just to let you guys know, the last big yellow flag we had. Chelsea, did she talk about that at all?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so Chelsea was trying to catch the leader. Unfortunately, like the first 9 cars pulled into pit lane.
Yeah, Tiffany actually caught that.
Okay, good.
I was like, and then the second one went in, and then the third one went in.
All right, good. Yeah, she said it over the radio to us just to make certain that if anybody asked, we had an answer to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's real fun when 1, 2, and 3 hit the pits, and then you're looking for 4, and 4 just went by.
Oh yeah.
You're like, oh, we gotta wait a whole nother lap to get him.
Yeah.
Great. Huh. So they didn't actually deploy the pace car at that time, right?
Oh, okay. No, I heard pace car stand up. I don't. Yeah,
Okay.
she just picked up. She picked
Whoever.
up anybody. Yeah.
Okay.
And they've always done that. Whereas if we can't get them, we'll pick up anybody. Now it may kind of screw up somebody's race, but the priority is that guy that needs help out on the track somewhere.
Right. That was when the 800 was stranded around turn 6.
So yeah, that's the priority.
But it was right at that 2-hour mark. So everybody.
Just remember, everybody, we're out here having fun, not collecting a paycheck at the end of the day. So
yeah,
we want to protect all the people out there.
Safety first.
Yeah, safety first.
I like Dana's. I like Dana's line. There's nothing you can do on this racetrack that'll make your car more valuable.
Yes.
So take it easy. I'm still trying to understand all of that. I'm not quite as smart as he is.
We do see guys with, trying to sell their champ cars, showing all these trophies and stuff. But, I don't think that really adds value, do you? Because a lot of it's the drivers.
I don't know. According to
a good car, but yeah.
According to David with 90 Racing, he said drivers are a dime a dozen. You can always get a driver. It's the car. It's the car.
It's the car.
Yeah.
He's trying to sell something, isn't he?
David's awesome, man. He's one of my favorite people. He cracks me up. He's so funny.
I'm getting a report that 372 Buzzworks has their bumper hanging off.
Oh, no. They're in 4th place overall, too.
Correct, and they're one of our championship teams, so I think they're fixing to get a meatball flag. Which the meatball is your black flag with your orange circle in the middle of it that just says, you have a mechanical issue, you need to come address.
Right. Some of the tracks, you might hear them call it a meatball or a mechanical flag. That's what that is. Meatballs, I think, a little bit better way to call it myself. That's what I grew up with, so I know exactly what that is. And that's a sign that there's a problem with your car. We want you to bring it in, similar to a black flag.
Yeah, Ron lost his bumper in that accident. He's like, can you make sure I get my bumper back? It's not it's not hard to miss. It's got all these holes drilled in it.
But I do want it back. So
I want it back. Yeah, Porsche parts are really expensive. So.
Yeah. All right, reach the bottom of the hour again here, folks. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Stay with us, everyone. Stay with us, everyone. We will be right back. For better or worse, we will be back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back to ChampCar.Live. Buzzworks has brought their car into the pits. They've tumbled down to 16th as they are shown having crossed that pit loop. So Visceral Racing Group now leads the race with GMS over Flat Out. Dirty 30 is 4th now with Cone Crushers in 5th. So Cone Crushers continuing to work their way up the field in that Porsche 944, guys. I like the Cone Crushers machine, but they have got to get those lap times down. They still haven't broken through 3 minutes, And that's going to be a problem for them if they want to work their way up to the front. Welcome, everybody, to ChampCar.Live. Presented by AutoZone, I'm Paul Veltum, along with Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong. It's the 2022 TireRack.com National Championship race at the Ozarks, as we're calling it. It's the Ozark International Raceway. And
got a car in the mud in turn 6. Smoke.
All right. Got anything over there? I do see a waving yellow there at the coming off the base of the hill there at the flag station. I'm sorry, I talked over top of you. What was that?
I may have talked over top of you, but he said the driver gave him a thumbs up.
Full course caution has been issued according to Race Hero. Full course caution. So if we go to the front straightaway, we should see double yellows being displayed, and indeed we do. Double yellows means full course caution, no passing. Typically, they'll send out the pace car to pick up the leader, which would be the Porsche of Visceral Racing Group.
They're looking for the leader right now. Looking for 959.
Other cars in the pits right now. Party Girl, Flying Ghost, the number 506. 5 point slow rather. Down there in 36th place. Off the Chain, we know they came in with a mechanical issue. Joe's Hot Mom, Girded Loins, or Lions, I guess that would be. Not sure on the spelling there. Touchstone Racing in 48th, Flying Ghost in 49th in the 505 car.
So Party Girl 266 got hit with a pit lane speed warning. So the pit lane speed here is 20 miles an hour, and they're giving each team one warning, and then after that, it's a penalty. So remind your drivers, 20 miles an hour on pit lane. One warning per team is max. After that, it's a penalty.
Yeah, it would be nice to be able to tie something together where you've got a pit lane speed limiter on your car. You can hold a button like the pros do. And
Well,
just
the
holds
Flagtronic
car
does it. It tells you, it flashes when you kind of go over the speed limit.
Right. You'd think that, we got guys violating, so I don't know if it's working or not working or what's going on, but maybe it's just the drivers getting used to it too,
Maybe.
So the 185 is Dead Pedal Racing. Alan Becker just went in that car for the second stint.
They went on vacation here a couple months or so ago, and they went to Italy for the first time.
Who's this?
The Alan Becker
okay.
and Dead Pedal guys, or him and his wife, and they went over there, and he visited all the racetracks and all the car places, and his wife really wasn't into that, so she did her own thing. But he went to the Maserati factory, and it's funny, when he said who he was, they knew exactly who he was.
What?
He was so surprised. He goes, yes, they follow our racing. They follow us on this.
Oh, that's awesome.
The factory guys, the Maserati racing.
We're so sorry.
And they gave him a tour of the factory. He even got to drive a car that has not yet been released in the United States.
Oh, that is so cool.
So he was like just totally blown away by that they allowed him to participate in in the factory that factory stuff. But that they knew who he was,
That's amazing.
Yeah.
He's famous, man.
Yeah.
So car number 82, Boys Love Toys, or BLT, either way. Current driver just went in, Scott Bierman of Wildwood, Missouri.
Wildwood, Missouri, huh?
Missouri. Isn't that how you face it?
Missouri.
Yeah.
I don't know. All I know is that I have heard nobody speak like the Ozarks TV show down here, and I'm really disappointed. Right? I'm really disappointed.
Wait,
they speak like normal people down here.
So for the second time, we have a car up against that barrier over there. That's the second time we've had it in that exact same spot. It's hard for you to see, but if you look at the, it's
Was
really
it
hard
the
to
guy
see.
walking over there, or is it for?
It's
Oh,
to
I
the
see him.
right. Yeah, he's right up
right
against
up
the
here.
guardrail there. And behind the pole, there's this pole that's standing here on this guardrail. There's like I don't know if it's like a
Flagtronics. That's Flagtronics.
That's Flagtronics.
Repeat
Right
it.
behind the Flagtronics pole in the view, you can see the tail end of the safety truck.
Okay.
Parked at the edge of the racetrack. And what they did on the last occurrence was they hooked up a tow rope to it through the grass. They didn't want to drive into the grass and pulled them out. So
Yeah,
that
'cause
might
they'll
be
get
what they're doing here.
Yeah, the guys are telling me that they were told basically this is a straight line turn as you go up through there, and that's what they've been doing. Maybe that guy just tried to straight line it too much.
straight, yeah.
Right off the track.
Well, you told me.
Yeah, straight line. but you always I remember that, like Troy racing at Charlotte. Did you go full throttle? Oh yeah. I took turn 3 full blast, whatever. Gets out there, almost kills himself a bunch of times. Finally does it full throttle, and then we were talking over dinner, and he got really angry with me. I said, "I never did that, but you told me." Hi people, hi mom.
So the 5 point slow Mustang, Bubba Murphy is now driving the number 501.
Cool. Bubba, that's a true racing name.
I mean, you'd think he had to be.
That's a racer's name from the South, absolutely. So standing.
See the water to the left of that pole there on the track? You see the water running across the track? Troy was telling me that there's still spots out there. All the drivers are still reporting that there's spots out there where you have water like that. And you don't know how much water's running, draining across from lap to lap. Like when you go on at one time, a bunch of cars are in front of you, so they'll kind of splash it away.
Mm-hmm.
But then somebody doesn't hit it for a few seconds or so, you've got a lot more water built up there. And he said some of it is actually in the corner that you're trying to do. So it's kind of surprising you're waiting for the car to go out on you.
A lot of surprises out here, actually.
Yeah. There goes the flatbed.
So it looks like they're making the right-hander, and they're not making the left-hander. You can see there's some tracks. There's 2 sets of tracks. Some of them cut the corner off there, and others just go right over to the guardrail. So they get to this spot, and then they can't make that right-hander.
It's like the left-hander, they're getting a little early, and then the first one on the entrance of the turn, and then they can't get it back left again. This really functions like a bus stop, even though it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I see that.
Because you just come in, you hit that spot where the truck is there, and then you go out.
Yeah.
About it.
I think what they're going to do is pull that truck out and put it up on the flatbed and transport the guy in the ambulance, because it's safest place for him to be.
Mm-hmm.
So
There's
the safety car bringing the field down the hill.
Most tracks have a policy: if you make any contact with anything, they roll the ambulance anyway. Just so it's there. So no worry. Oops.
In Bill's case, as soon as they see him go out on the track, he's kind of a rolling accident, so they just bring it out there anyway.
Just follow Bill around with the ambulance. It's gonna hurt eventually. Go ahead and get it now. The 959
We don't want him to hurt himself.
Came down the pit lane.
Okay, yeah, I showed that they weren't turning laps, and here they've crossed the pit loop. GMS has now assumed the lead. You know what happens when you assume, though. But they have assumed the lead at 46 laps with Flat Out in second and Dirty 30 in the third. So we get another new leader out here at the Ozarks.
Loving it. R5 Racing went ahead and brought their car in under this full course yellow just to check it out. And they say all is well with their car, and they're continuing on.
Yeah, Visceral pitted first back on lap 17. And so I know they're kind of, their pit strategy's a bit unusual, unorthodox. But so they have pitted, giving GMS the lead now over Flat Out Nemesis and Dirty 30. And these teams, the top 3, have all pitted at the same time there at the 2 hour mark. It looks like around lap 33. Sorry about the chatter there, the noise. We'll get off of that. So GMS leading over Flat Out, followed by Dirty 30. If you want to follow along with your favorite teams, you can do so by going to racehero.io on the web, and then just look for the Champ Car Endurance Series race at Ozarks International Raceway. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Championship, and I believe that's how it's labeled over there on racehero.io. It's also being displayed on Race Monitor, which is race-monitor.com. And it looks like the flatbed's out there, so they're still trying to extract that car.
He may be stuck in the mud.
Yeah.
It looks pretty big to do.
Yeah, if it's a flatbed, there might be some damage to the car. Maybe that's why they don't feel like they can, drive it. They took the driver out. And oh, here's the Whip Racing Mustang. This must be the car that's stranded over there, Tiffany.
Oh, does look like that.
Whip Racing, yeah.
A different stranded car? No. Bill says that's
no, that's the Mustang, but the car into the guardrail at the other place at the S's or at turn 6 is Gorilla Sticker.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I got told that anytime there's impact, they automatically send the ambulance out. That's automatic.
Mm-hmm. Just a safety
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
But they said there's some significant damage to the guardrail, so they're going to have to repair that. And they've got guys headed out there to do that.
Must have had a
Hit it pretty hard.
Yeah.
So, when you get on wet grass, it's not conducive to slowing the car down.
Not at all.
So it kind of actually speed up. And you can kind of see here over to the right, can you turn that camera more, Paul? No, that's good. Just leave it right there. You can see the tire marks as he goes through.
Yeah. It's like they tried to turn, but they just went straight.
Ray Frank has walked by the window about 8 times now. It's pretty funny. Hi, Ray. Waiting for him to do this walking down the stairs thing.
Oh, yeah, there you can see.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
It's just,
you can see the guardrail there. Yeah.
There's the other impact from this morning, right there.
So it looks like they're hitting the
now.
same place. So
yeah, they probably need to start putting tires up there.
Yep. And that's something that you kind of
quick through there.
Yeah, they'll learn from this. We're one of the I think we're the third race here.
Third?
The
Okay.
third
I was
race
thinking second,
here.
but that's close.
And if you're new to watching the show, new to watching a Champ Car race, one of the hallmarks of Champ Car is these amazing trophies that are assembled. They really are works of art. And so for those few fortunate that pick up wins or finish in the top 3, there are trophies awarded, and they're pretty awesome, pretty special. Each one's unique.
Yeah, we've been to NASCAR shops. And front and they have their Daytona wins and their other wins and stuff, but it's like one of their front and center trophies is the Champ Car stuff they picked up.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they're like the because it's hard to win one of these races.
Very hard.
Have you ever won one?
Mm-mm. Best finish was 5th.
Paul, have you ever won one?
Yeah, I've won a few of them, but yeah,
it's hard, man. It's not simple.
No. It's not. It's incredibly difficult. You figure the fields are huge, so you got a lot of cars out there. And a lot of the guys that win have won before, so it's really difficult to, if you're new to it, to pick up a win.
Even if you do win, we've had teams that did really well one season. The next season, it seems like teams try to push, you know, we got to keep doing something, push the limits.
Mm-hmm.
758 is pulled off the course on turn 3. That's the follow-on mission car.
Oh.
Okay, AJ's car, and we've also got Birmingham Racing shown not turning laps down in 16th.
Oh yeah, they're right here, right in front of us. They just pulled in. They're putting a new driver in. No fuel, just a driver. Washing the window too. They've got a box of rags because I think there's so much spray coming up on the windows. Are they using one of those Lexan plastic windows?
I think so.
Yeah, so those are kind of hard to.
I can't remember.
Yeah. They're lighter. They're also like bulletproof and stuff. So they take.
I mean, we put so many windshields in different cars, and then it just gets, somebody pulls out a bunch of rocks out of a gravel trap, and then wham, you got another windshield that's cracked.
Yeah.
Sometimes they don't make it a whole, like, one race.
I don't know. I had one. I had the window in since forever. Jeez. 2012. Yeah, 60 some odd races, and it's still.
Some tracks are worse than
but
others.
it's cracked everywhere.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they will only let you'll only pass tech with
so much of it, and I'm just right at that limit. Yeah. The first crack was done by me when I was building the car.
What?
Yeah, it was one of those. I put these. I didn't want the Toyota glues the windows in, and I didn't want if the car got backwards, I didn't want the glass flying out. So I made these little clamps that basically set, you know, so if the window did get loose, it held it in place. But I think I had it too close to the window, and it pressed down on it, and we jacked the car up, and it goes. It twisted it a little bit.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, before we finished the cage on it. I welded my cage in with the window in. I did one time where it's, you know, being really careful putting the cage bars in and weld them all up and stuff, and I accidentally hit the window. Had to buy a guy a new window for his BMW. No. Yeah. This is Vince Laparo. The
sorry,
education.
Vince.
I know. But I had just been. I think I told Ian. Ian was helping me, and I said, "Okay, let's make sure we don't hit the window snap." It's like, oh. What kind of crazy things have you accidentally done, or what things have you done accidentally that cost you $bucks to get fixed?
Oh,
you know,
my gosh.
Not getting the hood pins.
Yeah, hood pins, starting the engine without oil.
Not topping it off with oil throughout the race.
Oh yeah. Forgetting to empty the catch cans, and then getting black flag for massive amounts of oil and thinking you've blown it all up, but in fact it was just the
overfull catch can.
Yeah. It's expensive. I mean, fun. It's both.
Yeah, that's actually the team name, and so that's actually their team name. We've got some creative folks that race in Champ Car.
Racing expensive. Racing is
expensive. I mean, fun.
I don't know. There's many times I've driven home. You're just like, what can I do different? What am I doing wrong? And you just second guess everything you've done to that point. And everybody else is telling you, man, we're doing good. We're almost there. We're almost there. But you know, you just, that long drive home, it's like, what did I do? What didn't I do?
Long thinking process.
Yeah. Troy's had those, and he's always doing it by himself. And, you know, it's just, it sucks. Oh yeah. That is a big hit. That's a BMW 318 Ti.
It's not mashed up. I mean, I don't think it's as bad as the visceral hit. You know, it looks like there's something on top. I can't quite make out what's going on there, because the guardrail really didn't look that bad to me. It just
there's a hole in it.
Well, yeah,
Did
small.
you see the hole?
I saw a small hole.
It's like
not like gaping. You know, it's not.
Are
like
you saying are you saying, Paulie, that might buff out?
It didn't look that bad to me. I don't know.
Well, turtle wax, you'll be good.
It's not my car. If it was my car, I'd probably be like, "Are you kidding me? It's freaking awful."
I know. That's the worst feeling. When I wrecked at VIR, all I saw was a hood crunched up a little bit from my seating position. And of course I got a concussion. I didn't know it. So it's, you know, you're not thinking right. I got out of the car and looked at, the whole nose is crushed and turned over to the right. And yeah, it didn't look bad until I actually got out, looked at it. Pace car is still out, has the leader. and everybody else behind him or behind her.
Yeah, they finally got the tow vehicle. Excuse me, they've got the disabled vehicle pulled up onto the flatbed, and they've leveled the flatbed out, so they should be, once they're sure they've got it chained down. Oh, and they're also putting down, I see they're putting floor dry down, so apparently there was also some leakage there that they're concerned about.
Yeah, when you hit the front like that, you're going to get the, the water from the radiator. You're probably going to get oil because a lot of guys will have oil coolers, or power steering actually is in the front of those cars too. So you might end up breaking those. The power steering reservoir got all kinds of BMW has a lot of things to leak up front. Pressure tanks and
doodads
and
whatnots
and that's a section of the track. You're at high G as you go through that section, so you don't want anything slippery down.
So officials working on that area of the track for us as the teams are still circulating around the racetrack, just waiting for that to be completed so they can go back to racing. If you're
my camera.
If you're just joining us, make sure you hit that like button. I see we got about 130 people watching and about 45 likes. So
what happened to our camera there?
Go ahead and hit the like button for me if you would, please. It does help boost my self-esteem and keeps me employed. Not that anybody cares about that, but
yeah, we do.
Paulie wants to keep his phony baloney job.
My phony baloney job, yeah. Yeah. Look at that gaping hole over there in the guardrail. Okay, it is turned over a little bit, but yeah, it'll be all right. I could probably beat that out with a hammer.
A little ball peen
There's
hammer.
nobody over there working on it though, Bill. So maybe they aren't. Maybe they aren't going to let it just go.
I don't know.
You know what? It does kind of. I don't know. It's hard to tell from this image, Bill, but it almost looks like there is some water that's still draining down off the track right there.
You can see it right there, and that's what Troy was talking about. He says right
here
there, and then over to the left too.
Oh, maybe to the left. That's why they're missing that corner, because their tires are wet and they're braking.
Yep.
And the car gets twisted up and they lose it. So there is quite a bit of runoff there from the rains.
That's what both Troys were, Troy Trulio and Troy
Isidore.
Troy Isidore were talking about. It's like the water is just, you'll come through there one. Yeah, it's sporadic and
inconsistent.
Yeah, there's water
in different spots. Yeah,
there were other things besides water.
That's a pretty busy interior.
Yeah, this is the inside of Troy Isidore's car, the Hastings Tires Plus machine.
What's Hastings Tires Plus? He owns a chain of tire stores.
No, it's just the one, but it's in Hastings, Minnesota, something like that. Yeah.
His daughter was there helping. She was the fire person. Fire bottle person, and she's pretty tall. I said, wait. Yeah, why are you so? Troy's a little guy. Troy is like 5'4", something like that. I think he's slightly shorter than Troy Trulio. Yeah. I don't make fun of him. No. He'll fight me.
They're the greatest. They're nicest people. They're just great to race with, and just a real pleasure to have in the paddock. Just a great team.
He got out of the car and he had a drink real quick, and he comes up with you with the biggest smile, and he's having the most fun in his life and just having a blast. And you think, dude, you just spent 2 hours in a race car on a track you can't race, and look at all that little energy you have, man.
So I'm getting a report from Team Fox Shoddy that I guess with Mitch was behind the wheel this morning. He had 4 different deer jumping across the track in front of him.
What?
Yeah.
Yep.
So
and a single deer was in the bus stop.
So go back to the start finish camera. Let me show you something. So to the right, that's an area of the track that we don't have access to during the race. That's also like a nature preserve. There's a bald eagle out. There's a bald,
the eagles.
They've got an eagle's nest out there. They've got it's got like a 12-foot wingspan or something. One of the eagles. And
I mean,
deer,
the nest is enormous.
Yeah, they've got deer, all kinds of stuff out there. So they try to, in the morning, they try to scare them off, but they said basically the start of the race, a few will come out. They know how many deer are out there, so they count them as they come out. And I guess during the last race weekend or whatever, they thought they all came out, but they didn't. And a couple more in there. But yeah, it's that's part of racing in the country. I mean, we have the same thing at VIR. We have the same thing at Summit Point.
We've had it at Barber. Before,
yeah. So it's something you have to be prepared for. I mean, turtles, or we have tracks where you have turtles crossing the road. Yeah.
You can't go there without seeing a turtle. Yeah.
All right. So, Tiffany, would you like to take us out to our commercial?
You're watching the TireRack.com Champ Car National Championship. We are at Ozarks International Raceway, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're 49 laps into the contest today at the Ozarks. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series National Championship race at the Ozarks International Raceway. I'm Paul Veltum with Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong calling the race for you. Looks like they're considering perhaps working on that guardrail. Not sure.
We're going back green.
We're going back green.
Out right now. Yep.
Cool. That makes more sense. I mean, they would have brought the cars in if it was going to be a significant layover. There's a green flag being waved for GMS as they come across the start-finish line to take us back to racing here at the Ozarks. The teams drop the hammer and head down that front straightaway, barreling down into turn number 1.
Hammer has been dropped.
901 Motorsports there. 901 was up pretty close to the front of the pack. Still are in 6th place right now. Milan Plus 2 has passed 25 cars to get up into 11th place. Hastings Tires Plus down in 18th right now. So Gorilla Sticker was the reason for the caution after they had contact with the wall over there in turn. I believe it might have been 6. I'm not sure.
I think it was the white Gorilla Sticker car.
Yeah, the 516. Yeah. So that car was brought in. Dallas Makerspace has also, they've come out of the pits and they've crossed the start-finish line. A B-class car down in 35th, a Nissan 240SX. So they're back out there. Joe's Hot Bomb back out there in the Hyundai Elantra. That's not a derogatory statement. That's the name of the team. 50 laps turned so far. GMS leading over Flat Out Nemesis, followed by Dirty 30. Cone Crushers is 4th. Valyrian Steel 5th. Followed by 901 Motorsports. Visceral Racing Group is in 7th. RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 111 is 8th. 90racing.com, rbankracing.com in 9th. And then we've got Auto Spec Racing and their Miata in 10th, and then the number 21. So that's a quick rundown on where we are right there. Let's see. Our class leaders, GMS in C-Class, Flat Out B-Class, A-Class led by Valyrian Steel, and D-Class, led by Dead Pedal Racing. And EC, it's Roadhog Racing in their BMW. I'm just looking around the racetrack. I can't find any race cars. They're all stacked together, and they're outside of my track cams.
So I'm going through the forum real quick, seeing what the guys were saying last night and early this morning. And Rob from GMS Racing says this. This is an interesting take on this. He says, I think the scariest part of the track is the straight. that big hump roller coaster has people lifting and some people braking while on a straightaway because you just have no visual reference for where the track goes on the other side. It definitely takes some courage to go through there without lifting. That's an interesting take on that. I didn't think about that you don't see.
You can't see
You can't see it. Yeah.
That makes sense if you're not sure just how much of the coals you want to pour on.
Right.
Because you might find yourself unable to make the rest of the corner.
Or I'm unsure exactly what corner is coming up next, if it continues to go straight or if it turns.
Right.
That's crazy. Welcome, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Thanks for joining us, everybody. And, you guys have really gotten the likes up there. Thank you. Appreciate you doing that.
Is it to 10,000 yet?
It's up to 56.
Okay, we're close. We're getting there. Ring that bell, Paulie, every time you get 10.
It's Long John Silver's. Yeah, we'll ring the bell every time.
You have a, yeah. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's even funnier.
Now they have a bell that they put at the exit of a Long John Silver's on your way out. If you're happy with the service, you ring the bell.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
It's a fish
would drive
restaurant.
me crazy working at that restaurant.
Not too many people ring the bell, Bill.
Oh, okay. I get it.
So y'all flag being called for 6.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the car sliding off there, and he just is that what it was, Tiff? Yeah, I saw that tire smoke there.
And that's it. You have that water there. See the white curbing? There's some water that runs off right there, and I think he kind of maybe. Ooh, don't go way out there. Don't go way out there.
You see the cars start getting smaller and smaller as they sink.
Yeah, that's a bad idea because, like Bill's saying, that's where you're going to just get yourself stuck. Why are you doing that?
Oh, you're looking at the sky.
Yeah. We've got a replay we can run on that. He's got a lot of mud on.
You see that? Ooh, another one just went off.
That wasn't GMS, was it? Our leader?
I
Did not
can't
look like the
tell.
white RX-7?
The same place? Oh,
No,
right
different.
there.
Right there. Yeah, it is GMS.
Old Eagle Eye.
Yeah, old Eagle Eye.
Oh, that wheel is pointing the wrong way, the right front wheel.
Oh, tweak the suspension on it. Oh, no.
That was turn 16.
Bugger.
Well, that was our leader, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
Let's see,
Shows them in
they're
second
pitted
place now.
they're pitted right across from us. They're looking for him. So he may not have radioed into them yet, but they're looking for him.
They're looking for.
They're looking a little concerned too.
GMS, you mean?
Yeah, GMS guys.
Yeah.
Oh, and they just came running over. So one of their drivers has, or one of their guys has radio communications with them. Now they're jumping up and down and they're trying to figure out what they were going to do. Rob's wife is putting her suit on.
So this car is trying to back their way back.
Oh, here
out
he
of this
comes. He's coming
mistake.
down pit lane. And it does look like that right front tire is pointing. No. Oh, it looked. I can't tell. It's like the fender might be pushed in and the tire's sticking out further than it should be. Though it may be the tire's coming off. I can't tell.
Looks like that car did get back on its way. That was over in T5.
Oh, yeah.
T6.
The fender just got pushed in big time. So they're trying to pull the fender out so it's not sitting on top of the wheel. Yeah, now they're breaking out the broomstick to try and get it. That ain't gonna work. You're just gonna poke your eye out, buddy. You need a jack stand. You need a jack handle. Now he's got a piece of wood 2x4 that they're using to keep the cars from rolling down hill to do that. Here, I can. You want a camera on that, Paul? The
if you can manage it.
our camera?
If you can manage it, yeah.
He can manage it.
It's gonna be hard to see. Or, let me get it so you. Oh, you can't do it down there. Can you zoom in?
That's kind of. It's a little bit fuzzy, but
yeah,
that's about the most I can.
This camera's not designed for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but you get the idea. They're working
arms
on that
get
right
tired.
front corner. We don't want that.
I'm union, man.
Get a nasty cramp. Yeah. Got this nasty cramp from holding the camera. It was a good 10 seconds. Leave me alone.
Remember, I have a bad shoulder.
I think that was Chris Huggins is in the car though.
No,
He
Chris
was a
wouldn't do
second-
that. Chris wouldn't do that.
Second driver Stint. I visually account for just about everybody else in the team.
So they're washing the window because you know it got a little muddy there. Yeah, that would be Chris, wouldn't it?
I think so.
It'd be nasty if you got mud on the racetrack. That's what Crazyfoot's telling us over here on the YouTube feed. I would agree. GMS tumbles from the front of the field. They're down to 7th here.
Looks like their door was damaged too, so they're taping the door shut. They've got a bunch of Gorilla tape that they're sticking all over it,
which they probably got from Gorilla Sticker. GMS crashes from lead on lap 50-ish.
Wow, Nemesis takes the lead.
It doesn't look like the casters changed on it so much because I think he hit it on the side, so that's good.
So they're headed back out.
The 533 is in as they come down pit lane.
Who's that, Bill?
533 is
what's that?
Black Knight Racing.
Black Knight Racing.
Oh.
Thanks, Tiffany.
Oh.
Do you think you noticed?
Mm-mm.
90racing.com coming down the front straightaway here. That's not really a straightaway. The big arcing turn.
Let her see. See which way it goes.
Yes. I still think of the quote that yesterday from one of our racers to Ray Frank. He says, "There's 4 turns. I've got it all down except for 4 turns, 3 of which go to the right, and 1 doesn't. I just don't know which one doesn't yet." Yeah, you can see how there's water kind of in a couple of spots there. See, and you can see them going over it, and it's splashing up in the air as they, on the left of the driver, as they hit that curbing.
It may be just like what you said. We just had another restart, so no cars were going through there for
Right,
a minute. So then
right. It builds up,
the
yeah,
stream,
yeah.
you know, gets a chance to get nice and wet and muddy through there.
People look in the window as we walk by. They keep waving at her for some reason.
I must recognize you.
It's Bill. Oh, who's that?
So you can see some of these guys taking a different line at the entry. I like the guys that are eating the curb on the way in rather than leaving a gap there.
Yeah.
And they're not having to turn the car as much for the left-hander, so they're not as deep into the corner.
I don't remember how heavy that curbing is through there. I don't think it's that bad. Most
of
it's
the curbing
transitional.
around here, it's pretty
Transitional.
Yeah,
so
nice.
the deeper you go into it, the more bumpy it gets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a number of tracks that are doing that. And here comes the rain in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Oh, whew.
We're getting nailed.
right here.
God, I hate you. I started looking up at the sky.
She just freaked out and looked at the sky.
Yeah, we're gonna get it hit pretty hard, especially about the time the race comes to a close. So I don't think we'll lose power, but if we do, you'll know why. The stream goes down, you'll know why.
Yeah, we'll get something back up, or we'll just take a break.
Yeah. So in the Team Fox Shoddy car, that is Joe Lindquist driving now.
All right, Paul, we have the updates to the Flagtronics. So the numbers you see on there are the
Yeah, I saw the Flagtronics guy working in the background, even though you tried to make us think it was you.
Working?
I haven't received the stream yet.
Oh. Sorry. Oh, I see, because he had to reboot it.
Yeah. So Flat Out Nemesis leads the race at 54 laps over Dirty 30. Cone Crushers is third. Valyrian Steel is fourth. Visceral Racing Group is fifth in the number 959. Remember, their sister car damaged in a crash earlier this morning. Number 903 of 901 Motorsports is sixth. Autospec Racing is seventh in the number 21. Then it's 90racing.com, rbankracing.com, up to eighth now. They're continuing to work their way up the field. They just set their FTD for the day, a 302.5. RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 411s behind them in ninth, followed by their sister car, the 111, in 10th. So that's the top 10.
And Max is now in the Visceral car, 959.
All right. Here's RVA number 411. As I said, they're in ninth place right now. They set their fastest lap time just this last lap. Several teams continuing to bring those lap times down as the drivers get a little bit more acclimated to this very technical racetrack in Gravois Mills. That's how I'm going to pronounce it. Gravois Mills, Missouri.
I wasn't even going to attempt it.
Gravois.
Too many vowels there together.
Yeah, I was out on their wiki page for this site. They've got all kinds of stuff they're going to be doing out there. So there's some off-road stuff they're doing and some pavement racing, of course.
It'd be a great place to do an off-road course or something, a race. That'd be fun.
Flat Out just turned a 302 on that last lap. They are the leader. They're turning a lot of those. There's a 255, so some very big swings in those lap times. There might have been a local caution at one of the corners that might have caused that slow down for some of those laps.
Oops, sorry, folks. Sorry.
Cough in the microphone.
I'm really sorry. I couldn't hit the button quick enough. Out of practice, man.
The teams are definitely starting to dial this track in. Well, one driver at a time.
Looks like RVA is catching up with 90racing.com. Just ahead.
Is Hastings Tires Plus not moving?
Let me see here. No, he's rolling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there he is. He's moving along pretty good, actually.
Yeah, RVA looking for a way around the R-Bank Racing Civic. And those two, this is for position. Is RVA now trying to get 7th place away from the reigning series champion.
Who's in first?
Flat Out. Number 352.
So Party Girl, the 266 Mercedes, had an off and a off track and back on.
All right.
Cone Crusher set their fastest time of the day at a 2:08. Larry and Still with a 2:57, their fastest time of the day. We're creeping close to that next 2-hour mark. We're at almost 12:30. So within that next 30 minutes, those teams that are on that strategy might be looking for a window to pit.
Yeah, and really 90 Racing looks really good going down that hill in the straight sections. They seem to be very strong. Beginning to gap the RVA E30 just a little bit here, but RVA seems to be doing really well under braking. Down the hill they go. You can see just how blind it is heading down this hill. Even when going downhill, you've got guardrails in the way as you're coming around these corners. Down into this steep, look at all that compression you're going to pick up as you go rushing down the hill into this right-hander. This is going to be very quick through here. Yeah, sorry it's so notchy there, folks. But still very interesting to go on board and watch as we get a view again of turn number 5 and look at the front straightaway as the cars come down that front straightaway. Flat out just turned in a three-minute flat lap time. Yeah, he's already done a 2:55 on his last lap, so some big swings in the lap times there for the leader. But the positions 2 through 5 just set their own personal best lap times, all of which are now under 3 minutes. So 21 seconds the gap from Visceral up to Flat Out, and they just their last lap was 9 seconds faster. That is an enormous difference, and it's not going to take long for Visceral to overtake Flat Out for the lead of this race. And Dirty 30 is right on the heels of the Porsche, just 0.5 seconds. So I think Flat Out's going to have company here very quickly. Within the next 2 laps, there's going to be 4 angry cars right behind them trying to get by. The difference between the two, there's only 29 seconds is the gap from 5th place to 1st. So if you're dropping 9 seconds a lap, yeah, they're going to be all over your bumper in a very short period of time. 901 Motorsports back in 6th place, about 1 minute and 17 seconds in the rear of that group of 5, followed by 90racing.com. They just had a turn to 301, so 90 Racing trying to turn up the wick to stay ahead of RVA. As RVA lets a Miata come by. And you can see the Honda now beginning to pull away and get those lap times down. With Rob at the wheel. And Rob's a great driver. So not surprised at all that he's finding a way to get some time out of that Honda. All right, so we've reached the bottom of the hour. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break and be back in just a couple of minutes here, folks. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Flat Out Nemesis is your leader. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
That's not great. I could get him today.
Get the parts fast and the job done faster.
AutoZone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Back here live at the Ozarks for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, the TireRack.com National Championship for 2022. It's a 2-day race. Points will be combined between the 2 days to determine the national championship. A little bit different than what we've done before. It should make for an exciting race weekend. You're not going to know who the winner is till the end of the weekend, so it should be very exciting and interesting at the same time. Welcome everyone. I'm Paul Veltzum, joined by Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong, calling the race for you this weekend.
So, flat out Nemesis car is so fast that the quarter workers keep calling it in about how fast it is.
Yeah,
I want to know what the lap times were, and then somebody else said something about that car. Its car is, the 352 is so fast. It's so fast, and then somebody else came over the radio and was like, well, I mean, we are on a racetrack. Is that a problem? It's quite entertaining.
I think it's deceptive. It really isn't. I mean, their lap times, they're not as quick as Visceral. Visceral just turned in a 252. They just set a 256, which is a good lap time for the flat-out car. But the other two cars behind them were actually quicker. As I said, they're being closed in on by the cars behind them. Now they did They did crank out a 2:53 about 2 laps ago. That's a pretty impressive lap time for that driver, but there's some radical differences in lap times from lap to lap for the flat-out machine, and that's something it's probably because they're still trying to figure out the stupid racetrack, you know. And there's still quite a few cars out there.
Okay, Polly, I've got a trivia question for you.
Okay.
TFM, not charging. What might that be?
TFM is not charging?
Mm-hmm. On the follow-on mission car. Maybe it's like trying to see if that was anyway, they said the experienced driver broke it under full course caution. So they're trying to figure out their car. It's like, what is TFM? Unless it's like it's like he was going to go F for follow-on mission. I don't know.
Oh, it could be he was follow-on mission, not charging. Could have been like an alternator problem. Is just what he's trying to tell us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be a problem. Now you're seeing the live stream is slowed down. I'm looking at my analytics actually show me I'm okay on my outbound. So what we do have is a lot of it is real choppy for the in cars. Absolutely.
An enormous place.
So flat out now 14 seconds the gap from Visceral up to flat out. Flat out's turned up the wick a little bit, a 2:55 on that last lap, but a 2:53 for Visceral. Dirty 30 down to 3 minutes flat on that last lap, a 2:58 for Cone Crushers, and a 3:05 for 901 Motorsports. So several of the teams struggling to keep those lap times down in that 2:55, 2:53 range. Lap for lap for lap.
We had the track car rental team. And then I lost it. Oh, the 109 go off and make a mild impact with the wall, but were able to continue under their own power right now.
Well, that's good.
Or guardrail or wall or something. They said impact. Oh, I just looked on YouTube. Tiffany's 5th place finish was in Ella. Yay! Yes, that was at NCM. Ella being the e-racing team. Little E30. Love that group. And it was with Roger from Birmingham and a new driver to Champ Car with us. That's a instructor that's been doing it forever. Also, the Hubs was on our team. That might be it. But we had a great day. Also the best finish for that.
Of course, because you were there, right?
Well, I had a strategy for that race. After that, Elon just let me call all strategy because strategy worked.
Yeah, that's makes sense.
He was like, I would have never thought of that. And I was like, I suggested it. Especially that I knew all the drivers and their driver habits. So,
Premium Dudes is like, when did Dirty 30 get fast? Nice job, guys. Yeah, they're up in the 3rd place right now. They turned a 3-minute lap time on that last lap. They did get a 2:54 a couple laps ago. Actually, and the previous lap before that was a 2:54. So now 1.5 seconds the gap from Visceral to Flat Out, as Flat Out turns in a much lower 3:05 on the last lap. You know what, Tiffany? We're getting up to the last 20 minutes, and it's dry out. I'm wondering if Flat Out might be trying to save fuel for the last 20 minutes of the stint.
Maybe so.
They've slowed quite a
our
bit.
First full 2-hour dry stint. So, and nobody knows what their fuel mileage is here. So maybe trying to hold out for that 2-hour mark or a yellow, you know.
Well, they turned a 253, a 256, a 255, and a 305. 10 seconds is a huge difference in lap time, you know, unless you spin or get a tire off and kind of get crossed up a little bit.
Right. And a driver lose control in turn 5. Left a little debris behind. That he continued or not, but I didn't see him in this camera angle.
Oh, I see. I heard turn 3. Sorry, because there was an incident at turn 3 where a guy went off just a little bit ago. But you know, off and back on. What turns is?
Turn 18 around the back part of the racetrack here.
Ozarks, part of the racetrack, and slows the cars down before they come towards the front unstraightaway.
Unstraightaway.
Looks like they have some debris on the track over at turn 5. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see that?
That's what we were looking for, but I don't really see it.
Yeah, I'm seeing it on,
off at top spun and brought
I'm seeing it on the Flagtronics.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, it's probably
Did you get that
off
link?
camera just a little bit because the camera view, you know, it drops off right there in the pocket.
Oh, right.
So then we don't see it.
Yeah, Alaric is working on, our Flagtronics technician is working on adding another repeater. He said that the in-car stuff is being sent, but some of our location stuff is kind of acting a little slower. So he's configuring up some more equipment for use probably tomorrow. So we'll get a better idea of where the cars are tomorrow.
Flat Out Nemesis now. Sorry, Visceral makes the pass for the lead over Flat Out on that last lap. Now Dirty 30 has them in their sights, 14.5 seconds the gap. So Visceral takes the lead. Boy, it's been an interesting day for them. You know, they got a brand new car they just got done putting together that's out of the race with severe damage, and their other car's leading the race. I mean, gee whiz.
And bottom of the world at the same time, right?
Yeah, it's either raining or sunshine. Those guys, it's got to be a bit of an emotional deal here.
Probably not as worried about the other car now with this one in the front. It tends to take your focus off the other. So I've got an update from 901 Motorsports. Brent Shanaman, I don't know. I love to say his name funny. The one with the yellow gloves.
He was in first stint. Yeah.
Yes. And he said he had fun. It was really damp. He dropped 2 off at the exit of turn 7, got a little lost in traffic, but got lucky when he got out of the car. He was in second place. And then Mark Yoshida is in the car now. And then Chris Chappelle is going to go in next. He has red gloves. And then the plan is for Brett to finish today. Race.
Cool.
So good luck. They're doing well. They're rolling.
So working lap 63, you've got Visceral Racing leading the field over Flat Out Nemesis, followed by Dirty 30 in third. Then it's Cone Crushers, still there lurking about inside the top 5, followed by Valyrian Steel, another tough contender in the Champ Car Endurance Series. And then you've got 901 Motorsports, RVA Graphics and Wraps in the number 411, 90racing.com, rbankracing.com in 8th. Then it's Milan Plus 2 and AutoSpec Racing, the top 10. That's the number 21 car of AutoSpec. Now we got 3.5 seconds the gap from the leader, from the leader back to second place. And then we've got a 14-second gap for Dirty 30 in third from them up to second place. So the gaps I give are typically the gaps between positions, not from that particular car up to the leader. So 14 seconds the gap from third to second, 18 seconds from fourth to third, 1.7 seconds from fifth to fourth. That's Valerian Steel trying to catch Cone Crushers, both of them turning almost identical lap times that last time through. And then 901 Motorsport in sixth, 1.5 seconds the gap, and they just turned a 305 on that last lap. RVA Graphics and 90 Racing behind them just turned their fastest lap times of the day, both turning 3-minute flat lap times, so pretty impressive.
GMS is in the pits, so it doesn't look like they were able to make that 2-hour window. So they're doing their driver change and fueling the car.
Looks like Chris might be sick.
He
doesn't look good.
He doesn't, yeah.
Coming over the wall.
Looks a little wore out.
They're looking at him, yeah.
Now, that could be, physical fatigue. It could also be some exhaust getting in the car.
They escorted him over to the wall, and Jimmy's over there kind of looking at him.
And Chris Huggins is supposed to be driving for both teams. He's supposed to drive early for GMS, which he just got out of the car, and then he's supposed to drive the Birmingham car for the last stint. So we'll see if he's able to, if he's not feeling well.
Looks like he's kind of favoring that right hand.
Well, and this is one of the fun things about this racetrack is the big elevation changes, and you really are tossing the car hard into some of those corners where you get all that grip. But the other side of that is there's a lot of physical effort involved in that too. Combine that with the lack of rest that you get on this racetrack, and it could definitely take its toll on you, especially if you develop a little bit of an injury. That would be a real problem.
Yeah, and they had that, small impact on the side.
Yeah, it's heat. Yeah, he's exhausted a little bit. They're throwing towels on. Other teams are putting towels on him, feeding him water. They're just keeping an eye on him, talking to him. He's okay. He's just that's a lot of physical exertion out there.
I don't know. I didn't see them running a cool suit. I didn't see any hoses. So
and that might be it too.
This morning it was really cool.
Yeah,
so I could
when
see
you're
why
in a
people,
front engine car though, they get really hot inside.
And it's not cold outside anymore with that sun either.
Because we ran a cool shirt even when it was like 30 degrees outside. It was
probably nothing more insulating than those driver's suits sometimes.
Yes, and it
Well,
even with the engine in the
car.
back, all the heat would come off the radiator into the car. We had the hood, and he has that too. He has the vent on the hood. So the air, instead of going under the car, the hot air out of the radiator goes into the interior, over the hood and into the interior. So it just adds so much heat.
My other Boxster, it's engine, and it just, we say it cooks your butt. I mean, like, because the engine's right behind you,
yeah.
and it heats up the whole floorboard and the seat, and so the seat is literally hot.
Well, and he's pitting so early, I like Tim pointed out, or Ben pointed out, he might have been hurt from that crash, where he got into the wall earlier. But if he's pitting early, it makes sense that he would have to be helped out of the car because that he's a real racer. He's going to push himself to the very limit to try to get.
They're doing some fixes to the left front suspension. It looks like they're doing some alignment changes to it.
Yeah.
On the top strut, most of the guys slot them because that's free to do. So it looks like they kind of changed the camber on it.
Trying to get it back to where
I'm going to go down and talk to them. Let me get you some info here in a few minutes.
Okay. Thanks. There might be an ice cream truck nearby. Did I say that?
What did you say?
There might be an ice cream truck nearby that he spotted. Oh, there's a car. Whoa, crossed up. Manages to hang on to it. Doesn't get away. So car's getting a little loose there, coming down the hill.
Number 48, Face Down Racing. It looks like they've made a minor contact with some guardrail or wall. Looks like they've continued at this point.
Looney Tunes in the pits doing a driver change, cleaning up that windshield. You can see the defogger kit on that windshield in case we do get some more rain, but I think I think it's going to be clear the rest of the day.
I think you're right.
So hopefully they won't need to use that.
I think there's just still with the little bit of water and mud and people going off and back on, I think it's slinging up mud and dirt on their windshields, and there's needing to clean it in between every stint. You already can't see where you're going because of all of the elevation change. Muddied up your view. It just doesn't help either.
Sure.
I think I saw Bill almost at a full trot. There must be ice cream. He better bring me some back too.
He'd better.
Better.
So GMS tumbles down to 20th as they're in the pits taking care of that car. Probably decided, since he came in, we might as well go ahead and fix the car because this kind of throws the race win out the window. But we can at least get the car tweaked and take it back out and have a decent finish and make sure the car is as best as it can be for tomorrow.
We had the 411, the RVA graphics and wrap car spin and continue.
Ah, okay.
Everybody's just pushing it.
Yeah, the track's drying out. It's starting to warm up. It's going to start feeling better and better. These guys, they're going to want to start getting those lap times down. We got Dirty 30, just turned a 256. Flat Out has turned up the wick, but they still got passed by Dirty 30, turning at 251. That's a stout lap time for the Miata. But Dirty 30 comes by them in the contending BMW into second place with that 256. And then you've got Cone Crushers there in fourth place. So I'm a little confused how Flat Out, let's see, Flat Out moves to fourth, Flat Out now to fifth. So they must have come into the pits, Tiffany. Flat Out Nemesis, okay, makes sense.
They pit right ahead of the pit loop, so it won't trigger the pit little blue thing on Race Hero until they're leaving out. So we've got a new driver going into that car right now.
Gotcha, makes sense. So Visceral takes over the lead of the race here as they get close to the top of the hour. GMS still shown in the pits, but they may have left already. As we're on board with RVA Graphics and Wraps behind the wheel here. Watching them navigate, and it looks like it's very easy to steer. He's almost fingertip steering that steering wheel through the corners. Boy, things have changed quite a bit at this racetrack since this morning when we started the race. It was so wet out there.
Oh, absolutely. Now it's beautiful and dry. So the follow-on mission, they fixed it said ignition wire to the alternator. So that was the not charging problem. And AJ Jackson is driving now. And Rebecca's on deck for the next change.
Excellent.
It'll be Roger Cohen in the Birmingham, and we're going full course yellow.
Yeah, full course caution has been called. Not sure what the cause is.
This is 5 minutes till the 1 o'clock mark. So those cars that are out there waiting for that 2-hour stint time, it just fell perfectly for them.
And this was the same place where we were 2 hours ago, Tiffany, when we were we just fell in the perfect spot. Oh, here's the car. There's a car stranded. It looks like the RVA car has contacted the wall and has come back around. This is odd looking, but it does look like they've damaged the back of the car. So they may have had some contact with the wall as they came around the corner there. And although I can't verify the number, it looks to me like the wrap job of RVA Graphics and Wraps, that would be the number 411.
And we had just got a report of a spin and continue, so maybe didn't continue.
Yeah, we were inside that car a little bit earlier. Maybe we'll see it here in delay. I don't know. Let's see if the back end starts to come around. Does look like it's slipping around, Tiffany. Yeah, looks like he's going to clip that guardrail with the tail end of the car.
Oh. Probably lots of.
And the car is still stranded down there on the racetrack. It's not moving. Looks like he goes right. Must have stalled it. Looks like he might be going right to the, trying to start the vehicle, but can't get it to fire.
Such a uncomfortable position to be facing towards oncoming traffic. I'm not exactly sure where he.
Yeah, this is turn 1 according to my notes. So that means he came off the front straightaway and just maybe overcooked it a little bit.
Oh yeah. I see the safety down there now. If I sit on my tippy toes, and just see the top of the truck. So that's where he's at. Right past 1.
And
Tell him you can't lift off throttle. You're really committed there. And it goes off camber a couple of degrees right there at the apex of 1. So if you lift, it'll just
This is one of those tricky spots, Tiffany. It's so technical, and you're trying to get, you're going a little bit faster and a little bit faster on each lap. You're trying to get more and more out of it. They were doing really well.
Finding that limit.
Yeah, he had just set the fastest lap time of the day at 2:58. Had gotten underneath that 3-minute barrier, and then it was just a lap later finds himself off in hitting the guardrail. Yeah. So we're going to take another quick break here, folks. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, as teams come into the pits at the top of the hour. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have so many tires.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
That's not great. I can get him today.
Get the parts fast and the job done faster.
AutoZone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. RBA Graphics and Wraps getting picked up right now. They've got a flatbed at the scene there, and looks like they'll be
pit out exit. So what they just had was some cars coming out of the pit out. They had some cars coming out of pit out and right into the incident, and a couple of the pit out into the entrances into the track were really safe around the incident. So car number 44, Road Hog Racing, is going to be called in for that.
Yeah, it looks like you may have just said, they've got a safety vehicle there at the exit of the pits to try and get the cars to actually cut back, which they wouldn't normally do. You can see they're brooming the track right now. Looks like there's some mud that was kicked up on the track by somebody else. A little bit further down the track, they're taking this moment to get that broomed off. So earlier this morning, we had RVA actually leading the race over Visceral in the 918. And then we had the Visceral car crashing and damaging their fuel cell. The car continued on, but they were dumping fuel, had to be brought in. And the 516 of Gorilla Sticker also crashed out of the race over there in turn number 5, and that seemed to be that turn 6 area heading up the hill seems to be a place where some of the cars are having trouble staying on the track. There's some water rolling down the racetrack, apparently getting the tires wet as they head into the corner. Then GMS crashed out of the lead over here. get to identify this area of the racetrack. Turn 16. Went straight on into the wall there. Did some damage to the car, but kept going, and then pitted early with Chris Huggins in the car, getting out of the car. Maybe a little bit of injury, but certainly exhausted, if anything else.
Yeah, he was exhausted. We just spoke to him. We had a medical look at him. He's doing okay. He just got a little overheated. A lot of work out there. Something he's not used to. The kid races a lot, but he's doing all right. I'm watching him from here. We just had an incident where a car, the City Garage team, left pit lane and basically passed the pace car as they were leaving pit lane and put in jeopardy the safety crews that were working to the right of the safety car, and the safety folks were not happy about that. So they are being black flagged right now. They're going to be spoken to for quite a while up at pit in at Black Flag. So, yeah.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Oh, you were doing something? Sorry.
I was giving an update until you jumped in, but that's all right, man.
Part of your update.
It's all right. And then finally, RVA in the number 411 crashes in turn 2, brushing up against the wall, and that brings us up to speed with where we are now. There's the emergency vehicle carrying them back. So.
I think that car just left a little bit ago. One of the RVA cars put a new driver in. And
well, no, it actually had been in there for a while. They last pitted on lap 32, and so it was getting near the top of the hour, but what was happening was he was getting faster and faster, and he had just set the fastest lap time of the day and then crashed on the next lap. So could be just trying to,
basically he found the limit.
Found it. And just, we got it. I think I got it on replay, maybe not, but it just kind of
exceeded the limit.
Back end just started to come around, and he brushed into the wall, and then that was it. So
yeah.
It didn't look like a terrible thunderous crash. It was just got a little wide, and then got into the wall. It's too bad.
I don't know. The video I was watching in the other room it's pretty banged up, but oh, and that's our camera car.
The curse continues.
Stop. There is no curse. None whatsoever. So Tiffany is headed out to grab some food, and it's me and you, Paul, as they come down the front straightaway under full force yellow. JR, the track owner, he has a team out at Laguna Seca right now, or either Sonoma or Laguna Seca. There's some big event going on out west, and they're trying to qualify one of their cars in that for Sunday's race.
Yeah.
But he was watching our race and kind of forgot about his own car out there, so he left in a panic, trying to find out what was going on. So lots of cars on lap 61.
Valerian Steel in the pits. 901 shown in the pits, but it looks like obviously they're not. So they've left the pits.
I'm not seeing it's hard. I can see Visceral up at the pits. They've got the hood open on that car doing their typical service. They're cleaning the window, checking the oil, doing air pressures on the left front. Oh no, are they changing a tire on the left front? They're doing something on the left front. Now they're doing it on the right rear. Sorry, left rear.
So we got a car stranded drivers right there. Looks around the turn 6 area.
Oh, they just did a tire swap on that car. It looks like the left side tires on the Visceral car.
All right.
They're looking at the timer. Ron's looking at the timer. Ron's son is doing the torquing of the wheels, it looked like. Now he's looking at the right side wheels. Oh, they're jacked up the right side of the car.
Is it 901 that's stranded out there? No,
sounds like
that Maybe it.
Yep, 901.
Because I've got, man, the camera must be way behind. Because I've got them rolling. But that would be over in that turn 5 area.
No, that's
folks.
903. 901 Motorsports, but 903.
Oh,
Is there
okay.
a 901 car?
Let me see here.
I don't have Tiffany's computer up.
Nine.
There goes Ron leaving pit lane, or the Visceral car is leaving pit lane right now.
Maybe it's 801. Touchstone. We don't have a 901.
Yeah. What are we looking at here?
He kind of pulled back, but if you
there
look
it
up at
is.
the upper
Yep.
right-hand, upper left-hand corner, there's the car that's stranded.
$916.
Okay, that's Cone
That's
Crushers.
Blue Shell. 916 is Blue Shell.
No, it's Cone Crushers, man.
Oh, well, now, 916 went off somewhere else, and he continued. That's what she just said on the.
Oh, okay. So you think maybe that is Blue Shells down there? Of course, they tell those guys to move that truck so we can see. If that's the Ford.
Can't tell on electronics. He's in the S's, right? Looks like 107.
Oh, that might be
Or
Looney
101.
Tunes.
Oh, 101, maybe.
Yeah, that's Looney Tunes. Okay. So, yeah, there we go.
Oh, that is Looney Tunes. There we go.
And it looks like he's just going to throw a rope on it, bring her back. I wouldn't be surprised, Bill, if they just ran out of fuel. What do you think?
Maybe.
The dry weather and just finding
that's a
out how far they can
car.
go. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at Flagtronics, and I'm still trying to figure out what some of the things mean. And sure enough, he's not moving.
So I'll give you guys a quick rundown where things stand. We're working lap 69. We're under caution right now for a car that's stranded down there over on the turn 6 area. And we've got Dirty 30 has actually assumed the lead of the race because Visceral has come into the pits under the caution. We've got Cone Crushers in second place. Valerian Steel is shown in third. Visceral in the pits, but in fourth. I think they've actually left the pits, and that's why they tripped that loop. Flat Out Nemesis in fifth. Then we've got 901 Motorsports in sixth. Birmingham Racing has moved up 46 positions for seventh place. Then we've got 90racing.com, rbankracing.com in eighth. Then we've got Milan Plus 2 in ninth, and Autospec Racing in the number 21 in 10th place. C Class being led by Dirty 30, A Class by Valerian Steel, B Class by Flat Out Nemesis, and D Class by Face Down Racing. And then Roadhog Racing, although shown in the pits, currently leads EC. And this is all, of course, unofficial, according to what I'm seeing on Race Hero, folks. So you don't want to die on that hill.
All right, Huggins is up walking around now. Looks a lot better, actually. Just needed a rest. He needed a nap. We got the 594 coming down pit lane. Looks like 301 Motorsports coming down as well, which I believe is the 301. Lots of guys pitting right now. Yeah, the number 301, which is 301 Motorsports. Or Dallas Marketplace. I don't know. They have a lot of stickers on their car.
Looney Tunes has actually been pulled into the paddock, so they've got something going on. Oh, no, this is the tunnel.
Oh, no, that's going under the bridge. Yeah, because where they were at, they got pulled outside the track, and now they're being – the paddock will be up top there.
Yeah, as we were approaching that, I thought, oh, this looks like a guy's trailer. And like, no, we're going through a tunnel.
Donnie on the left with the one of the RVA Graphics and Wraps guys. Actually, that's my son's boss. At
So they'll pull that car down off of. Looks like they're having to.
Justin's over there doing some body work on it on the right side.
So I think it might still be up on the truck. It looked by the angle, but
it's at an angle. It's like they have trying to get it off the truck, and I don't think it'll roll because of the damage to the right front.
Yeah, it might be trying to get that section cleared so that it'll roll better.
That's a lot of force because that man is huge.
Yeah.
Football player with the Richmond Spiders. Looks like they got it done, and there it goes, able to roll now.
Take it out of gear and down she'll go.
You ever get it stuck in that gear where it's so much torque on it that it won't move? You can't get it out of gear.
Get it out of gear, right. Take the pressure off the stupid thing. Got to get the clutch in.
And they have that big splitter on the front, too. I'll bet it's stuck on that.
It looks like he's going to put a jack underneath it, maybe to kind of roll it on the floor jack.
Yeah, something. I need to have external cameras.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed, Bill.
Yeah, that's something we'll work on over the winter.
The winter's a long way away.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Takes a lot of time to plan this stuff. Got to do drawings, get them approved.
Drawings. Get them approved, right? Has to go through the board and
through the board. You know, they're gonna pencil whips, or they're gonna pencil something. I have to fix it. Get some new drawings. You know, somebody's gonna object. You can't have cameras on the outside of cars. You know those little things.
Narrow-minded.
You just don't look at the big picture. 1080.
So Roadhog Racing shown in the pits right now. Getting ready to now starting lap 70. We've had some cautions here.
All right, looks like we might be going back to green this lap. Just remember that sometimes things happen along the way behind the pace car that could keep the pace car out. So even though you think the pace car is coming in, just, don't yell green. And
just when you thought, everything was going to be fine.
There's that one guy.
Let the Flagtronics do its thing.
Ruins a restart.
Here they come up the hill. Turn 16, allegedly.
The pace car light is out. What does that mean, Paul?
That means they're going to duck in on this lap, so
be ready. The way I hear them in the background.
There's 90racing.com going by.
And here they come.
There's Milan.
They're waiting for the green to drop, and there's some passing being made. Because we'd already gone green. So all the Flagtronics went green, and that's why these guys are passing along the front straight or / front curve. That's just a lot of cars together there. Somebody once told me this car didn't have enough room for 2 or 3 car passing, and we're seeing 4 and 5 cars at some time.
Man, look at all that room. You kidding me? That's
is
twice as wide as Mid-Ohio. There's tons of room out there.
Nelson Ledges. I mean, Nelson Ledges is a pretty fast course, much like this one, and you have a lot of you do have a lot of room to pass there, but it's still not that wide of a track.
I think it was because there was so much turning. They thought, where am I going to pass?
Hello, Fred. I'm not talking bad about your track at Nelson Ledges. Speaking of Nelson Ledges, we got a race coming up there, the longest day of Nelson Ledges.
Yep, it's coming up. It's going to be the 16th and the 17th of July. So it's a little ways out, but, start planning for it. We need to get some signups for Thunder Hill happening there at the beginning of the month, the 2nd and the 3rd of July.
And I'm off to Hallett this week. I'm staying here in the central U.S. With all the equipment, and we'll be at Hallett in 2 weeks. Me, Chelsea Vickery, and our whole crew will be there putting on that race. Then we all head to, Chelsea gets a weekend off, and we head to Watkins Glen, New York, straight after that. And we had a lot of entries for that race. I think 274 cars 110. That's like 274 cars for that track have entered. Be a fun weekend.
Man, it's always awesome. Watkins Glen is just, man, it's great.
Such a cool track. Yeah. I don't know, man. This one is pretty intense. I like this track.
Yeah,
I like
it's cool.
it a lot.
It's definitely cool.
The track I'm talking about is the Ozarks International Raceway.
Yep, Dirty 30 back on the gas now. Leading the race over Cone Crushers by half a second when they came across the start-finish line. As Bill said, they were already getting some passing done before they got to the flag stand. Valerian Steele in third, Visceral Racing Group in fourth, and Flat Out Nemesis is fifth in their Miata, that very fast Miata. Be racing at Autobahn, CMP, and Sebring. Nice, David.
Comes our leader down the front straight. And GMS about a football field behind him, maybe a bit more. And they're followed by the 855 car and then our bank. And then about 50 yards behind them is the 800 car. So they go by.
Yeah, we just don't have the.
Yeah, sorry, folks. The
bandwidth.
cell systems here aren't exactly the best in the world, and they're
just having trouble getting
Yeah.
getting a clear in-car pictures, but we've got some good track cameras working. So, Hastings Tires Plus,
what's that? His air freshener hanging from the mirror.
getting it done. I don't know what that is. I have no
You see
idea.
the big square sticker on his front window up there in the right-hand corner. That's a meme of our fearless leader, Dana Morrison.
Yeah, hilarious.
Lets everybody know that they're a contender in the national championship here. Part of the race in a race.
Yeah, that's great. Maybe it's a dream catcher.
It could be.
It kind of looks like a dream catcher from the side, you know, the way it kind of turned.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Kind of looks like a dream catcher. Dreams really do come true.
Yes, they do.
Oh, my gosh, it's so funny. It's a great group of guys. I got a little bit of smoke going down the hill here from the lead car. Wow, look how fast it goes sailing up into that. My goodness. Carrying so much speed.
You can't see the bottom of that. See how the cars disappear? Because they do. It's like you can't see them.
That's the part of the track where they black out from the G-load.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then
at the bottom there. Yeah. Then they regain as they come up.
regain as
That
they come
might be the issue. That might be the issue.
Shoot.
Fun times here at the track. Fun times.
Oh, shoot. Down roller coaster they come. Look at that.
The wind has really picked up here. It's going from left to right, down the front curve away, straight away. Trees are waving back and forth. Got some easy ups kind of wanting to not stay still.
Well,
really big and long pit lane here. Still got a lot of easy ups going down, or standing up here along pit lane. We thought we'd have a better view of pit lane, but once they put up their easy ups, we kind of lose that nice little sight. Number 80, smoking excessively out of the rear.
All right. 80 is, I don't have that. It might
Or
have been
1. No, 81.
Yeah. Oh, 81 is the Boys Love Toys in a Miata. That's what I was seeing when they were heading down the hill. I saw what looked like some smoke coming out of the back of the car. So that's probably who that is.
Oh, we have a bunch of the mid-pack guys running up on some of the slower pack guys along the front straightaway here, and it was a lot of wiggling and moving around. That was a little scary as I came down the front straightaway here, which isn't, again, not a straightaway, but I know you guys have heard that 20 times. It is 801.
Gotcha. 801 is one of the touchstone cars.
And it's smoking heavily now out of the rear.
You can see just a nice big pack of cars after we came back to green have been sticking together as they're working away around this 3.9-mile road circuit here in Gravois Mills, Missouri. Visceral Racing Group leads on lap 72 over Dirty 30 by 43 seconds, followed by Valerian Steel, Cone Crushers, and Flat Out Nemesis. Cars coming through 14 here.
Might have something at 15 because they've gone waving yellow.
Yeah, we got a car stopped at the bottom of the racetrack there, Bill, at the bottom of the hill.
Yes.
It looks like, I wonder if it's the same car they were concerned about, because it is a red.
So 801 is leaving a visible line of oil on the track.
And that might be the same car. He might have parked it there. I don't know. It appears
pace car standing up.
It appears to be, which is our track lingo, folks. That means that their pace
Full
car
course yellow.
driver.
Full course yellow.
That means a pace car driver is about to get in the car, should be ready to get in the car. It looks like the Z car, the 350Z.
Oh yeah.
Of the what's that? The what do they call that? Now, it's not racing; it's expensive. Yeah, their camera quit working a long time ago.
Yeah, that car, he's kind of stuck in the mud. They say he's not moving. It's pretty windy out there. It's affecting the cameras a bit.
Say, Bill, hold the camera still so we can.
Dude, it's, as one gets older, kind of hard to hold it and keep it in the same spot,
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm told.
Full course caution here at the Ozarks. We'll go ahead and take a quick break here and be back in just a few seconds. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. More to come. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped to over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
That's not great. I could get him today.
Get the parts fast and the job done faster.
AutoZone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live. If you were watching the chat, David Haynes and I were chatting back and forth as he was poking a little bit of fun at me, but David's one of the announcers for the iRacing series, the Champ Car iRacing series. If you'd like to find out more about iRacing series through Champ Car, make sure you check out the Champ Car forum. You can get to it through the Champ Car website, and you can be a part of that. They hold races I believe it's Wednesdays related to the race that's upcoming typically. And they do an incredible job, really just an expert job. And David does a phenomenal job calling the races as well. So not only do they put on the production for the race, but they're also calling the race as well. So it's pretty cool. Make sure you check it out. There's a lot of information through the forum where they make announcements, but then they have a Discord server as well. And if you don't know what that is, they can help you get attached to the server. And it's just a really great community, so I encourage you to check that out. Get this talking.
We're back to...
Yep, they got the track cleared, and we're back to green again here. Working lap 75. Birmingham Racing shown not turning laps in 12th, but everybody else looks like in the top 30, the top 28 are out there turning laps.
Is in the...
Yeah, that was Touchstone Racing and a Miata, an MX-5 that was stranded out there, not a Nissan Z. It's Japanese, at least. And David's like, check your prescription. I'm telling you, man, it wouldn't make any difference. It'd be great if that was all it was, but it wouldn't have mattered. It looked like a Z to me with those covered headlights. And like, looks like a Z from here. Anyway, welcome everybody. I'm Paul Veltum along with Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong calling the race for you this weekend. I hear birds cheeping. Is that from the tower? That's awesome. Or is that from me?
You.
Must be me, yeah. The rain stopped, and I live in a regular neighborhood. There's a lot of trees around, and so they hang out. We have a lot of woodpeckers. It's bizarre. And
I'm crazy when they get on your house and start pecking your house. It's like, meh.
Yeah, they punch holes in my shed, and it's really irritating. Anyway, enough about me, folks. RVA Graphics and Wraps, just bringing you up to speed. Crashed coming out of through turn 1, turn 2 area there, brushing up against the wall. Did enough damage to the side of the car and the back of the car. It didn't look like a terribly big hit or anything like that. We have it on video, but it still did enough damage to tear it up. So they've brought that car behind the wall. Looks like they went ahead and threw a cover over it too. Looney Tunes is back out of the paddock and bringing their Mustang back onto the racetrack, so that's good news for them. Here's Hastings Tires Plus. They are still in the thick of it.
Him is back out on. Haven't
Yeah.
the hub is in the car now.
Okay. Well, he was already out once today, wasn't he?
He went out this morning, and I think they did a driver change around an hour in. And then Huggy was driving with GMS and got overheated in his stint. Huggy was supposed to drive the last stint in the Birmingham car. So Huggy is cooling down. I gave him some Pedialyte, and we put the hubs back in the car.
Right. Yeah, he probably won't drive again. I mean, that's once you get sick like that, you're pretty much done for the day. You won't have any stamina,
Right.
Even if he does get in the car, it probably is not a good idea. Anyways,
Heated quickly again, yeah.
Yeah. You got to be careful with that.
Happens. It's a real thing.
Heat exhaustion and heat stroke are two different things, but yeah. Unfortunately, once you get really, really overheated like that, it's something that'll happen to you again pretty easily. So you have to be a little more careful. That's where I'm at. I got to be a little bit more babyish on myself when it comes to that.
Be a little delicate flower.
I am a delicate flower, Tiff. That's just
How it
me.
is.
I am a diva.
The one thing is, if you get overheated, do not drink water or anything else super cold, because it'll make you so nauseous. So
Yeah, unless you want to taste it twice. Yeah.
yeah. Like, nope, switch over to your warm sitting out at the racetrack water.
Cone Crushers doing well out there, 5th place. They were up in 4th a little bit earlier today. They've slipped down to 5th, 3 hours and 20 minutes unofficially on the clock. Visceral leading by 38 seconds over Dirty 30. Valerian Steel in 3rd, back about 3.7 seconds, running identical lap times that last time through, both running 3:10s. I know those guys can do better than that. They should be able to knock at least 10 seconds off those lap times. Then we got Flat Out Nemesis in 4th. In that B-Class car. Again, we've got a lot of new drivers hopping in the cars right now, so we're probably going to see that breaking in period. The vast majority of these drivers have not been on this racetrack in dry conditions.
Right. Every stint, usually a new driver is going in, and a lot of times they have not seen this track dry, not driven it at speed. If they practiced yesterday, they practiced in the wet, most of them. So it's a totally different track. I talked to a few people while I was went to grab some lunch, and they were like, "Whoa!" I mean, there was a lot of whoas. Like, the place is intense. You're busy. Lots of elevation change. The car gets really light, and you're at the top of 4th gear. Maybe even in some cars might be 5th. I'm just really hauling the mail, triple digits.
That's cool.
Over the hills. Like, it's really fun, but it's also scary as hell. but it's really fun.
Yeah, our bank racing, 90racing.com, back at it in 7th place. They just turned their fastest lap time of the day, a 2:53.
So in the last driver change in the 5-point slow, Terry Murphy went in that one in the 501 car.
Yeah, this might be Larry in the car. He's completely fearless. I mean, absolutely fearless human being. He's crazy. A great family man, and yet just he's a totally different person inside the car.
Black Knight Racing, they're on their 3rd stint as well as most of the field. They're running in 43rd or were earlier. This is their first Champ Car race. So they're super excited to be here.
Cool. And I see David mentioning they're going to be the iRacing series, the Champ Car iRacing series will be at Sonoma Raceway this Wednesday. So if you guys want to head over there and check that out this Wednesday, I highly recommend it. If you're even thinking about getting involved in iRacing, you want to get that seat time, you want to do some laps and learn from some guys that really know those tracks well, yeah, definitely check out the iRacing series. You can get involved, and you don't have to spend a blue fortune. You've seen the videos. We've played them before. You don't have to spend a ton of money to get involved in iRacing, but it's definitely, probably about what you'd spend or less than what you'd spend on a race weekend. And then you've got it. Once you've got the rig, you've got it. And you can do it. You can head out there as many times as you want. And you can practice whenever you want. So it's extremely convenient. And if you wreck it, you're just breaking pixels. So,
right. You don't have to worry about swapping the tires out.
No. Well, yeah, you can head into the pits and do a pit stop if you want. But yeah, it's cool. They do. We've done some 24-hour races. We've done some of the bigger races, and they like a 14-hour race. I think we did like a 12-hour race. David's just like shaking his head. Just stop talking, Paul. I think we did a Charlotte race there, and they speed the clock up, so you have the sun set and everything, so it's mimics that you're over a 12-hour race or something, but it's not really happening. You end up finishing at night, and that's cool. Anyway, that you're doing pit stops and driver changes and the whole deal. It's really cool. So anyway, make sure you check them out. I'll stop talking about that because I don't know what I'm talking about.
The team Fox Shoddy, they're Martin Painter just went in the car at this last stint, so around 1:15-ish.
Team, what was the name of it?
Team Fox Shoddy.
Fox Shoddy, okay.
As the number, where's my letters? There they 175. And past the Buck Racing, the number 180, Tanner the Kid Hurst. So Tanner the Kid Hurst is in the car now. Past the Buck. Gotta be a story there. That's a 1999 Mazda Miata. And Justin is now in the car in the Visceral car, the 959.
All right.
An update since everybody went through most teams went through a driver change in the last 30 minutes or so. Quite a few of them.
Gotcha.
There.
Yeah, so it looks like Valyrian Steel pretty close to Dirty 30 right now. 1.14 seconds is the gap. They are turning quicker lap times. Both of them, though, really off the pace from where their counterparts have been running, but it's understandable. But we could see a move to third place for Valyrian Steel. Other close competition between RVA Graphics and Wraps, the number 111 in 10th place, to Autospec Racing, their Miata in 9th. Just half a second is the gap. And again, both those lap times well off the pace from what they should be able to do once they get acclimated to the track. But again, RVA, the quicker car. Milan Plus 2 also less than a second behind RVA. So the three of those cars all in position for a pass, and yet very close together as well. Visceral just sets their fastest lap time of the day, the leader of the race, with a 251.163, outpacing the remaining drivers of the field.
It's getting it done, Justin is. I like it when the team send me the info and I know, who's in the car, and then I can tell the folks, their folks at home or whoever's watching at home that they're in the car,
Yeah, it's good,
That's an extra element.
It does. It's helpful. Thanks for all the likes out there, people on the stream. Appreciate that.
Give it a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. If you subscribe to our ChampCar.Live channel, then when we go live the next time, it'll just ding you and let you know. It'll give you a little notification on your phone in case you consider watching it again.
Yeah, then you catch the opener that I spend all that time working on that nobody sees.
Right. It's a beautiful thing.
It's artistic, let me tell you. It's a work of art. Flat Out Nemesis just sets the fastest lap time of the day with a 2:49. That's the first team to get under the 250 mark. So it's second place back there, 43 seconds behind Visceral, and they go purple on the field with a 249.385. It's a low 249. So there's probably more in that car.
So 501, the 5 point slow. They put all four wheels off, but then we're able to bring it back onto the track somewhere around turn 11.
All right. So 43 positions has 90racing.com passed to get up to 7th. They were down as low as I believe it was 12th, beginning to work their way back up to the field. They just set their fastest lap time, a very respectable 252.0. Great job, guys. Great job. I think that's might be Larry behind the wheel. He's killing it. Man, he is killing it. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate you, brother. Oh, thanks, Bernie. I appreciate that, man.
I agree with Bernie. Polly's openings are fabulous.
I got one that I did with the a track tour, which I didn't publish it because I just didn't get around to finishing it all, but it's a little bit different than the track tours I typically do because this one has got it's got the elevation changes on a graph that rolls with the tour. It's pretty interesting. I just didn't I just lost interest in the whole thing, but I might go ahead and do it tonight so that tomorrow I can show it to you guys. It'll be at the tail of the opening like it usually is.
Going into this event, we just didn't have a lot of information about the track. I mean,
yeah,
the amount of videos that were out there was limited. There's a lot of limited information. It's just you're gonna have to find out when you get here.
You got turn 6 yellow flag, Tiff.
Mm-hmm.
The 501.
Yep. That was the one that had 4 off early.
Okay. I gotta see what that is. I don't have it. I don't see a 501, Tiff.
It's a 501. Yeah, 5 point low.
Oh, okay. Hey, Bernie. Mike's talking to you over here on the feed. He's asking you a question.
may have some tire rub now that after that off. They're getting some smoke out of the right front tire, I believe.
Well, they're sailing through there. I don't see the car, so I'm not sure.
It's continued on, but I think it's
Gotcha.
some smoke.
Here's a car moving slowly through roller coaster. Got a black flag coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Who are they? Are they flagging 501?
Yes.
Yeah. There's the call.
Yeah, they're going to bring that one in.
Might have some tire damage or something, you might have said.
Yeah, they don't know if it's tire damage or just rubbing. Something's up.
Yeah, it's kind of like a meatball then, really.
It is.
All right.
Surprised to hear not meatball.
Not a meatball, yeah.
Probably what they meant to say.
Right. In the end, it really doesn't matter. I mean, you're reacting. The driver's responsible to react in the same way, right? I mean, just bring it in, talk to the pits. I mean, it doesn't. Maybe in other clubs it means something, it's just a different reason, but it's the same the same result for the driver.
Well, you're absolutely correct on that.
So anyway, 80 laps in, Visceral leads 46 seconds over Flat Out. They just turned a 258 to Visceral's 254. So yeah, they had that outstanding 249. And now they turn a lap that's 9 seconds slower. That's a big difference. Valerian Steel in third, Dirty 30 in fourth, Cone Crushers is fifth. Gap 17 seconds from R-Bank up to 901. They just set a 250 to 901's 304. So that's going to give, I'm just going to say it's Larry because I don't know for sure, but I think Larry's at the wheel. Give R-Bank anyway a chance to catch up and possibly move up into sixth place, getting by 901 Motorsports as their driver in 901's trying to get acclimated to this very complex racetrack here in Gravois Mills.
So the Hastings Tire Plus car, the 550, went off around, I think she said turn 14, but they've drove back onto the court.
Okay, I've lost their camera, so I can't. Hey, Ed, good morning, good afternoon. I guess, yeah, we're in the afternoon here. Everybody says hi, Ed. Well, okay, I'll give you a rundown. Might as well. So RVA led early with Visceral Racing Group. Their new build car, number 918, crashed, damaging the fuel cell or fuel tank. We're not sure exactly which. Seems like the way that it was damaged, it was probably just a fuel tank. But it was leaking all over the racetrack, so they brought that in. And that car is mashed up pretty good, actually. Kind of surprised he kept driving it. So that was very early on. Gorilla Sticker, the 516, crashed as well. Then we had GMS leading over Flat Out, followed by Dirty 30. And then GMS, Chris Huggins was at the wheel, and looks like he got into a guardrail as well from the lead. Continued on, but eventually got out of the car about 20 minutes early, just exhausted from all the work out there. It's a very busy, fast racetrack. So 145, we had Visceral actually leading with the 959, their sister car, and they still hold the lead. over Flat Out Nemesis, followed by Dirty 30, Cone Crushers, and Valyrian Steel. And then RVA in the 411 car just brushed up against the guardrail enough to damage their car coming through turn 1 very fast down into turn 2, brushing the wall and doing some damage to that car. And they have that car behind the wall and under the cover. So right now what we have is Visceral leading about 46 seconds over Flat Out Nemesis, followed by Valyrian Steel, Dirty 30, Cone Crushers in 5th, 901 Motorsport in 6th, 90racing.com, R-Bank Racing in 7th. We got Leviathan in 8th, RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 111 in 9th, and Milan Plus 2 has just been overtaken by AutoSpec as AutoSpec moves into 10th place. So C-Class being led by Visceral at working lap 82. Flat Out Nemesis leads B-Class, Valyrian Steel leading A-Class. So classes A, B, and C all in the top 3 overall. D-Class being led by Face Down Racing down in 13th, and EC being led by Roadhog Racing in their BMW, scored 18th overall. Of course, that'll change after the end of the race. Your fastest lap time of the day, a 249.3. That's the only car that has cracked the 250 range, and that's by our second place car, Flat Out Nemesis, in that wicked Miata. There's, again, just turned a 250 to Visceral's 250. They're trying to catch up with the leader, but it's going to be tough. You know, he's going to have to turn some pretty stout lap times, and Visceral's going to have to slow down just a little bit.
Right, and their last laps were both 250s. Golden,
Crazy.
253. So see what they got for them.
Yeah, Hastings Tires Plus just crosses the start-finish line with that 312. And they are down in 16th. Birmingham's gone through 39 cars to get up to 14th. Chris Huggins got out of the car with heat exhaustion from the GMS car. He was slated to actually drive also in the Birmingham car. And now there's questions whether or not he'll be well enough to be able to drive the last stint. It might be a long day for the Hubs and for, I assume, Rogers Racing as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be a long day for those two guys swapping the driving stint for the weekend. But that's racing, though, sometimes, right?
Yeah. The same Collier that got the Volvo with Randy.
Yeah. We're going to take a quick commercial break, folks, and be back in just a few. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Maybe been just a little bit of a moment there for the 90 Racing team, but looks like they're keeping it on the racetrack. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong, calling the race for you this weekend. Working lap 85 out here. It is the TireRack.com National Championship for 2021 for the Champ Car Endurance Series. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. 901 Motorsport, currently holding down 7th place. And a lot of these guys in the cars right now, this is the first time they've been on this racetrack, some of them ever in their lives. Others, they might have had a little bit of time out here yesterday in the rain, which is, of course, a completely different animal from a dry racetrack.
Yeah, the course is so much faster now. So much faster.
Cars come sailing down the hill there, turn 2 off that front straightaway. And just look at the drop that these guys are going through. And is it any wonder even a series veteran like Chris Huggins gets out of the car and like, dude, I'm tired. It's a lot of work.
Mm-hmm. It's very, I mean, if you're just walking around outside, it feels very nice. It's warm and real breezy, but get in these cars and it's going to get hot quick.
So
You're just so busy. You don't have any time to rest. So I mean, it's just going to everything out of you, you know?
Yep, 4 seconds the gap from 4th place to 3rd. Dirty 30 trying to chase down Valerian Steel, and they're turning about 3 seconds a lap faster, so they might make a pass for 3rd place. And flat out Nemesis not turning laps They just went salmon. They may have pulled into the pits.
Yes, they are in the pits.
So second place jumps into the pits. They turn a 2:49. So much for a cool down lap. They turn a 2:49 and then duck into the pits.
Probably burn the tires off of it. I think I see them changing tires actually. One side. Human standing here, blocking my perfect.
Yeah, their last pit stop was on lap 65, and the first one was on lap 32. So we're working lap 84. So
Yeah, I see them with an impact. So yeah, I think they just put 2 tires on the left side.
So this is off sequence for them, and it's going to seriously impact their race in a negative way. They are fast, but they're not that fast. They're not going to be able to go blazing back up, through the field. These guys up in the top 5, they're pretty quick too. They can turn very similar lap times to what Flat Out can do. So they're going to need to get that car back out onto the racetrack as soon as possible if they feel they've got a tire failure.
In the Boys Love Toys car, the number 82, Jim Fiss is currently in the car.
Jim Fiss, okay. Thanks for that update.
901 Motorsports, Chris Chappelle is in the car now.
Oh, okay. 901 Motorsport, obviously veteran team. This is the number 903 car. I think it was the 901 car that was involved in a shunt last year, towards the end of the year. That last, it was a VIR race where they got into the tire bundle there at Oak Tree. And I did some damage to the car. I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen the car since then. I have to talk to them to see if it
I'll ask them about that.
Wrote the car off. Yeah.
The 505 Flying Ghost car is just coming out of the paddock area.
All right. Yeah, they were behind the wall with that car. I think both of their cars were off track there for a little while. So Blue Shells, I'm showing off track. Gorilla Sticker, of course, had some damage.
And Todd Puckett is now in the 5-point slow car. Mustang.
Right. We know Touchstone Racing, one of those cars was disabled, so they brought that one in. So everybody in the top 40, with the exception of Party Girl and Flat Out, shown in the pits. Now, Flat Out Nemesis trips the pit loop on the way out, so they're heading back out onto the racetrack. Milan Plus 2 just sets their FTD with a 257.4 in 11th place. Dirty 30 now 4 seconds behind second place. Dirty 30 now jumps into second. They pass Valyrian Steel on that lap. So Dirty 30 now moves into second. Valyrian in third. Cone Crushers is in fourth. Valyrian and Cone Crushers having some trouble getting up to speed. 90racing.com not having any trouble at all. A 258 on that last lap. So all of their lap times very quick. They turned a 250 a few laps ago. Their fastest lap time. So getting with it out there. I think it's Larry Fishdog Frank in the seat.
Had a spin in turn 2 and continued.
All right.
It went spinny.
Yeah, it looks clear right there.
And Flat Out Nemesis is back on course. They just have to come all the way back around the track to clear that pit.
Gotcha.
Off there. But they're back out.
Less than 3 hours remain in the race. Past the halfway point here. These drivers, most of them will be in the car for the next 50 minutes, roughly, and then they'll pit for that final stretch, final run to the checkered flag, which flies at 5 o'clock local time. Looney Tunes back out on the racetrack. That's the Ford Mustang team. They've been with us for quite a while, racing with us for quite a while. There's R Bank Racing going by. So Flat Out currently scored in 6th place until they come around and trip the timing loop. Once that happens, we'll get a little bit more accurate idea of where they end up after what appeared to have been an unscheduled pit stop for tire change.
Yeah, and here they come on the front, non-straightaway. Well,
So Visceral Racing Group still leading. With these 253s, they're going to be very difficult for anybody to catch.
incredible. 252 now. Hey, Justin is getting it done.
And we know Cone Crushers is really tough, so.
Oh, absolutely. Rich and Scott, they've got lots and lots and lots of seat time.
All right.
They need to pick up tracks really quickly too. I remember the first time they came to Barber, and I was like, you know, we've got tons of laps on that track, and you know they were learning it, and then they were flying past us. We taught them too much.
And we've got a real dogfight up at the front here for second place. Valerian Steel was passed by Dirty 30, but they didn't give up. 0.8 seconds is the gap from second to third. They both turned 301s on the last lap. So both cars are gradually getting quicker and quicker with each lap. So these two guys are right together, probably learning from each other as they're working their way around the track. It'll be interesting to see how they score on this next lap coming through. 3.7 seconds the gap from 901 Motorsports in 7th up to Flat Out Nemesis. I don't think they have the pace to keep up with Flat Out, but we'll see. Flat Out turns into 322. 901 a 311. 11 seconds the gap from Milan Plus 2 up to RVA Graphics and Wraps and their BMW. Milan Plus 2, 3 seconds faster on that last lap. Could they move into 10th place and bump RVA outside the top 10? Plum Crazy, 1.7 seconds behind another B-class competitor in 20th place, Maximum Effort. That would move them into the top 20 if they can get by the Maximum Effort Miata. You can see the light kind of glimmering off the windshields as they come by, the sun shining off of those cars as they come by.
It's quite shiny.
And there's another change for second place. Valerian Steel gets back around the Dirty 30 car. 0.3 seconds the gap as they come across the start-finish line. Valerian Steel moving into second, relegating Dirty 30 down to third place. Cone Crushers behind all of this in fourth place. I don't see a time. They're showing a lap back. I'm not sure what the gap is there. But these guys have about another 45 minutes of racing before they pit, so this could go on for a while.
They're racing pretty intently out there. Okay, here come the Cone Crushers headed towards start finish. They come around Killer Bossa, passing start finish.
Killer Bossa, one of the Champ Car teams with us this weekend, racing in a 350Z.
Yeah, pretty car.
I'm showing a couple markers that are yellow. I think it's around the front straightaway area, so it's probably not accurate. But I'm looking at this Flagtronics trying to make heads or tails out of it.
You know, turn one drops off at such an incredible elevation change. I can kind of see the very tip top of the head of the corner worker, and that's about it. The tip top. When I'm on my tippy toes.
90racing.com just sets the fastest lap time. They cracked the 250s with a 249.9. Wow. They are really getting it done. Honda is flying around that racetrack now. Chasing down Cone Crushers. 44 seconds. He's got a lot of work to do. Cone Crushers turned in a 3:01. And that's a 11-second difference, but it might, if he could keep that up, yeah, maybe in 4 or 5 laps, you know, he's right on him. That would put 90 Racing in 4th place if they can get by Cone Crushers. So 901 Motorsport looked like one of the visceral cars up ahead as they head. That was pit entry to the right there. You may have noticed they're heading down the front straightaway here. Sorry, it's not a smoother image for you to see, get an idea of what it's like coming down the front straightaway. But as they've said, it's not really straight. It's a curve. It's the unstraight.
Unstraightaway. And then this is turn one. Yeah. Like a big sweeper, the whole front unstraightaway. I heard that somebody had some contact with the wall, but I didn't catch the car number. Usually those things reveal themselves pretty quickly.
All right.
Parts are falling off or something in a minute, in the next couple of turns.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking at the track cameras and I'm not seeing anything offhand. Keeping an eye on this contest between.
There's the Cone Crushers right there.
90 Racing. And we'll see just how far back they are. Plum Crazy going by.
I think that car was 301. The Dallas Makerspace maybe had some mild contact with the wall.
28 seconds the gap from 90 Racing to Cone Crushers. Wow. They went from a 44-second gap to 28.
Wow.
In one lap. So.
Yeah.
That's
incredible.
Yeah, they turned a 251 to Cone Crushers 308. Huge difference.
So the 850 Killer Bossa just coming through the pits, headed back out.
Flat Out Nemesis in 6th place sets the fastest lap time for the field again. Now a 247.6. I mean, they are in a whole different league. GMS actually cranks out a 248.
Wow.
down in 8th place. And so we have Flat Out Nemesis pursuing 90racing.com, back 39 seconds behind them. And 90 Racing is actually not running as fast as Flat Out. And 90 is crushing the distance down to Cone Crushers to move into 4th. So we have 2 cars that are moving wicked quick through the field. And actually the car that's behind 90 Racing is quicker. We'll see what this next lap yields, but it's getting exciting around here.
2:47. I mean, looking at the other teams are, around the 3-minute mark.
Yeah. Yeah, Cone Crushers turned to 3:08. That's 20 seconds. I mean, geez.
Incredible.
21 seconds, It's crazy.
Doesn't seem like possible.
They catch them. It's just they're gonna blow by them.
Yeah, that's not gonna be a hard pass. It doesn't sound like. Okay, I see Cone Crushers coming along the front straightaway. There's a little slower Miata on the inside. They get past them pretty easily.
Yeah, Cone Crushers turns in a 3:03. Be looking for 90 Racing to be coming around the corner.
And there they go. 18 seconds.
Yeah.
18 and a half seconds.
Yeah. They knocked another 10 seconds out. We'll see what the gap is back to Flat Out. Now, if I remember right, it was about 39 seconds. 90 Racing turns into 2:53.
Here comes Nemesis.
And there it is, 35. They knocked a couple seconds off that gap. Flat Out Nemesis turns into 2:49. Again, faster than 90 Racing and quite a bit faster than Cone Crushers. So
they're calling it the 594 car. I'm not sure.
That's Hot Rod Lincoln.
Yeah, I didn't catch what was.
I think they said there was some contact, but they kept going.
I thought I heard, but I wasn't. And Lord knows I would never want to give anybody any false information.
Oh no, we're all about accuracy on this show. In that case, we probably should just stop. The most accuracy we could have is silence.
Here's the hubs. Go to that one. You got down to a 3:03 in the Lexus. Now we got a 3-minute flat.
Nice.
Oh, he said the fastest time of the car of the day so far. I missed that when he did it.
Now we got some debris being shown here on the racetrack, Tiffany. I think that's down at that pointy end of the racetrack. And I'm going to flip over. It looks like around turn 8 area.
Okay. Past the roller coaster.
Or do I have the track flipped around? Yeah, because that's the little curly up there. So I think I got the track turned. No, that's about right. It's just up at the top. So there's 7 and 8. So it's around that 8 area. So
got
yeah.
20. Okay, one way.
So they got some debris apparently being flagged out here on the track somewhere. I notice there's some cloud cover right there as well. Thanks for joining us, everybody, here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com National Championship Race for 2022. for the Champ Car Endurance Series at the Ozarks International Raceway. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Tiffany Alexander, Bill Strong, calling the race for you this weekend. Haywood Racing not turning laps in 21st spot. They may have come into the pits. We're not sure.
30 seconds.
90.
From 56. Nemesis made up another, 6 seconds?
Yep. And 90 Racing has cut another 10 seconds. Now it's 7 seconds, the gap to Cone Crushers. They turned to 256 to Cone Crushers 307. So they should have no trouble at this rate passing Cone Crushers to move into 4th place.
If they can just keep that right.
Well, he should have about, let's see what his pit stops look like. He pitted at 65. He pitted at 33. So where are we here? 92. So he's going to be pitting pretty soon. If they're going to stay on that, that same routine. There's Cone Crushers just ahead. This will be a pass for position. Looked like there was a car stranded to the right, so he had to obey that. We got a waving yellow in turn 7, I believe, is the
11.
call. 11, okay.
I think we might have a car off track and stuck. Sounded like they said 1-6, but I don't. Yeah, 1-6.
Oh, they're going to go full course caution just as Arbank catches up. I don't know if he's going to have time to get by him here. But I don't think he's right up. He's just got a nose under his quarter panel there. Will he have time to get by Cone Crushers before the caution comes out? Oh, no. It looks like, is it? Arbank has gone off the track. Yes. Arbank Racing, in the pursuit to get by Cone Crushers, has put the car off the racetrack.
That was the one.
That's what's brought out the caution. I wouldn't be surprised. He's pounding the steering wheel. Can't believe I did that.
That sort of thing.
Probably got himself stuck is all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see. He's nowhere near the wall. Just drove the car. Just he kept turning the steering wheel. Just ran out of racetrack.
And then it gets real ungrippy when you run out of racetrack. The grass is mud.
The grass is awful. The mud, yeah. Just overcooked it a little bit, and the Honda just couldn't stay with Cone Crushers around the outside. Everything was great until it wasn't.
Racing.
It's always something, isn't it? Seems that way anyway. Well, if it's not that, it's something else. So, well, thanks for joining us, everybody, here on Champ Car Live. We're going to take a quick break and be back in just a few. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Our bank racing getting tugged back out. And looking at the distance that the workers are walking from the truck, it looks like he's actually way out there. he's deep in the pea gravel, and still shaking his head. Just can't believe that he did this. And Tiffany, do I read that right? This is around turn 11 or 13 or?
Not confirmed.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at the flagtronics, but it's all yellow.
Yeah, I can't really tell.
Number again.
194, but they're actually panel number 1, but I think they're in the TS, they're down as 194.
Numbers in the flag.
So
I'm on. All the cars are like clustering together now behind. No.
All right, so he's getting them unhooked here. I think this is a catch and release scenario here where they're going to be able to. He just needed pulled out. Oh, and one of the workers is clearing all of the grass from the front of the car too. So here he goes. He's got a bunch of garbage underneath the car that he's shaking off onto the track, unfortunately. Can hear it hitting the underside of the car as he's getting the tires cleaned out. But 90racing.com back underway. So should be going back to green here shortly as the emergency crews leave the scene of the crime. Thanks for joining us, everybody, here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Tiffany Alexander, Bill Strong, calling the race for you. 901 Motorsports hopping out under this caution. Get that driver change done. But not sure why they're having to do this. They're going to have to do it again. I get my clock right, yeah. Because our checker's at 5 o'clock.
Some people took pits before the 2-hour mark, so kind of had one extra one to play with that they were going to need to take. So
it didn't matter.
Yeah. RV, I'm not, the R-Bank car sounded up to pace.
Yes, Scott, that's right. Yeah, the camera curse continues. Yes. That's funny. Here comes the emergency vehicle. On it hard up the hill. A look at roller coaster here. So the standings at working lap 95 is Visceral leading over Dirty 30, followed by Valerian Steel, Cone Crushers, Flat Out Nemesis, GMS Racing, Leviathan Motorsports, 901 Motorsport, RVA Graphics and Wraps, and Milan Plus 2. 90 Racing is tumbled back down to 13th, so all the work that he did is kind of all thrown away with just that one little misstep. It's so unfortunate.
You do, though.
One little mistake and you've thrown your whole stint away.
Your peace of mind for the moment.
Yeah. But
it's going green this next time by.
Okay. It does kind of open things up though for GMS and for Flat Out. Now they've just moved up a spot, and they don't have to fight for it. Cone Crushers, wow, so close to being passed and pushed down a spot. Now Flat Out's going to have to work to get caught up with Cone Crushers. I think they can do it. They were 20 seconds behind on that last lap from the caution, so I think the caution actually moved them in closer. I don't think they really needed it, but it did happen as a result of the caution.
Are you talking about between Cone Crushers and Flat Out, or Valerian?
Yeah, from Cone Crushers to Flat Out. I mean, Flat Out's the faster car in the field, so they're going to be the ones to. I don't know that they got enough to catch Visceral, but they should be able to get by Cone Crushers.
I'm listening to you, Polly, and to the corner station.
Cool. Yeah, I mean that's important to listen to them. Anything we can get is super helpful. 90 Racing got that car back out there, and we still got a lot of racing to go. He'll be out of the car here in the next 20 minutes or so, and maybe next 10 minutes. I'm kind of surprised they haven't pitted. Maybe they're trying to make it to the top of the hour so they don't have to add another pit stop on top of it, but I thought they were kind of close to their pit window anyway, that they would pit under this caution, get it out of the way, put the new driver in, but yeah, if there's any way possible they could stretch it to the top of the hour, that would be a huge advantage. Well, maybe not an advantage as much as it would be, not hurting themselves as badly by adding that additional pit stop at the end.
This place is so incredibly large that, in theory, when you pitted, if it were under a full, could you get out ahead of the pace car, you could not lose a lap, even taking fuel. I mean, if you look like some of the cars are going to start crossing now. So what's the lap time look like? 5:59.
Yeah, 6 minutes.
Yeah, so you could, in theory, come in and do your stop and get back out, just depending on, where the pace car was when you came into your,
Yeah, it's possible. Having driven pace car, the tower controls the speed of the pace car, and they will change that speed depending upon what they're trying to do. So there are times when they have you rolling at like 45 mile an hour and times when they want you down to 30. That's a big difference. So it definitely could happen.
Yeah, we're seeing all those 6-minute lap times show up now. So think about your pit stop for fuel is a 5-minute stop plus your time in and out. With that lap, yeah.
Yeah, there's times when, for instance, you might be out pacing the field and people come out of the pits, and then you got a mess of cars out there all spread out, and the tower will call down to you and say, look, I want you to back it way down, do like 15 or 20 mile an hour because I want this field stacked up. Well, that's then everybody, the 45 cars behind you or whatever, those guys,
catch up.
It suddenly becomes a huge lap time, suddenly it's, 7 minutes or, whatever.
Somebody's saying there's a snake in turn 8. Maybe debris, maybe a snake.
Yeah, they just built this racetrack. It's brand new. A snake in turn 3, huh?
I think she said 8.
Oh, 8. That's funny.
I mean, this was a huge farmland. So, yeah, there's wildlife that still considers this home, I'm sure. I mean, we've had quite a few deer spotted today. Okay, we're getting ready to get back to green.
Look at the front straightaway here, just waiting for the teams to come around the bend here. As the pace car is bringing the cars down the field.
Getting ready for a restart. Cars around turn 10.
Still going to be a minute before they get back over here.
Milan Plus has pitted out of 11th place. So Milan Plus 2 bringing their car in. Their sister car disabled early on today. Still not out on the racetrack. Working lap 96. A field of almost 60 cars that started the race today.
So which that? Oh, Boys Love Toys, the 81. I'm seeing them head back toward paddock. It looks like.
We got a lot of teams that came out here with 2 cars. RVA Graphics and Wraps, Visceral Racing Group, Team Milan. And it's paying off. Gorilla Sticker, because all of those cars, their team cars, are essentially out of this race with damage. So it's an interesting play how the theory of, well, you know, you bring 2 and then you see what happens. If one of them breaks, you've got the other one.
Yeah.
It seems to be playing out for those teams. Of course, the other theory is, well, if you have 2 cars, then you got to fix 2. You have to maintain 2. You have to have the money and the time to properly, you know, prepare them. So maybe you're more at an advantage of one of them failing because you're not totally focused on one car. I guess it depends on, you know, which way do you go, you know, which demon. No, and here we have a bird cross. Is it a turkey?
Turkey.
Crossing the racetrack at turn 16.
And he cleared the turkey has cleared the track. And literally they said that on the they're like, there's a turkey. Never mind, he's gone. He's gone. I mean, this used to be a turkey farm. I guess there's a few turkeys still hanging around. Well, there's a lot of turkeys here right now. See the pit lane?
Have you seen pit lane? Yeah.
Here they come.
All right.
Green line.
Back to green. Here we go. There's the green flag waving for Visceral Racing Group, who leads the field down into turn number 1.
Like there's a joke there. Like, why did the turkey cross the racetrack? He else is gonna have to come up with the punchline though.
Right.
Hope he's gotten his business done and got on out of there because the race is back full speed now.
Yeah, I'm still seeing a caution being waved at turn 14. So
oh, really?
There may be still something going on there. If we head over here to turn 14, if you watch long enough, you'll see there's a flag that moves into our field of view from down below at the flag stand. So there's clearly something still up in that area of the racetrack. I'm a little surprised they went back to green while they're still working on something over there. But that's, unless it's in delay, that's what I've got. I don't think so, but I believe that camera's current. Could be wrong. Coming up to the top of the hour. This is critical time here. These last 10 minutes. This is the period when these cars need to make it to the top of the hour. They at least need to make it to about 5 till. 6 till, so that way they can get in, get their pit stop, get out, and not have to make an additional stop for a driver change. 90racing.com, a big part of why this caution was out. Just overcooked it a little bit on this very difficult racetrack and really hurt their chances for a top 5.
They're 255 Leviathan Motorsports today, full 360 on the course.
Whoa.
Managed to get hit. Has continued on. They said there is some debris there. I think that's
interesting.
I didn't catch the turn number actually.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it on Flagtronics either. So
they've continued now.
Well, they have a symbol for debris,
Oh, yes.
and it's not indicated here. Go on board with 901 Motorsport here. It's just gorgeous out, Tiffany. I mean, this is so different from what we started with this morning.
Gosh, it's night and day.
It was miserable.
So apparently GMS is not being, they've lost radio communication with their drivers, and they have pink unicorn head on a stick that they were standing up and waving at their driver to let him know to come on in. It's time to do a change. Been trying to signal him the last couple of laps, I think.
All right.
I would guess they lost communication with that driver.
Yeah, we lost communication with Bill too, didn't we?
We lost Bill entirely.
Due to a lack of interest.
A lack of something.
He's probably bored with us. Find somebody interesting to talk to.
I don't even remember where he said he was going or doing. May have just made something up anyway, so I'm guessing he's not up here.
Well, you can see all the compression. You can see how the cars do get light right there. As they kind of crest, you can see the cars do get light. And I saw the R-Bank Racing Honda almost get a little squirrely there as it got light. Of course, that car's kind of squirrely anyway. Talked to Troy Isidore, drove it. He said, "Man, that thing's all over the place. It's so wild."
They've just got it set up that way.
Yeah. I think what they've done is they've made changes to the suspension to allow it to corner well, so it doesn't go straight really well.
Oh, okay.
It's a wily beast. There's a trade-off.
Everything. Oh, they trade off. I say there's pros and cons to everything.
Now I'm seeing a debris indicator heading into turn number 8. I believe that's turn 8. Let me check here. Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to go with 7. Although it's marked, it's marked between... These flag marks are confusing to me. Is that the direction of traffic? Yes. Okay, so it's between 6 and 7, folks, is what I'm seeing in Flagtronics. Debris being indicated at the exit of 6, about halfway down that straight section towards 7. I'll show it to you here. Let's see if this makes any sense to you, or if you can even read it.
Our bank car just came through. Turn with no number, headed for turn 1. It just looked like they were like gliding. Looking in. So GMS is now in the driver change. Like
Hastings just set their FTD a 305 down there in 15th spot. They're 30 seconds behind Birmingham. 2 turn to 303. So I don't think they're in any danger of being overtaken.
Nemesis is back in.
Yeah. Okay. So Nemesis pits out of 5th. This is the window. I mean, right here. This is as far as they could stretch it. If they wanted to get in, as early as possible, this would be the time to get in. Do your pit stop. You're back out at the top of the hour. and you can go all the way.
As long as the fuel carries you all the way, yeah.
Yep. Working lap 99 out here at the Ozarks. Checking in on 90racing.com, they turn a 2:59 on the last lap.
Went on 8 maximum efforts coming down the pit lane, and they got clocked at speed. Well, let's just say speed on the pit lane.
Who was that?
Maximum effort.
Oh, okay.
I've heard them call their number for that, though, so this may just be a warning.
GMS also pits out of 9th place, so we're beginning to see that exodus from the track into the pits. There's 901 Motorsport. You know what yellow gloves means, Tiffany.
And a man. Always add a few extras. Man. I think that's how you say it, Fred. You're a nice guy. I have a friend named Shannon, but we'd never call her Shannon. We call her Shananan. So, or Shanana, or just add a few extra syllables. So, last name is just close to that for me not to add a few extra syllables.
Right.
The big number, right? The Got Gear Chrysler LeBaron. It looks like it's rolling down the pit lane. That is a big honking car. 78. Okay, that explains it. I was thinking like LeBaron from I don't know, when I was a kid. But that's older edition. Okay, GMS is headed out of the pits. Pit out. Nemesis is still in here.
All right, Tiffany, I'm going to take us out to commercial. Close enough, folks. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few. So stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Visceral Racing Group is your leader. Working lap 100. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Pit stops are ensuing here. We've got 90racing.com in the pits. Looks like they're going to do a tire change here as they work to get a new driver out onto the racetrack, possibly to finish this race with this final stint. And we've got 901 Motorsport out on the racetrack here. Cars that are currently pitting or have pitted: Dirty 30, Cone Crushers, RVA Graphics and Wraps, Leviathan Motorsports, AutoSpec, 90racing.com, Face Down Racing. So Hastings Tires Plus and Roadhog Racing, all of those have shown pitted. 901 has stayed out. Valerian has stayed out. And so has Visceral.
So I talked to 901. They I think Chris wasn't feeling that great. It's getting hot in these cars, even though it's kind of nice outside. So he came on out of the car, and Brett Hanneman went back in the car, and then they're going to have to do a quick driver change at the end because they did that swap a little bit before the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, he had to stop about 20 minutes before the top of the hour, and I know what it's like when you're in the car and you have to get out of there, and you're just coaxing yourself mentally. It's like, look, man, just stay in the car. You're just trying so hard to tell yourself it's not going to be that long. You'll be out in a minute. But then you can reach that point physically where you're unable to do it. Your mind is telling your body to keep going, but your body won't respond.
Right,
And
your
it's
body's saying,
time to get out. And it seems he made it to that point. So
well, you just get no time to rest or relax or think about anything, including, like normally what we would say is like, okay, when you get to the straightaways, check your gauges, check a different gauge in each straightaway, but there's not here. There's not a time to kind of relax your hands or your mind or check the gauges. I mean, you're busy driving.
Right.
Just a very challenging course.
Right.
Plus, all these guys want to win the national championship, so they're all kind of pushing themselves.
Yeah, I have a routine where I check the gauges at the same spot every lap. So that's the routine, and it's always, coming out of the last corner, going on the straight. And that's usually where you have all the time in the world. So that's where I would do it. And just as long as I remember to do it every time, then there's no problem.
What do you do when there's no straight?
That would be a problem. Yeah, you'd have to find maybe a slow area, something where you're not worried about, you're not concerned about it.
Yeah.
Taking a minute to do it.
And also getting comfortable enough with the track to find a place that you could, your eyes off the course for a second and look down and still remember where you were.
Right.
The Hub set the fastest time in their car, in the Birmingham car for the day so far. At a 3-minute flat. Super proud of him. Yay.
Good.
Mm-hmm. They're sitting in 11th. So it's showing Valerian not turning laps. I'm just trying to see if they're in the pit. My eyeballs on. Really not easy to see, but maybe they're the other way. I always think of Doc and, curvature of the earth. It's just statement always sticks with me. He would love this place because it is literally a curvature of the earth, because the whole front straightaway, the unstraightaway, is a curve.
Right.
One big wide sweeper along with the pit lane.
Yeah, that's right.
Curvature of the earth long.
Oh, he was looking forward to it. When they first started talking about it, he got excited about it. Before I did, he was like, oh, this is going to be great. I'm like, all right.
I mean, I don't see them, but that doesn't mean they're not in here. But unless they're way up there.
All right, so Arbank has headed back out onto the racetrack. Yeah, Valerian not turning laps, but possibly in the pits. We are kind of in that window area. AutoSpec in the pits or coming out. Hastings Tires Plus has left the pits. So Valerian was
down the pit lane. That might be them.
Well, Valerian was one of those teams that needed to pit but hadn't.
Yep, it's them. Rolling out.
Visceral's another one. They're going to have to pit, so probably waiting for a caution. We've had enough cautions fairly regularly that it's not an unsafe bet that you're going to get a caution at some point here and be able to come in and get that pit stop done.
Just whether you're going to gamble on a later one or how small your window is.
Right. Coming by the Chrysler LeBaron of Got Gear is 90racing.com. rbankracing.com. Back on board behind the wheel of the 901 Motorsport machine. As they're working their way around the track, Looney Tunes as well in their Mustang. They too were stranded for a little while on the racetrack, got pulled back out, taken behind the wall, worked on the car, got it back out. And R-Bank, just damage control today. Get up as far as you can, maximize points, and then go for the win tomorrow. So Autospec and Valyrian Steel coming out of the pits. Visceral just sets their fastest lap time of the day on that last lap of 2:48.4. A great lap time for them. And they are the fastest race car on the track right now. And Visceral comes into the pits, it looks like. They are not turning laps.
Yeah, and Cone Crushers just set their fastest time of the day with a 2:57.
Yeah.
And Birmingham is up to 10th.
Such a huge difference from Visceral to, similar cars, but big lap time differences. All right, so Visceral apparently in the pits, your leader in the pits. And this should be their last pit stop of the day.
The 533 Black Knight Racing are headed back out. Did their pit stop?
And 901 pitted back on lap 92. They're in second place right now.
They're going to need a driver change towards the end of the...
I'm afraid so. Yeah, I was trying to count back, Tiffany, and I was thinking 92. I don't know. That would be... they may need to do a driver change because it would have had to have been, no earlier than I would say about 3:55 somewhere. With time, we would have been about 6 minutes from the top of the hour, about as far as you could push it.
Yeah, one of their drivers had to come out a little early, not feeling well. So.
Oh, him too. Oh, them too. Okay.
That was 901. Yeah.
901 and GMS. Okay, so not the only team.
So I think they went ahead and did fuel. They're trying to drop the fuel to the end, but they'll need a driver change towards the end just because of the driver stint limit.
Right.
Okay, Flat Out Nemesis passes Valyrian Steel to take third.
Wow. Yep. Yeah, Valyrian turning in a 3:39 on that last lap. Looks like that's their out lap. Yeah. Thanks for joining us, everyone, on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Please hit that like button. Most of you have. Thank you so much for doing that. Appreciate it. Coming up on the last hour and 45 minutes of racing here as we're on board with 901 Motorsport. Typically I have some background audio going for you, but it's just really just a bunch of choppy, not very pleasant to listen to.
Visceral is headed back out. They just crossed the pit loop.
All right.
Headed back, pit out.
Yeah, they're still showing 2 laps up on 901 Motorsports. So I have a feeling they're going to retain their position.
We shall see.
We shall see. It'll be close, yeah. But then you've got 901 having to make an extra pit stop anyway.
And it's a really long pit lane, so that'll cost them some time, and it's only a 20. There, they just crossed the loop, so Visceral is just barely in front of them. 901 just crossed, so
there's 901, yeah.
A lap back.
We have a car off driver's right somewhere.
somewhere maybe station 2.
All right.
Yep. Turn 1 is waving yellow.
There we have it, Tiffany. He's actually pulled off to a stop there, Tiffany. He's off on the right.
Yep. 663. Oh, that's Haywood Racing.
Oh, boy.
So this is going to likely bring out another full course, maybe. So who needs another stop before the end? And is it worth taking it right now?
Yeah, I mean, I really thought Visceral was going to try and, you know, push it for that. They've done their pit stop, so I'm sure this will help some of the teams. Yeah, 9:01. This is probably the time to do it. You know, get in there, get that pit stop done, and get back out under caution.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's going to keep flat out from getting around them, but you know, it's still
you get it done under yellow, right?
Best possible. You know, get it done under yellow, but as early as possible in the stint to give yourself as much time to make up anything you lose. Why wait to the last minute? Because then you have no time to make up anything.
Right.
Put your fastest driver in and see what you can do.
Unless your fastest driver is in already, that just went in to take over, right?
Yeah.
Like 30 minutes ago. So that's where you'd have to know your drivers and their.
You should have thought of that before. You know, yeah, you should have worked that out. And a lot of cars coming at the top of the hill there, side by side, and so there's concerns about passing under caution. So you gotta watch this.
I think I may have that 255 Leviathan may have passed under yellow.
Right.
I think that's what I heard.
Right. And as we were watching there, you know, of course, we got a little bit of delay on the camera, and, you know, we were seeing that. You know, we're seeing groups of cars coming by, and it's like, well, I mean, yeah.
But they're showing yellow on the start finish now. So
it might be full course then, maybe.
It's not, but
Gotcha.
From start finish all the way through to.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, you know, turn 1, you got to go a little farther down before you see that. So they're showing it on the start finish as well.
Yeah, there's the car stranded. You can see in the distance on the right there as they come out of 1 towards 2. And then, of course, at turn 2. Looney Tunes making that change, it looks like.
Now we're showing yellow and white at the start finish.
Yeah, it's bonsai for our bank, and I think you know, I'm kind of surprised. Here's 901. Looks like there you've got Hastings Tires Plus next to them. They get by. Little wave of a thank you there.
Looney Tunes is headed to pit out.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ben. Some pretty significant right side contact there on the 663. And, man, the wheel looks like it might be broken, too. Good eye, Ben. Emergency vehicle on scene. But, I don't know. I mean, imagine they could roll with some, and try and pull that fender out a little bit. Talk to the driver.
Okay, I think they've asked the pace car to stand up.
Again, that's track speak for prepare to head out onto the racetrack to pick up the field and slow everybody down. The car leaves the scene, proceeds under its own power. Maybe it was just a matter of getting that fender pulled out, Tiffany.
Mm-hmm.
Where he felt like he could roll. Looks like they're going to follow the car slowly around the track, so the safety vehicle's actually following the injured car around the racetrack. They're going to bring themselves in. So we're still under caution in certain corners, but what they're probably going to do is just follow that car around with a caution and a white flag. That's typically what they do.
That was the call on the radio. So they were able
All right.
that car up and get it moving and get out of that spot, and they got the pace car to stand down. So we're gonna locals and follow them around.
Yeah, I saw another car moving slowly through roller coaster, a yellow car just coming up the hill there, and then left my field of view. There they are, the safety car following through turn 5. So Visceral gets out ahead of 901 Motorsport, up a lap they're shown. Flat Out Nemesis, a minute and 30 seconds behind 901 Motorsport. So 901 has moved into second place. But again, I'm expecting them to pit here at some time in the next 35 minutes here before the end of the race. Well, they got I guess an hour and 36 minutes left. I'm trying to hurry things along here. But yeah, they're going to have to stop additionally somewhere in this stint. 106 laps worked so far. Flat Out Nemesis behind them. Then we've got Valerian Steel back 13 seconds. Not turning lap times fast enough yet to catch Flat Out. Then it's Dirty 30 in 5th. Looking at some close contests. Birmingham Racing 6 seconds behind Leviathan Motorsports. Both cars turning similar lap times. And we know both of them have a lot more in them. Let's see. 90 Racing has dropped down to 12th after that last pit stop. They had to do a tire change. So they're actually quick enough they can do a tire change and do fuel and do a driver change without having to lose time. So it may not have hurt them. Let's take a look and see what that pit stop looked like for them. And it's always hard to gauge a 707 because the other pit stops they did were under yellow. But a 707 with a 346, not bad. They probably didn't lose very much there. Let's see. Yeah, because there's an 808 and a 408 for Birmingham. Leviathan did an 819 and then a 342. That's about right. If they may not have lost anything whatsoever on that lap where they changed a tire. 90racing.com now finds themselves in 12th place, back a minute and 40 seconds from Birmingham in 11th. And they've got the pace to catch and overtake Birmingham, as well as Leviathan. They've just got a lot of work to do.
Birmingham just came down the front straightaway, kind of going slowly, but it is still under yellow.
Okay. Close quarters here. Racing with 901 Motorsport. Giving him the Vettel. Come on, man. What are you doing? Hand sign. I'm racing here.
Let's go. Let's go.
What are you doing? I'm racing here. Give me some room.
Apologize.
So 901 in second place. Flat Out crosses the start-finish line with a 3:05 to 901's 3:07 on that last lap. The gap now 1 minute 27 seconds from Flat Out up to 901, who holds second place.
Safety truck is still following that car in.
Yeah.
Very slowly.
It's a long racetrack. And it happened, unfortunately, over there in turn 2. So he's got to go all the way around the stinking track.
Cars stopped on the course between 9 and 10.
All right. Yeah, they got a debris flag out there around Station 11 as well. Full course caution is the call. Full course caution. Don't have specifics on what the situation is other than a car slow.
Yeah, they said a couple of cars slow and.
Gotcha. Just too much, probably.
Yeah, probably getting backed up behind that emergency vehicles, maybe. Or maybe something else. The 506 also had a flat tire.
Right. So 506.
Oh, the flying.
Oh, okay, right. One of the EC cars. Okay.
I mean, everyone knows. I'm just kidding. I was pulling a bill.
He's trying to flag from way over there. It seems so strange. I guess that's the slow part of. Who's going to be looking at him over there?
I don't know.
And you're coming back.
Well.
When you are coming back at him once you make that turn. But he's in a weird spot to be trying to flag people. I guess that's why he's got the massive flagpole.
Right.
The 6-footers, Please see me. But I don't know how anybody would see you over there.
Brand new race course, so they'll learn what works, what doesn't work, and make adjustments. I'm sure this whole first year will be quite the learning experience and just adjustments.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine anybody would see you over there. You're never, that's the thing that you got to be in the line of sight relatively to expect anybody to see you.
Well, there's nobody behind them, so that's not this then. One variable resolved.
Yeah. Crazy. All right, so we're under full course caution out here at the Ozarks. The Ozarks International Raceway for the National Championship race, sponsored by TireRack.com. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
That's not great. I could get him today.
Get the parts fast and the job done faster.
AutoZone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
I did it.
Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And we're back here live. Let's see if we're... Bill's back with us, too. How about that? I wonder what he's been up to.
Camping, hiking, doing all the good stuff out on track. Taking pictures. Yeah.
Taking
got
some...
a ton, about 4,800 pictures for real.
Dang.
Yeah, there's some great ones. Almost, I think it was silver helmet person in the visceral racing there, probably about 15 minutes ago. Comes around the front straight here, curve, and gets it right up against the wall. But a hell of a save, because I swear he almost lost it. Almost.
Yeah.
Yep. But it was a heck of a save, though. And I guess Birmingham did the same thing. They got it up against the wall. Driver saved it, and they were all watching it. And Dana said they all threw their hands up in the air like, "Yeah, awesome save."
Oh, that was the hubs driving.
Yeah.
He's getting out of the car now.
They're racy out there. I mean, there's the one car, the flat out, is just constantly tires just on the edge, just making noise, braking at the last second. Those guys are just extremely fast.
Well, they do have the FTD at 247.
Oh, wow. I could see it. I mean, there's faster looking cars, but I think they're just putting every corner together and making it work. The Cone Crushers look pretty good out there as well. But our bank was doing so well up until they buried it. And when I've got some great pictures of him in the sand. Every time I already showed him. Yeah.
Okay.
Every time they pulled it, it would just dig deeper. It was like 6 inches deeper, 6 inches. I mean, it was way down. It was almost up to the hood. And they ended up hooking the strap up to the tire and to the wheel and slowly pulling out because they kept breaking his toe straps.
Oh, wow.
It would have been easier to pull it from the back, but I'm not the guy. I'm not a puller guy.
Yeah.
To me, it looked
You're
like it
not
would be easier.
professional tow truck people.
No, I am not. But having been stuck in sand traps many times, I have a little experience.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
I have an idea.
But I was about 200 yards away, so they couldn't hear me.
Yeah, they
Yeah, I'm giving hand signals, but you guys know how my how my hand
charades
signals.
with you
My
before.
charades suck. So yeah, it's actually nice out there. We got the sun's kind of gone away. We've got some big clouds coming over now. Blue skies every now and then.
Bill, you suck at charades.
I do. But pit lane, everybody seems happy. Even our bank's not too Robin's not too angry about it, but it just makes us work a little harder. The guys are confident they can pull something out the weekend.
Yeah, we're showing Milan +2 in the pits right now. Birmingham not turning laps, as you know. They came in.
They're leaving just now.
Yep, and judging by who there, it must be Sam Collier in the car.
Cross the line now. Now-ish.
Headed out. You're not feeling well. Casey went back in, and then Sam's going to finish.
The Leviathan, the MR2, is actually doing quite well. He had a good race for about maybe 10, 15 laps with the Supra, which I think the Supra may be leading D class. I'm not quite certain, or he's up there. I know the Maserati guys are trying to catch the Supra. Oh, what happened? Lost our.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Back to green we are.
Yep. Green. Oh, after the R Bank incident, going up the hill before the where is that here? Where are we? 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. All right. So from 16 to 17 going up that hill, when they threw the green flag, the main pack of the field was going up that hill. There were a lot of guys just completely caught off guard, and it was a drag race, and you could hear the guys just peeling out because they're going up this really steep hill.
Right.
And it was pretty impressive watching that drag race.
Yeah.
And guys moving out of the way, and because
there,
some guys, like I said, some guys just weren't prepared for that, and they got stuck in the middle, or everybody got around. There were no wrecks, but there were some close ones.
Close call.
Yeah, close calls. And if you guys are wanting pictures, we'll have those up probably tonight. After I eat dinner, I'll go back to the hotel and process them, pull out the ones that are mostly out of focus, unless they look artsy, because, we do that on purpose.
That's what I'm trying to talk me into, that it's artsy
It's
to have
artsy.
them out of focus.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. I'll be getting art advice from Bill, but I don't know crap about photography, so I'm just going to
It's a matter of opinion. Yeah.
Well, we have one of our photographers. He said, I supply pictures. He supplies photos. I think it was ratting on me. But his is completely out of focus, and she was commenting about that earlier.
like, why would you?
But
Your
it's
business card is a photographer. He said it's
artsy.
I'm like, okay.
You wouldn't understand. It's art.
don't understand. I don't.
I dated a
lot
woman.
of.
I dated a woman that was into all that art stuff, and
Mhm.
I'm just like, I don't get it. And she would just go off on me.
I'm not a very kind of craft and hobby girl.
It looks like a blob, but it shows spontaneity.
That abstract stuff. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't even care unless it's a Rorschach test and we're about to like understand your psyche. Like otherwise, like
it's art.
Okay. All right, Nick, I got it updated. Nick, about 3 hours ago, Nick indicated that the leaderboard was frozen. Finally noticing that. Like, oh, yeah. Leave it to me. So thanks, Nick, 3 hours ago.
not keeping up on the.
I'm not sure how long ago it was. It was a while back. I don't know.
Quite as many monitors.
I'll just remove that from the chat so nobody can see.
Spammers.
It never happened. Nothing to see here.
Kidding. I'm kidding. I appreciate the help. I need all the help I can get, as you guys know. Working lap 112. We are under green here.
Is this most laps ever ran at this track?
Maybe. Visceral Racing Group leading over 901 Motorsport. Flat Out Nemesis is third. Valerian Steel fourth. Dirty 30 is fifth. The gaps, 9.7 seconds from fourth to third. 6 seconds the gap from Cone Crushers up to fifth place Dirty 30. Oh, now it's 0.3 seconds. They've really closed the gap. So we might see Cone Crushers move into fifth place. Buzzworks very close to Dead Pedal Racing, down in 15th as well, 0.7 seconds. So C-Class being led by Visceral, Flat Out Nemesis, B-Class leader, Valerian Steel, A-Class leader, D-Class led by Face Down Racing, Roadhog Racing leading EC.
So Max is going in for the last stint in the Visceral car. And that when they're hot shoes.
Maybe. I think they're all hot shoes.
Nick's still with us. Thanks for sticking with me, buddy.
Appreciate your loyalty.
I should just make a note because I think that happens like every race. After that's been up for a while, it just quits working.
Yeah, it stalls out.
A look at turn 2 here as the cars come up the hill. One of the many hills out here at the racetrack.
And there's a lot of them. I just walked half of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're steep walking.
They're very
And
steep.
with all the mud, there's rocks. There's rocks to walk on, so you don't get all muddy, but it's really mushy. And remember how the cars were getting stuck out in that grass coming down here? So coming down here is
no, maybe not.
No, it's the S's after. I think it's turn.
We need to get some artwork like barbers
6.
out here so we can tell where we're
Yeah,
at.
yeah, no kidding. So going from 5 to 6 is pretty steep. I mean, it's right here. I walked that,
Oh, that is super.
yeah. So from that flag stand there, you cannot see past that corner there. It's kind of you can't see them standing, but they're actually standing outside their container so they can get a better view of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's mud all out there, man.
So Ron's wife has verified Max is the hottest of their hot shoes.
Oh, okay. All right.
It doesn't run without fuel.
All right.
I like that.
That's nice. I like that.
Child. Old enough to call anybody under 30 a child.
So I keep calling Chris kid, and I keep forgetting he's what, 29?
I think he's 30 now with a
He
baby.
might be 30.
Yeah, 32.
He's still younger than my kids.
And he looks like he's 22 there.
Yeah.
He has such a baby face.
There goes our bank. That car still looks good, even though it's a little dirty. Most of the cars are pretty dirty, just from the incidents this morning. The ones that don't look that bad are the Flying Ghost cars. That blue and yellow just looks like it doesn't collect any dirt. Well, they could be washing it when they come into pit lane too.
They've spent some time in the pit lane.
They're fancy like that.
I mean, aren't they EC? Whatever they want.
Oh, we got a smoker here coming down.
Oh, that's
The The 515.
Like gorilla sticker, yeah.
Yeah, gorilla sticker smoking as he comes by the stand here. There he is. A little bit off pace. That may fix itself.
Got the 117 off the chain racing down the pit lane, headed towards out.
What's the difference in time? I don't have my glasses on, but what's it? 59 seconds between 901 and Visceral. Wow.
And 901 has to do driver chain race.
Huh. Well, that's not good for them.
And I'm not sure if Max's are far for Visceral or not. I'm sure Ron's wife can tell me. They've already done that change.
And flat out is a minute or 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Or sorry, no. So they're one lap back.
Bubba Murphy is in the 501, the 5 point. On that Mustang.
So 901 has put themselves into a pretty good position then.
Except for that extra pit stop, yeah.
Well, no. Oh, yeah.
They're not going to do fuel. I mean, I don't think they have to do fuel. They're just going to have to do a driver change because they're Brett's in the car and he'll be over to.
Oh, okay. So what happened? Why'd they come in early?
Another Chris, Chappelle got overheated.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It looks like the track is so. I mean, it's a difficult track. It's very challenging.
You're working constantly.
Yeah, and there's no break out there, so I think it's carrying some. So these are racers.
And some are seasoned more than others.
Yeah.
And it's not like we're the best fit racers out there. A lot of us. Not some of them are, but it's.
But guys like Chris, I mean, he's a young guy. To get wiped out, that tells you how hard this track is to drive.
Yeah.
Okay, so Max is already in the Visceral.
So he's in the Visceral.
They don't need another stop toward the end of the race today. So is 901 going to be able to do that quick driver change and not lose second place? They're on the same lap as Nemesis.
Well, it's
Milan +2, still showing the pits.
2.5 minutes, right? So
if they did it under caution, they may be able to pull.
Remember, that's a long pit you have to drive down.
Yep. They need it under a full course caution.
Yeah, if they get a full course caution, they wouldn't go down any.
You've got a photo guy?
Yeah.
He was trying to get. We're locked in.
Bill, was there something we're supposed to talk about today that I forgot about?
I don't know. Probably. We have all weekend. We'll remember. I don't know.
We could talk about your podcast. We haven't talked about that
yet.
yet.
Yeah, Brian Belinsky and I are doing a podcast. He's out at not Willow Springs this weekend. He's Buttonwillow this weekend, doing the play-by-play out there for some racing. Yeah, Brian and I do Inside Champ Car. Mm-hmm. Every Thursday, it's released about 6 a.m. Eastern time.
Yeah.
And we talk about all things Champ Car racing. Last weekend we had last Thursday we had Kip Sebring, funny guy that goes around interviewing folks with a fake microphone at our races and some of the pro races as well. And he's pretty funny. Good guy, actually. He's a lot funnier than I thought in person. So.
And you talked about the Ozarks race. You usually recap a little bit about the last race that we had.
Yep, we'll be talking about the Ozarks race when we record on Tuesday. We're going to try and get our winners for our national champion on. And we have a guest coming in right now, and he's getting makeup right now. So can you turn the camera there, Tiffany?
Yeah, I'll get the camera lined up here on him. And
more. Turn the upper part.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm too tall for radio.
Just leave it like that.
Hi, I'd like to interview Troy.
Yes, yeah. No. You don't need to do. Just lift the camera up. No, lift. No.
He's too tall for radio. I like it. This is great. Let's do the whole interview like this. This is great. Because Bill can't handle it because you're taller than he is. See?
Oh, who's not?
So that's the problem. You know, it's like I can't do this.
So this is Dana Morrison, our CEO. And
It
sorry,
says so,
I'm
right on the shirt.
Dana's making me wear this all over the place so he doesn't lose me. So he knows where I'm at.
That's not the reason. It's easy for the drivers to identify the moving pylon. There's a bounty on you on pit lane.
Yeah, that's funny. They were all telling me to put it on earlier. So what's happening in Champ Car, Dana?
We're running a championship race. We are visiting the Ozarks for the first time, one of the very first clubs to come here. We're enjoying the race. The feedback from the racers on pit lane has been really good. Everybody seems to be having a good time. The general consensus is that it is a very, very challenging racetrack, but a fun racetrack, a racetrack that you have to respect. Not an easy track to learn, but it is a challenging track to drive. All the drivers are talking about how busy they are in the car. There's not a lot of free time. If you've ever spent time on a track where you basically shift into high gear and then spend multiple minutes just on the throttle, checking your Facebook status while you drive around, that is not going to happen here. You need to drive the race car here. But at the same time, nobody goes to big, fancy, exciting racetracks because they want to be bored. So if you want an exciting, challenging racetrack that you need to put some effort into learning how to drive properly, Ozarks is the place for you.
Yeah, a lot of folks on the internet were talking about the safety aspect of this track, that it was not safe like the newer design country club type tracks designed for, guys with 200-mile-an-hour sports cars it's a racer's track. It's a driver's track.
Yeah, and you got to be careful how you throw around words like safe.
Yeah.
Because to say the track is not safe is a misnomer. The management of the track, the people who work the track, put a lot of thought into it. Functionally here, attending to the event, monitoring the race, the video equipment they have, their ability to manage the race, watch it, appropriately flag it. They've designed a lot of mechanism in to manage the track properly. It is a narrow track in some areas, but then again, there's a lot of elevation change. So the option with the narrow parts is you either have a slightly narrow part of the track and some narrow guardrail, or you run the risk of going off into a ditch with a 20-foot tree on the other side of it. So you're trying to balance those two objectives.
So it looks like, it looks like we may have an impact over at turn 11. 533. Oh, Black Knight Racing.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's and we go out there, and one of the things that the internet was pushing around was the lack of areas for passing. It was too narrow and stuff until you put the cars on it, and you're like, holy crap, you could do like five, 6 wide cars on a lot of this track.
It's as wide as a major interstate.
Yes, it's wider than a lot of the tracks that we go to. That.
And again, it all depends upon, again, your consensus as a driver.
Yeah.
If your idea of a good passing zone is a big, long straightaway where you can easily drive up alongside another driver and go around them, and like you're going to the grocery store, then you're not going to find that here.
Right.
If you're looking for a place where you've really got to intellectually challenge yourself and your skills against the driver in the other car, determine where you're fast and the other driver is slow, and then position yourself appropriately and make a proper move, like driving a race car,
right.
Then, if you're an intellectual driver and you understand your skill set and you understand how to figure out where you're fast and the other driver is not, this is a track you'll enjoy.
Now, some of the internet were talking about, they couldn't wait to watch this race and calling saying our folks with less experience would not do well at this track. We're not really amazed at.
I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah,
my drivers do a good job everywhere they go. And honestly, you can say that a lot of these drivers may not have a lot of experience, but many of them are aware that they don't have a lot of experience and they don't drive beyond their limits.
Right. And You had some experience like that last week where you drove a car at Palm Beach where you were out in the middle of these guys. You really hadn't driven in a race in a while.
I'd not driven in a race in at least 4, maybe 5 years. And the very first time I drove this, I think it was an SN95 model Mustang, or maybe one of the newer ones. It's late 90s,
it was the one after
actually,
that.
it was early 2000s. So it was the one after the
SN95,
SN95, but it had like a 500 horsepower Coyote motor in it. And I had never even sat in the car until they buckled me in on pit lane and said, go. So that was my first experience driving the car. So, and honestly, being used to the momentum style cars, it took me about 20 or 30 minutes to really figure out how the car wanted to be driven fast. And I had to kind of relearn my line around the track. I know that track. I live down there. But again, and honestly, there was a few times going into some of the straightaways where I saw a group of Miatas in front of me, and everything in me being a Miata driver was like, go deep and try to get around them. And inside, this little voice was going, no, don't get into a braking duel with a Miata. This is a bad idea, especially in a Mustang. So I'd dial it back out. And, again, once I learned where my car was fast and their car wasn't, I had a really good time. It was fun. It was good to be back on the track, and it was good to remember what I loved about Champ Car so much and why I work so hard to try and keep this club successful and accessible for those of you who are new to racing and looking for a very, very low-key, easy way to get started in motorsports. It reminded me again of why we all really work so hard to keep this club environment that it is.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. We were all waiting for the blue and yellow flags to come out for Dana, but he didn't need it. That man has some skill, man. Skills.
Well, I do know the timing guy really well, and I told him his job was on the line when I went out. So,
yeah, I was told to stay out of there, so I couldn't have fun. So I just went down the other way, and I know
everything you guys were thinking about doing because I do the exact same thing when you guys are in a car. So,
yeah, it was a fun event at Palm Beach, shutting that place. It's sad that we had to shut it down, but at least we did it with some fun, and hopefully South Florida will get another track somewhere, and
maybe so.
So Palm Beach, next race you're doing is Watkins Glen with us.
Glen, I think 2 weeks down the road or something.
And we're at not 3 weeks. So we're at, where are we at? Hallett. Yeah.
If it wasn't for my cell phone, I wouldn't know where I was going next. So
we're at Hallett next, and actually most of the races we have like 270 cars for Watkins Glen or something.
Might be a slight overstatement.
Maybe.
I think the first number is a 1, not a 2.
Yeah. But it's a lot of cars. But that track, we usually have that many cars anyway. So.
The track can hold more than I usually cap the limit at. It allows me to modulate the cars that are signed up, so I stay at the max. Ultimately, what I don't want to have happen, my least wanted desire, is somebody backs out at the last minute, and I have space available in the race, and a car that wants to be in the race, a team that wants to come, I contact them at the last minute, say I got a slot open, and they say, oh man, we don't have enough lead time, I can't make it. And then I wind up with a team that could have made it to the race, and they don't because I didn't get them their slot in time. So I oversell just a little bit. If this sounds a little bit like what the airlines do, it's kind of similar, but there's room for every car that is currently registered. There's room on the track, room in the pits, room in the paddock. But I do overstack it just a little bit. So as teams drop out, I'm still at the max.
Right.
And every team that wants to race, I do everything I can to get them in. So nobody has to stay at home if they want to make the race.
So what's new in the Champ Car world? Anything coming up?
Oh, we have a position for a media director. Oh, wait, sorry. I should have said that too.
Nobody wants it. Just so you know.
No.
You don't want it, seriously. Trying to figure out a way out. Like, Jimmy, quit so I can take your job.
I will say that what's new in the Champ Car world is right here at Ozarks. We are really happy to be one of the first clubs to come and race here. We talked about it last year that we wanted to shake the schedule up a little bit. And, it's always kind of a balance, right? We have tracks that we do really well at. And not to put it all about dollars and cents and zeros, but ultimately we have to do well enough at these races to keep the club financially functioning. So we have tracks that we do really well at. So obviously we're going to keep those tracks on the schedule. But at the same time, I want to go to some tracks we haven't been to in a while. I want to go to tracks that are brand new, like Ozarks here, So I think this one worked out really well. It was good time in the schedule to make it work. And I want to kind of continue that. So the tracks, the events that we would call like our anchors, the ones we do really well at and keep us functioning, they're going to stay, and they're going to stay in their spot on the schedule. But there's a couple of more tracks in the central part of the country, especially down south, that I'd like to get on the schedule. We're probably going to drop one or two of the ones that you guys might be used to. I won't blow any secrets out there, but you can probably look at the car counts and see which ones we might be looking at. But there's some areas of the country where we have racers, and they traditionally pull a long way to go to some of our events, and there's some tracks closer to them, and I want to visit those tracks. They're tracks that we've been to before, and it's time for Champ Car to go back there again. And some of them are maybe a little bit smaller, maybe a little bit more, less of the big key marquee events, and some of these are tracks where Champ Car as an organization and the Champ Car racers kind of got their start at, and it's time we went back and visited some of those places. They're good tracks.
Yeah, we did a lot of the smaller tracks. So one more lap under yellow is what we're being told. So it looks like she'll be turning out her lights here soon. But remember, as a racer, don't listen to us. You watch the flags.
Nor should you listen to the voice in your ear from your crew chief, best friend, or whoever.
That's an advice. Yeah, that's an advice. When they yell green, it's still up to you to make certain that you're, you're. Yep. Well, she's still out there with the light on, so that means you're still under yellow.
All right.
But yeah, we do that a lot, and specifically when the last car. So like right now, the field is going by the start-finish line. The whole field's going by. When the last car on track goes by, the starter is probably going to put his double yellows down and get the green ready to go, because there's no other cars coming around behind the field.
Right.
So somebody could look at that and go, oh, there's no flag out. They get on the radio and start yelling green, and the driver in the car, ultimately, it doesn't matter what someone says to you on the radio. You're the driver in the car. You are responsible for the local flag conditions, whether it's the bed sheet on a stick that you see sticking out in front of you, or your Flagtronics unit, which is the greatest thing ever since sliced bread. Flagtronics unit is really, really good. If that Flagtronics unit is yellow, or there's a bed sheet on a stick out in front of you, you need to drive like you're still under yellow flag condition. Just because your crew chief is on the radio screaming at the top of his lungs, green, that's not green. You need to look out your windshield and look at the tools in front of you. We've developed this entire system that literally tells you in the car what the flag conditions are. Short of sending you a postcard, I don't know what else to do to give you the local flag conditions. So,
plus, your crew chief won't be dragged into black flag.
Exactly. Although that's not a bad idea. It could be like F1, where the team, the team captain and driver have been summoned to race control. We need to start that.
Yeah, that would be fun. Put them in a room and just leave them there for a while.
So now that the field's gone by and we have no cars to talk about, probably the other big news, something that kind of came up here recently, was their last-minute change to the schedule for the board meeting. And we were trying to do it live. If you guys remember, we used to do the board meetings live all the time. We had an annual in-person board meeting, and then we had the year of the COVID, and then the year after the COVID of more COVID, and getting everybody together to do meetings in one place was really difficult. So we started doing the board meetings virtually. And we want to get back to doing them in person, but with a virtual component. So everybody within Champ Car has the opportunity to view and participate in your board meeting. Because remember, if you're a member of the club, you are part of the ownership of the club. It is your club. So the plan was to do that again here. Great facilities for it. And then just, as they say, life happens, right? Some logistics popped up. A couple of the board members couldn't get in on time. We had some timing issues here with when we had accessibility to the track and the facilities. And it just became more of a lift than we could pull off. And it actually worked out well, because we had a few infrastructure issues and some weather issues Thursday night that we were working really hard to resolve so that we could have a race here. We can get things working. We ended up focusing so much on that it ended up being a good decision that we put the board meeting off. So the board meeting is probably going to be, I don't know, maybe 1 week, 2 weeks.
Dana, we got some news. Car number 214 is stopped between 5 and 6. So the pace car is going to stay out so they can go pull him back.
Pace car's busy.
Yep.
So yeah, this year is going to be another year of a virtual online board meeting, but we're going to try again next year to do the board meeting in person. And now that it's virtual, so many of you can take advantage of it and participate it. But it is nice to have the board actually get together in person and conduct the meeting. So we still want to get back to that.
All right. Well, think we're gonna. If you don't need, you can stick around if you like to. I got to take a commercial break, and we'll be back in a few, folks. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It's day one of the TireRack.com, of the TireRack.com National Championship Race 2022 for the Champ Car Endurance Series at the Ozarks International Raceway. We are currently under caution. Visceral Racing Group leads over 901 Motorsport. 20 seconds is the gap. Then it's Flat Out Nemesis. Cone Crushers back about 5 seconds. Valerian Steel right on their heels. Then it's Dirty 30 and 6 GMS Racing, followed by RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 111. Back about 18 seconds. Then we've got 90racing.com and Leviathan Motorsports rounding out the top 10. 90 Racing, a little bit of a recovery there after finding themselves off track in pursuit. Well, they were in pursuit of Cone Crushers. They ended off in the dirt there, in the in the gravel at turn 11. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Paul Veltum, calling the race with you with Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong, and we had Dana Morrison on the broadcast a moment ago talking about various things. Hope you caught that. As we're still under caution and just waiting for the track to be cleared so we can go back to racing to finish out day one here. Less than an hour remains. Checkered flag at 5 o'clock local time. And Visceral has been leading the majority of the race. So it's, they've been working pretty hard. They still only have a 20-second gap over 901, but we're expecting 901 will have to pit in order to stay rule compliant with that 2-hour maximum stint limit for their driver. And this is the second time we've seen a caution pass them by. We've been getting cautions pretty regularly about every half hour or so. So I'm not sure what they're waiting for, but they are not pitting. So decide to keep it out on the track.
So while we were under caution for the first incident, we were getting ready to go back to green, and the 214 car pulled over and stopped. So then while we already had the field gathered up, I went ahead and got that car, and now we're anticipating the pace car coming in on this lap.
Gotcha.
Going back to green momentarily. The cars are headed to start finish. Green flag is out. And it is dicey coming into one.
So there's the green flag. As the cars head down that front straightaway, you can see the clouds beginning to gather more and more, even though there's no more rain on the weather forecast. As they come down through turn one.
Oh, man.
What's up?
Birmingham screwed that up. I guess they couldn't get in touch with their driver, and they're trying to flag him in. So now he came in right as it went back green. Maybe you took it off before you got here?
So back to green we are. Go back to my leaderboard here.
No, they lost contact with their driver because they were having to use something on a pole to try to wave at him to try to get him in for Birmingham. So they missed being able to come in on those cautions. And now they're pitting under green.
Gotcha. The scene from inside the RVA graphics car that wrecked earlier today. No work being done. I take it because there's a cover over it that they don't intend to fix the car. And they're calling it a day they're calling it maybe a weekend for that car.
At the 411?
Yep.
Okay.
Our camera's still chugging along faithfully.
Oh, so I have to send Bill to go get it? Nah, there's nowhere to put it now.
Well, no, but I mean,
Their last stop.
we're kind of just burning data. It's just sitting there. So 43 minutes unofficially remain in the race. We've completed 119 laps, so working lap 120. A 2:47, the fastest lap time of the day, set by Flat Out Nemesis. Started out the day with very wet conditions, and Visceral just sets the fastest lap time of the day. Just as I was mentioning that, down to a 2:47.007.
Wow.
Almost broke into the 2:46.
Do you think that's because they just did several laps at low pace, let the tires kind of cool off and that sort of thing, so they could crank out a hot lap?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. They've got a little bit less fuel. Maybe the cloud cover. If the track, if the sun was causing the track to get a little slick, now we've got some cloud cover.
Yeah, it's been super windy all day.
Mm-hmm.
Helped the track dry up super quick.
It could be he just had a clean lap. He had nobody in front of him.
Exactly. That I wouldn't put that variable in there at that moment, but yeah.
So he was ready for it. The car was ready for it, and he had nobody in front, so he could just really bang out all the corners the way he wanted to, put everything together.
True. True with the hottest shoe. Get right.
There you go. So back to green here. 901 still going to have to pit. That's going to allow Cone Crushers to slip up into second place. It's going to be Porsche 944-1-2 is what it's starting to look like. That's my prediction, with Valerian Steel finishing third or fourth, depending on how quickly 901 can get out. All they have to do, Tiffany, is a driver change.
Right, they're just going to roll through, driver change, and send them back out. My understanding is they're not going to take any fuel.
30-30 behind them.
I would have done it this last stop for sure.
Not sure what they're waiting on, yeah, but I don't know. There we see cars going side by side down through turn 5. So for all those that thought, there's no way to get side by side, I think there is some truth to the idea, because I noticed at NCM, which feels like a similar racetrack, where the faster you go, the narrower the track gets, because you have less room to work with.
Oh.
And this is a very fast racetrack, obviously. So I can kind of see that to a degree, but there's certainly room to pass. That doesn't seem to be much of an issue.
No, in the exits of several of the turns are wider than the entrances. So the track actually is several feet wider on the exit than entry. Just kind of a neat feature.
Yeah.
Way better than the opposite as far as for driving purposes.
Right. I think one of the most challenging corners you can put together is a decreasing radius. And I'm not sure how many they've got here that are doing that. Maybe. But that's one of the hardest things for drivers to get accustomed to, is a decreasing radius.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you run into that at Nelson Ledges. And it's really difficult to get a handle on that, especially when you're trying to race with people. It's hard enough just to get it right and get the most out of the car. But then when you're trying to compete, you
just run out of room towards the end.
You're trying to push it, and then it just bites you so badly, and there's no...
Right, you have to be patient and really carry it through when it's decreasing like that, like slower than you would think. Right?
Right.
think NCM has a couple of those.
I think that NCM. To me, that corner at Nelson's is one. There's one there, and there's one a track we don't race at, and it's called Lucas Oil. It used to be called Indianapolis Raceway Park, and those two corners are really difficult to work with. Just
not driven Nelson ledges, so
yeah,
I don't have that experience to go on. There's a song, isn't it?
It's tricky.
Yeah. I got Polly to sing. As much as the Beastie Boys are singing.
Right. Where is Let's Rock Racing? Well, let's see here.
Is that a team?
Let's Rock. It sounds like a team name. I don't see anything right offhand, but
To be called something else? I know the Dirt E30 was using the YouTube page of something else to kind of remind me of that. You said it earlier this morning.
Yeah, Andy, you know exactly what I'm talking about, right, brother? Yeah, it the way it chops down on you, and you can't. It's the proper, in my opinion, of a decreasing radius corner. It invites you in at a high rate of speed, and then it closes down and closes down and closes down as it corners. So you're forced to ease off and ease off and ease off and brake and ease off, and it's really difficult to get it right to where you got everything out of it and you didn't end up off in the grass.
Right. You didn't overflow and you didn't end up off in the grass. Yep. Somewhere in between those two, right?
Yeah. All right. RVA Graphics in 8 spots. That's their FTD at 256.3. So definitely getting those lap times down. Looking good. .901 comfortably in second, expecting a pit stop. Gorilla Sticker, their secondary car rather, in 5:15. It's not really a backup car. They started with both cars. In 23rd, sets their fastest lap time as well, with 3:03.
Their Bassa just came down the pit lane, headed to pit out. Their 350Z.
Of the cars amongst the field, probably the cars that got relegated for various reasons that didn't have anything to do with the performance of the car were probably GMS, 90racing.com. I think Flat Out Nemesis also had an extra pit stop in there. Things that really hurt their game today. That it explains why they are where they are in the field. Although Flat Out has done rather well for themselves in 6th place. GMS has recovered nicely there in 7th. And 90 Racing, it's been tough. I mean, they certainly had pace later in the race. I think it was Larry driving, and wow, they were turning some amazing lap times, and they're still turning some very good lap times. But it's put them in 9th place. I would expect to see a better race from them tomorrow. And then we'll see how the points work out. So the way the points are working out for the national championship is they've set aside all the points that were earned throughout last year. That's now off to the side and not included in the final results. They'll combine the points between the race today and tomorrow. And, of course, lowest scores are the winners. So that's how it will be done. So you need to have a good race today and tomorrow. And the team that has the best, regardless of where they were in the points leading into today, would be declared the winner. So it could be anybody. Could be anybody. You may have been seated, 7th or something, or 12th or 30th or whatever, and you could still win this race if you have the best between the 2 days. So it's kind of cool. Been working on the Turtle. New exhaust installed and wrapped. Went with the TT 2-inch with a boreless stainless muffler. It's quiet. .817, the one that the Pinto wagon was overtaking at the Austin track.
Oh, the Pinto wagon.
Oh.
Fond memories. What were those 2 cars that we were following at Indy that maybe the second year we were first or I don't remember.
At Indy?
Remember? Yeah. It was one older car. It was the Pinto, wasn't the Pinto wagon one of them?
That's Brian Walsh's Pinto.
And then something else. We're kind of back and forth. It was entertaining.
Racer Walsh. That's it, Brian Walsh. Racer Walsh and Company.
There was a race, I think it might have been at Coda, where we were following a Pinto and a Mustang.
Yep.
And they were back and forth. And every time the Pinto would come out of the pits, this Mustang was right ahead of them and never got around him. It seemed they just kept racing together. And it was a white Mustang with a blue stripe. It was just a lot of fun. We had a lot of laughs over that. It was very entertaining.
This roll is just putting lap after lap after lap down. Cone Crusher's moving up there. So any idea when 901's going to pit, or did they already?
They have not pitted, and they will need to at some point here. So I'm not sure how far they're going to push it, but I'm pretty sure they do need to.
Did we talk about how close Ron was with Visceral Racing and the national championship at Sonoma? Was that 2 years ago? Or last year? No, what was that?
Sounds about right.
Oh, yes, it was right
2 years
before
ago.
COVID. Yeah, it was right before COVID hit.
Yeah. The fuse, the dreaded fuse.
Oh, yeah. 29-cent part. So we were talking to the owner, JR, of the track just a few minutes ago, and talking about letting them know how people were thinking. And he's talked to folks, and he said they are worn out when they get out of the car. Everybody he's talked to, and he knew that was going to happen. But everybody's getting out with a smile on their face. It was pretty awesome. And I asked him, so, can you night race here? He said, yep. And there's no sound limits, none of that stuff. Some places they don't allow you to race at night because of noise limitations, but so we can, this is where I'm going to upset my boss, but can you do a 24 here? And he goes, oh yeah, no problem. It's like, I don't know if we'd want to. Well, of course, Dana doesn't want to, but that'd be fun. At least a night race, maybe a 14-hour something in the future. That'd be kind of fun.
All right, so we'll go ahead and take a quick commercial break and round up the next and final half hour of racing here at the Ozarks International Raceway. Visceral Racing Group is your leader. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back to the TireRack.com National Championship for 2022 race at the Ozarks International Raceway for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. I'm Paul Veltum, your host, along with Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong. We're calling the race for you. Final half hour remains here in the race, unofficially, a little bit less than half an hour. And I'm just looking through the standings here as we were coming back from commercial. And after 8 hours, 7.5 hours of racing, the fifth place is 6 seconds behind Valerian Steel, fourth place. And fourth place is 4.5 seconds behind Dirty 30, who's in third. How these guys end up still being so close together is always surprising to me, but they do it. 1.5 seconds the gap from Gorilla Sticker to Party Girl down there in 21st, 22nd. 41 seconds the gap from 901 Motorsport to Visceral, but we're still expecting 901 to pit. I'm not so sure they're going to. Maybe we got this wrong. I don't know. Someone tell me what you think, because I don't understand why they're staying out there. They've had 2 cautions. They could have pitted, and they didn't do it. So I don't know.
I think they're trying to give their last driver I don't know if he's already tired or maybe he didn't have a lot of time here or what have you. That is.
Or indignant. Yeah.
Maybe he's already hot. But I think that they're trying to
minimize his time.
Brett is one of their really good drivers. I think they're trying to leave Brett in the car as long as possible. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Yeah, could be.
They're smart guys.
Yep.
I know that Brett's a great driver, so that's what I think.
So did you see Cone Crusher spin?
I did not.
Yeah, so over, I think it was turn 11.
They had contact with somebody else,
Well, they didn't have contact. We looked at the video and there was no contact. They were going to start black flagging people, and they ended up looking at the video, and it looked like Cone Crushers was kind of pushed. Not pushed, but a car was beside him and kind of went out further than he expected.
Mm-hmm.
And no, he was still on track, but I think the momentum where he was at, kind of marbly area, he spun off and the car behind him had nowhere to go. So he kind of went off into the dirt, but it didn't look like there was any contact. It was more of a, hey, we have to evade this. And so, they called off the black flag. And it was pretty interesting how quickly they were able to get the video up and get that figured out. And then right after that, within 6 seconds, another car spun and I think this corner right here, and was able to get the car turned around. We almost went full course yellow because of that, but
I think she said it was perpendicular to the racetrack.
Yes, and she almost pulled a full course, and but he got it going and was able to get it out of the way, and because it was a dangerous spot. So, but driver was good. I think it might have been the 918, but I'm not quite certain, or 959. Sorry. I'm not quite certain.
It was Visceral that?
I think so. It was hard for me to tell because
Possibly.
it happened really fast. And
then it was fixed really fast.
Yes.
So there you go. 2 seconds now, the gap from Valerian up to Dirty 30.
288 Williams Racing Group is just headed back out to pit out on pit lane.
I think the incident was between the 917 Cone Crushers and Dirty 30 might have been involved in that too. So that's why now a split between them now, 11 seconds, something like that. Yeah, that's
Valerian still is between them.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's only 11 or 11 seconds between the three of them.
That's insane after 8 hours that we're this close together. And the only way you can do that in some other forms of racing is to throw out competition yellows and pack everybody up and let people around. And
it's like we planned it. 128 laps, working 128. Thanks for joining us, everybody, on Champ Car Live. Appreciate everybody coming along and joining us, and for your support. Makes it a lot of fun.
Eat it. Oh, quick upgrade. Aleric's giving us a quick upgrade on our Flagtronics unit, so it's going offline for a few minutes while he gives us an upgrade. I think it'll start playing music on hold. Sound effects, things like that. There's a cone. I'm amazed that all the cones are where the cones should be. When I walked around, all the cones are still there.
It's because Doc's not here.
I was told, the apex cones are green and the not apex cones are orange. So don't aim for the orange ones because those are not the apex cones.
That's what I was told too.
The question is, do they tell the racers that?
I don't know. It's more fun not.
Oh my gosh.
The broadcast people know, but they ain't racing.
Yeah.
Tell the media guys. Okay.
Go out there, get the pace car. You fit everything else.
That's funny.
What time is it? I'm going to head down. I have to get the
You better head down. Get the pictures.
pictures.
Less than 20 minutes.
Oh.
Get the pictures.
Well, I've only got to walk like 25 yards, 30 yards,
it's
so
not
it's
far.
not.
You don't even have to go uphill.
Nope.
Where are we doing impound?
At Ozarks.
No. Where at the Ozarks?
Right over here at the flattest part of the track, paddock. And the racers will be
In front
the
of this
racers.
building?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it'll be on pit lane.
Oh, I mean, okay. over
Yes.
there.
It's. I think it's like right up here somewhere.
Okay.
800 front fenders dragging on the ground.
Something in the front fender.
Oh,
that's
something in
dragging.
the front fenders
That's
dragging on the ground.
Touchstone.
No, it's always something, isn't it?
Always.
Hardest working gentleman in Flagtronics out here giving us an upgrade, Alaric.
So it's showing the 855 Birmingham in the pits, but they have come and gone. Some of the corner workers were reporting that they saw the right rear kind of wobbly. Roger had said it felt fine, but they came in and checked it anyway. They think it's fine. They send it back out. What does it do now that it didn't do before?
It works.
Oh, well, it wasn't working. Yeah, true.
It works better. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Timothy.
we had some blank spots, so it's
Leo.
All right.
Well, this has been a fun race. It's not what I expected. I expected. Well, I don't want to say what I expected, but
I know what you wanted, but it didn't happen.
No. I don't. Seriously, I don't want that kind of stuff. Even though you guys think I do, I don't.
Yeah.
Well,
Visceral.
Evening before the race is over.
Visceral's been strong all day, and it's been hot and cold for them with a wrecked up car from the beginning, and then leading the race immediately after, and that they really haven't looked back. So it's been a really weird day for them, but looks like they might come away with the win and be leading the championship into tomorrow. 901 Motorsports is pitting.
Polly got it. So I guess they're going to do their driver change and send it back out. So Brett's going to come out of the car, and I was trying to think of the other guys. It's right there in my head somewhere.
I mean, they had to pit soon. I mean, they were running, they're running out of time. So that's going to open up things for, for Dirty 30. And Dirty 30 might come away with the second place finish here today.
So it was a 2-minute and 54-second split. So we'll have to see how they come out of this. Where is their pit box? You know where 901 is pitting? Or 903? Oh, they got to be that way. That's them right there. Okay. I can. I'm like, it's backwards from the way it looks in the camera.
Making that pit stop. They got a couple guys in there helping them out to get them get the seat set where they want it, and then get them out there as soon as possible. Cleaning up the windshield. Oh my gosh, this is. Are they putting fuel in it? I don't know.
I don't think that was the plan, and I don't see a fueler. I don't see. I think they're
Okay.
just strapping in a new driver.
All right. Well, this is definitely not an R-Bank driver swap. I can tell you that.
Or even Visceral. Visceral does it where it's like basically the guy jumps in, one jumps out, one jumps in, and in they go.
Looks like he's rolling though.
2 minutes. Yeah, that took 2 minutes from pit in to see how long it takes him for that.
Yeah.
See on the counter, that's the pit timer that we use. Goes over the pit loop.
Yeah, it says looks like it says 219, 220.
He's limited to doing 220 miles an hour down pit lane. So that's what 25 seconds or 20 seconds now to get down one end to the other.
I don't see that it's showing his pit speed though. It's just
showing
the clock countdown.
Clock, yeah.
So he wouldn't know from that how fast he's going.
If you go over, it flashes.
Oh, okay.
But then you're already over.
2 minutes 27 seconds.
That
So-
should keep him out ahead of Dirty 30.
Yep. So
Barely.
he just left the sector for pit lane, and boom, there he goes.
Can you see on your little thingy over there where the 212 is?
Let's see here.
I'm sorry. Yeah, 212.
Yeah, I can see where they're at.
And they're saying the splitter on 212 is kind of squished up.
They're over between turns 3 and 4.
I'm wondering if 901 Sports actually did get out in front of them, out of the pits in front of them or not. And I don't want to wait till they get all the way back around to find out. Oh.
Well, yeah, because they were
head down.
Oh, okay.
So thanks, guys, for listening. And not that you guys care about me, but I'm headed out of here.
Come on, Bill. What's not to love about you?
I muted him.
He can't respond. He was trying to say thank you. Oh, thanks, Paul. He's like, oh, I can't say anything. I muted him. First chance she has it, I have to pow, hit that mute button.
All the power in the button.
It's so funny.
You're laughing at me.
Oh,
Even
well.
He needed to go for a few minutes. I was like, bam, go.
There is a Basil faulty. Oh, yeah, there's a Faulty Towers episode where Basil's talking to somebody and he just says to him, go away.
Mm-hmm.
Just too funny. All right, so 3 seconds the gap from Valerian up to Dirty 30 and 12 seconds from Cone Crushers up to Valerian. Cone Crushers is actually turning lower lap faster. What am I saying? The lap times are slower, so I don't see them catching Valerian unless there's like a spin or something like that to slow them down. But Valerian is in striking distance of Dirty 30, and they're turning very similar lap times. So 55s and 54s for the both of them. So that time of about 3.5 seconds is they're going to be breathing back and forth unless somebody really, turns up the wick, or maybe a little bit of traffic or something would definitely put the Dirty 30 BMW into the zone where they could the Valerian Steel, I believe that's a Miata, would overtake them. So A-class machine, leading A-class 2, by the way, is Valerian Steel. And we're just it looks like they came around, huh? So 901 is a maintained second place after all that.
Only a 9-second gap, though.
Like
so
they
had for the next 10 to 12 minutes.
Yeah, maybe that's why they pushed it all the way out to the edge, because they knew it was going to be close. They didn't want to give the other team time to reel them in, so they cut it real close like that. Probably could have cut it closer.
Well, I would imagine that they know their drivers better than I do. So
Probably could have cut it a little bit closer too if they wanted to.
Been a great race.
Yes, I would, Mark. He would give me a hard time about. I was just talking about that, and then I'd switch the. Yeah. Oh gosh, that was so funny. He'd get so mad and.
You do it up ahead of time and just switch it, or you just really like to mess with us? I'm not really actually 100%.
Well, I wish it was something that's sinister, but it's actually it's nothing like that at all. I'm watching multiple views all at the same time, and then I'm looking for activity and switch that might seem interesting and switching to it. unless we're talking about somebody or something like that. And sometimes because of the concentration I have on that, and the timing and scoring I'm watching at the same time, I might miss what you're saying, and therefore, that it would seem like you just start talking about them, and then race director or the broadcast director, myself, I go to a different shot. So it's not intentional, but it is funny that it happened that way.
It happened so frequently that he thought it was intentional.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
It was.
Which makes it really funny, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was once or twice I did it intentionally just to get him because I knew he would. Oh, shoot. But not until he'd started complaining about it, of course. 6 seconds now, the gap from Valerian up to Dirty 30. They had an off lap that last time. And Dirty 30 just maintaining those 255s and 254s. There's something to be said for consistency. And every driving instructor will tell you, be consistent, and that will pay off for you.
Once you dial in those, your brake place points, your turning points, your track out, you dial it in so you get that good lap time. I mean, what's really great is when you can do that lap after lap after lap, keep doing it, and they have that consistency within it. I mean, sometimes somebody's in your way, but I mean, that's racing. You got your job to get around them safely.
Right. I think the other thing that's nice about it is that it means that the driver has the ability to keep hitting their marks and doing the same thing. And then you can look at what they're doing and say, okay, in this corner, you're giving up a little much in the braking zone. Try braking less. And you just make that one adjustment, and boom, you've cut some time off their lap time. And then you can go to the next corner and say, okay, now I want you to adjust this here. And so now you have, otherwise, if the lap times are all over the place, it's really difficult to help somebody improve their lap times.
Well, if they're inconsistent, then you change something in one spot and then it messes them up in the other spots, You go through one turn much faster than you did before, right? And then you still got to get that same braking and turn in for the next turn done right. Or you arrive at the next turn much quicker.
Right. You've never arrived at the corner going that fast before, and that's what some guys get in trouble with drafting, although we don't have too much drafting in Champ Car. But yeah, you've never arrived at the corner at that rate of speed before, and you brake as you did before, and then you're like, whoa, I might not make it.
I was thinking about the turn in like 5 and 6 at NCM. 5 is this big sweeper, and it's got a little banking in it. And you can carry so much ridiculous amount of speed through that turn. But the problem is you arrive at the brake zone of 6. You've got to get the car straight, brake, and downshift. You've got to get that downshift in there. And the faster you come through 5, the smaller your area to get that done and get that really tight turn handled.
Yeah.
You just see not be able to, they carry it through 5, but they can't get it done in 6, and they run off the course over and over.
It's a really bizarre corner. And it's sort of, I think better the design of it was the intention you would go straight. And that's the way the track is laid out. But there's another course there where you turn right. And to do that, you're almost still finishing the corner. See, the car's a little bit of a pinch going into the braking zone.
Track out into the braking zone, yeah. Sometimes track out into 3 and 2, and you're like, I got to get it slowed down.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be late in the braking, and it's fun, though. I like it. Oh, I love that corner. going through 5 into 6, it's a blast. But yeah, it's an immediate hard break, and it's no messing around. All right, coming up on the final 4 minutes, so probably getting to the point. I don't know. I'm a little confused as to the way things are laid out, but I take it if from this camera the pit wall is just on the other side, is the camera on the pit wall?
Mm-hmm.
So we should see some guys walking out near.
I believe that they told them that they can't.
They cannot on this track. Okay. All right.
Track has the rules, and I think that this one that's not allowed.
All right.
That pit wall right there to the track, this is only about, I would say about waist high.
901 has been passed by Dirty 30. They are 30 seconds in the rears. They just do not have the pace to stay ahead of Dirty 30 that was clearly in the groove, turning those 254s. They put the pass on 901 Motorsports and moved into second place.
In the last couple of laps of the race, I mean, I think we'll see a 1 to go very shortly.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. Maybe if they would have pushed it, another 5 minutes or so, they could have gotten away with it. And,
I just saw the 1 to go. They just showed Visceral the 1 to go. 1 go.
And the race director is calling out, "No one over the wall," because everybody's so used to it. I think that's Visceral going through turn 2 there. I'm sorry, folks, we do not have a camera in that car. Such is life.
Yeah. We work with what we got.
Yep. I'll look at turn 5 as we're looking for Visceral to come through there. So within the next couple of minutes, we should see a green flag. Birmingham Racing just sets their fastest lap time of the day at 2:58.5.
Wow. Roger Cohen is in the car.
Visceral has the fastest lap time of the day for the whole race, a 2:46.4.
And they just did it. Wow. Of course, they're calling out where 959 is as they're going around the course, the Visceral, our first place car.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow them over here on Flagtronics. I think they're stacked up with a bunch of other cars right now. It's a little bit behind.
Yeah, they just went through 11.
Went through 11. All right.
Past 13.
Should be coming into 14. Doesn't 14 come after 13? Is that how it works? So Visceral Racing Group really has put on a pretty good show with the 959 car today. They've done an excellent job. Excellent job with that car.
Got one sitting in first place and one squish. I mean, if you got to squish a car, at least have the other one in first place, right? It's like a little sugar with your medicine, right?
Yeah.
Okay, here he comes. Checkers coming out.
And it is checkered flag for Visceral Racing Group, taking the win out here for the very first race at the Ozarks International Raceway, the TireRack.com National Championship Race, day number 1, taking the win. After 135 laps of racing, 8 hours here at the Ozarks, Visceral Racing Group takes the win with the number 959. A well-deserved victory for Visceral Racing Group for sure. Also holding the fastest lap time of the day with that 2:46.4. Dirty 30 taking second place in the number 212 in their BMW. Then it's 901 Motorsport taking third place after a late pit stop to do a driver change. Followed by Cone Crushers, Valerian Steel in fifth, the lead A-class car. Then it's Flat Out Nemesis, the lead B-class car, in sixth. Followed by RVA Graphics and Wraps, back about a lap in seventh place. Then we have 90racing.com in 8th, GMS Racing in 9th, and Leviathan Motorsports in 10th. And the gap, get this, between Cone Crushers and Valerian Steel in 4th and 5th, 8 seconds from Cone Crushers up to 901 Motorsport, and 9 seconds the gap from Valerian to Cone Crushers.
Such a close finish.
C-Class goes to Visceral Racing Group. A-Class to Valerian Steel. Flat Out Nemesis takes B-Class. D-Class to Dead Pedal Racing. And Roadhog Racing will take home a trophy for EC.
Our top 10 is all championship contenders.
Yeah, and Tiffany has the hard job tomorrow of trying to keep track of where the finishes are and combine that with what we come up with tomorrow.
Oh, I can do math.
She can do math. So, as I explained throughout the race today, the finishing order, all of the points results from last year that brought the championship contenders to this racetrack today. All of that is basically thrown out the window. And what we have instead is we're taking the accumulation of points today and tomorrow's race and putting that together to determine the national championship winner for 2022. So it's 2 days of racing. I'm not sure what we're looking at, a tree. But 2 days of racing combined for the national championship crown, okay? That's how it's set up for this year. So tomorrow's going to be just as important as today, and it's Visceral Racing Group in the catbird seat because they have now just 1 point. Our point system is structured much like golf. The lowest number wins, so you want low numbers. So Dirty 30 has 2 points, 901 Motorsports has 3, and last year's the reigning champion, last year's champion, 90racing.com, ourbankracing.com, finishes in 8th place overall. So they have 8 points. And we'll see who has the lowest points tomorrow to determine the national champion.
Oh.
So we will be back here live again tomorrow at 8:45 local time to kick off race number 2. It's another 8-hour race, and then we'll see who comes out on top. So, Tiffany, I want to say thanks for all of your hard work with covering the race, and thank you, folks, for everybody.
Holly.
Thank you. Thank you for following along with us, folks, today, and we hope to have you again back here tomorrow with us. So until then, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. So long, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.